Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, welcome to Clay Pigeon for round 4 of the Cadet and Junior Southern Championships for Club 100. We are here on the Sunday. It is day 2, which means it is the super lightweights day. We had the lightweights yesterday, an action-packed day, and we can expect much of the same today. Alongside me today, once again, is Adam Natha.
Yeah, hi Kieran. We had some really good racing yesterday. Every single final and pre-final was filled with a lot of action, so we can expect something similar here today with our super lightweights.
Yes, indeed, as well. Obviously, same track as yesterday, Clay Pigeon Raceway, 815 metres, 6 corners, 5 feet in elevation, and established all the way back in 1963. The track is, well, let's look about the weather first. It's been a bit mixed. It's saying it's light rain at the moment. I can tell you that is incorrect. It is currently dry. We did have some spots of rain a little bit earlier, but the clouds have been kind of breaking apart and then coming back together, you know, so we're not exactly sure what's going to happen, but from speaking to the drivers earlier and from what we can see on the forecast, it looks like we may just about get by without too much of rain, and if we avoid it, we're going to be very unlike Silverstone by the looks of it. Obviously for the British Grand Prix today, it looks completely and utterly drenched. But for here, Clay Pigeon down in the south, in Dorset, we look okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the first time this weekend that I've actually seen some blue sky. Yesterday was very overcast. I don't think we saw any blue sky at all. So compared to Silverstone, where it looks like it's absolutely hammering it down and raining cats and dogs, we seem to be in pretty nice weather at the moment, to be honest. Yeah,
I think so. I mean, we are over 100 miles away from where Silverstone is at the moment. We would also like to take a quick apology for the fact that we're running a little bit behind. Some of the sessions this morning have got dragged a bit further backwards, and it means that we're running, give or take, around, I think, 20 minutes behind, something like that at the moment. You know, with Club 100, we might be able to gain some of that time back, but we'll see how the day goes. Obviously, at the moment, we're just finishing off the final practice session of the day, which is currently... is this the juniors out?
Yeah, so this is the junior super lightweight Group C. And if you're wondering what the 3 groups are, due to the number of entries and the number of drivers competing in these junior championships, they split up the groups into 3, completely randomly allocated, in which they'll all do their separate qualifyings after the practice. And from there, they'll be grouped into an A, B and a C pre-final, which will then be used to the side of the grids for the actual trophy finals.
Yes, indeed, obviously. It's great that obviously we've got massively packed grids, that there has to be a scenario where we have to split it into 3 groups, and it just obviously goes to show, once again, the popularity of the series. And additionally, obviously, this year we've got the Southern and Northern Championships, so it just increases the popularity. Obviously, we are in the south, very much in the south.
South.
Yeah, just about half an hour away from the south coast with Weymouth. And so, yes, very far south, we're very much in the Southern Championship, and it is an action-packed grid. We spoke to a load of the drivers this morning, which we will be able to see in the lunch break when we've got the Paddock show coming up. But that'll be a little bit later on. We've got the qualifying coming up after this final practice session. Let's go through the events of the day. So, first up, we're going to have the timed qualifying session, so it will once again be split into the 3 groups. So we'll have Group C of the cadets, Group C of the juniors, Group B of the cadets, Group B of the juniors, then Group A of the cadets and Group A of the juniors. Then we'll go into the lunch break when you will see our paddock show, where we will go and talk to some of the drivers just after their morning briefing that we did earlier this morning. After lunch, we'll go into the pre-finals, so we'll go pre-C final, pre-A final, pre-B final, once again doing the cadet and junior kind of switcheroo. And then at around about 3:45, 4 o'clock-ish, we'll be going into the finals. So C finals, B finals, and ending up with the A finals later this evening. So action-packed day all the way through, and if it's anything like yesterday, like we were saying, it should be an absolutely brilliant day. Some of these drivers today are their first time driving at this circuit, so it's a bit of a tough challenge for them, but you have driven yourself here many times, so talk to us about what challenge they can expect to face racing a track like this, but also just trying to get the best out of themselves on a track like this.
Yeah, so from my experience at Clay Pigeon, it is a really big power circuit, and what I mean by that is the fact that you don't have too many sharp and heavy braking zones, and you have a lot of fast-flowing corners all throughout the circuit, and so because of that, you're going to struggle to actually gain a massive gap and a massive edge over your competition, and it means that if there's a driver right behind you, they'll be able to stick in the tow, in the slipstream, and gain a bit of time to be able to stick with you. So usually you have really short gaps, which means you have some really good racing, and really close racing, as we kind of saw yesterday. So I expect more of the same today, really.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like you were saying, obviously with the small gaps, because it is that kind of nature, it does mean that we see massive trains, which is exactly what we ended up seeing yesterday. And it you know, the finals, the pre-finals, all of it was absolutely insane. Also, it's worth mentioning, obviously, we've got the live chat. We can see a couple of people in there. We've got people saying, good luck, Ryan, and good luck to Adam and Sarah. Come on, Harry.
No cones today, yeah.
No
Making
cones
sure
today.
you're avoiding calling the cone.
Yes,
Hitting
indeed.
those will give you a one-place deduction, so definitely
Yes.
not one thing you want to do in your race.
You want to be avoiding the cones, and you want to be avoiding taking the shortcut across the grass, which we saw some people taking yesterday. Obviously, we don't want to be seeing that. We want to keep everyone on the grey stuff, on the black stuff. And yes, I just heard the whistle go out. I believe this is for the first qualifying session. But yeah, so keep your comments coming in. We'll try and speak about them as we see them coming in. But yeah, I believe we're about to go into our first qualifying session of the day, which will be Alright, so this is Cadet A Qualifying here, and yeah, we can see some of the drivers in the background there, just getting ready to come out onto track.
Yeah, so we'll expect to see in this first qualifying session, at the start you'll see the times tumble and go kind of all across the place, with position swapping every single lap as the carts get up to temperature, and we see the tyres also get up to temperature, and we see the drivers getting a feel for the circuit. Obviously some people are here for the first time, and they won't really be used to the track. They'll be learning the corners, learning which corners they need to brake out, which ones they can go flat at, and hopefully getting themselves as prepared as possible towards the end of the session where they're able to put their best times in. Currently we have Rory Hamilton, who is currently our last season's champion, out in front, leading the way along with James Vout in our Group A qualifying session. And we'll probably see that change as time goes on, but currently there's a really short gap between them, only 0.04 of a second, just to see how quickly our more experienced drivers in this championship are able to get up to pace and are able to push each other along. And as soon as I say that, that switches around with, oh no, and Rory's taking it back, with Edward Tybury going forward. So yeah, kind of as to be expected, as they're putting in their first few laps, you'll see the times chop and change, and the drivers make their way up the standings. In this qualifying session, you should see drivers probably work together throughout. Because it's a qualifying session, you don't get any points for qualifying, and there's no real point in racing each other. In this qualifying session, it benefits to push each other along, gain from each other's slipstream, and hopefully push themselves both along the grid as far up as they can without having to race.
Yeah, 100%. We saw multiple people yesterday working together and forming almost alliances to try and get those lap times in. Obviously, you can see that the fastest position at the moment is just constantly changing. You know, this first couple of minutes, like we were saying yesterday, it's not worth reading anything into the lap times. It's worth completely just ignoring what lap times are at the moment. While all the karts are obviously warming up, the tyres warming up, the drivers are finding their groove onto the track. And don't forget, for some of these, it's only, their second actual session on the track. So there's still a fair bit of learning to be done. So yeah, they obviously want to try and stick with some of the faster karts, learn from some of the faster drivers, and pick up their time in that way. You can see already some trains starting to form around the circuit. You see Milo Taylor just jumping up to second. Edward Seabury is still up in provisional pole at the moment. And that is a word we have to use a lot during this qualifying session, is provisional, because everything is provisional, because everything changes all of the time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the first few minutes, you saw the times chopping and changing absolutely constantly. And we've also got a black flag for somebody quite high up the grid. James Vout, who's currently in second, has got a black flag for an AVC takeout. So that will eliminate some of the time from his qualifying session as he has to head into the pits. Luckily, he's already got a really quick time there, but if he wants to challenge for that pole position, it is going to become a bit more difficult for him.
Yeah, 100%, obviously. I mean, you'd rather probably have a black flag in qualifying rather than the race, because as we saw multiple times yesterday, having one of those flags just means that they can't then go and fight for a promotion if they're in the B or the C group. Obviously, this is the A group, so, you know, not too much worry about it now. And obviously, in qualifying, it's slightly different, as we were talking yesterday, so you don't get promoted out of, say, B qualifying to A qualifying or anything like that. You know, the qualifying is just at random, and we start to see the promotions in the races themselves. But it does mean that because it is picked randomly, you have a massive variety of different driver skills in each of the groups.
Yeah, definitely. And so what you could see, which we saw yesterday, was some drivers who were quite slow towards the start of the session let through a driver who was at the front of the timings and then learn from them and be able to pick their pace up quite dramatically. I think it was Vince Cunningham we saw yesterday, who was quite far down, about 6 tenths off the leaders, but after letting them through, by the end of the session, he was pretty much on pace with them. As we see some drivers now, as they're getting a bit more experience with the circuit, start to battle a bit, start to try and get through the pack so they can end up at the front of the field, and so they don't feel they're getting pushed out of the way during qualifying. As we see Rory Hampton go down the inside of the hairpin, trying to make through this front pack so he can then set a very quick flying lap.
Yeah, we've also got a couple of penalties coming in as well. So we've got Frankie Charles-Jones with a penalty, George Hillary with a penalty, and Jacob McClone with a penalty as well. So yeah, people just obviously just trying to find their groove still. We do see these mistakes just creeping in at the start of the day here while they're just trying to find their rhythm.
Quick to note, they're all racing under yellow penalties as well, as James Vouter's got one now. So I think what's been happening is the drivers are really eager to get their best qualifying session underway and getting their best laps, but whilst doing that, when there's a yellow flag on the circuit, you need to make sure you slow down, and effectively that lap shouldn't really be one way you set your best lap on. So I think what's happening here is drivers are setting their best lap when there's yellow flags out, and that's causing them to pick up these penalties.
Yeah, possibly. You have to be so vigilant. Obviously, this is all completely safety conscious. You know, you don't want any additional injuries or unneeded injuries, I should say. You know, motorsport is obviously a dangerous thing, and these drivers obviously know that going into it, but the danger is almost part of it. You know, it's part of the thrill of taking part of it. But if you've got an accident happened on track, there's obviously yellows waved so that people can be vigilant of that, so there doesn't need to be an additional accident taking place. So yeah, they really need to focus on these yellows and just to make sure that all the drivers are okay and there's no additional accidents happening during that period. But as you can see here, a big group of karts flying around together. I'm just trying to pick out some of the numbers to see which group.
One of them
these
was
are.
number 74, I think, Oscar Bradley. He's heading the front of it. Unsure exactly who's behind, but he did just make a move on the last lap to get to the front of it, so let's see if he's now able to pick up the pace and shoot up through the timings. And like we kind of said before and alluded to, these trains will be quite common as drivers are able to tuck in the slipstream and follow each other around the track, and so you end up with these massive 6 or 7 kart trains, which will be happening both through the race and during these qualifying sessions. And somebody decides to go down the inside at the chicane, doesn't quite work out who was that. That was number 85, who I believe is Elena Santos.
Yeah, I think this is the mid-group pack, if you like. This seems to be somewhere between sort of 5th and 6th to 12th-ish. That kind of group seems to be the group that we're looking at the moment. But what I'm noticing as well, straight off the bat, is that this group in qualifying today doesn't seem to be racing anywhere near as much as they did seem to be yesterday. Because I'm not sure the drivers yesterday knew that it wasn't.
As you say that, they're about to go 3 wide onto the start-finish straight. So maybe we shouldn't be firing our commentators curses so soon, as they're all still. Some of them are definitely still wanting to scrap. But one thing that's also worth noting is the fact that the gaps are really close right now. I mean, the top 10 are separated by just, I'd say, about half a second exactly. And most of the grid is just separated by about a second, so just shows how tight it really is in this qualifying session. And when it is that tight, you end up with these trains because nobody can get away from each other.
Yeah, you've also got Guy Baxter down in 17th. He's the first person outside of the 1 second window. We spoke to Guy obviously this morning, and Guy was saying that this is his first time at Clay Pigeon, and to be just 1 second off the quick guys and girls in your first qualifying session, it's pretty good going. You know, these karts are no joke, and we were talking about it yesterday. This competition is very tricky. These drivers are the absolute ragged edge of what the karts can do. And if we're looking at the times, I think actually we are possibly quicker than yesterday. Edward Cyberry with a 43.906. I think that's just quicker.
Yeah, I think they were in the low 44s yesterday,
yeah.
so in the 43s, which is very, very impressive from both Edward Cyberry and Rory Hamilton. Rory Hamilton currently being our championship leader this season as well, at the moment with 3 wins. So for Edward to be ahead of him is really, really impressive.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, there's only a gap of 600ths of a second between the two of them at the moment. And then you've also got Jacob Malone with just over a tenth behind Rory. So very, very close up at the top of the grid, and we've still got a minute and just over a half left of this session. So there's still plenty of laps to be made. They're getting around sort of, 14 laps or something, 15
yeah,
laps
I reckon they've got about
session.
2 laps to go in this qualifying session. So they'll really be looking to push now. You shouldn't see too many drivers fighting. If anybody's going to make a move, to be fair, it'll probably be on this lap, so that last lap can be done in complete clean air if they're able to. And we have somebody else from the chat, Oscar Mallet Racing. Good luck to Amanzi, Freya and Zachary, and we wish them all the best of luck, as we wish all the drivers the best of luck today in getting the best results they can.
Yes, 100% obviously. We want to see nice, clean, fair racing. We want to see hard-fought racing as well. We want to make sure that everyone is pushing the absolute best, and we have absolutely no doubt that they will do exactly that. 50 seconds left of this qualifying session now, and Edward Silberry still looks quite comfortable up at the top. Nobody seems to have been...
Cut to him now.
Yeah, here we go. Here he is on
into
screen.
the hairpin. Really nice, being really smooth. No sense of oversteer. Doing any sort of sense of oversteer understeer will slow your kart down, so the fact that he's able to keep smooth and keep on it on the racing line, keeping very tight, has been really good. And this looks to be a pretty good lap as well. We'll see if he's able to improve, but right now he's still sitting at the top of the tree.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at his set times. It doesn't look... Well, Jacob Malone jumps into second place at just 300
Only
behind.
300 behind.
Yeah.
That is pretty close. And he can't improve. Only 2 tenths off his quickest lap, but it's not enough to improve. And this will be his last chance, his last go at it until the checkered flag, probably.
Yeah, not many people are really improving that. I think the massive mover was Jack Dowding.
Yeah, gone up 6 positions up to 4.
Yeah, and he's just a tenth and a half away from Edward Seabury. So this is what we're seeing. Obviously, these drivers are all so tightly packed in together. It does mean that the racing that we're going to get later on is going to be very interesting.
Yes, and I think Edward might have just been able to get a bit of tow from the driver ahead and coming on to his last lap. So we'll see if that's enough to maybe improve. His extra times look good, but nothing purple so far. So unless it's a really tiny lap, it's unlikely that he'll actually be any quicker. As he's about to cross the line, he does, and he's almost matched his best lap, but not enough to improve. So most drivers have crossed the line now, so this might be as it stays, but we've still got James Vow and Rife Howe to still come across the line. Rife doesn't improve, and nor does James, so this will be our final result, with Edward Cyberry taking the provisional pole in this session, with Jacob Malone in second and Rory Hamilton rounding up your top 3.
Yes, indeed. Well, that wraps it up for the first qualifying of the cadets. And coming up next, we're going to have the first junior qualifying. Alright, so they enter out onto the track for their first qualifying of the day. Again, many of these drivers are here for the first time, so we're going to see quite a big disparity in race experience and lap time, I think, to start off with, just until they find their groove and they start to follow some of the quicker drivers that have been here multiple times, and so that's when the lap times will tumble for the drivers a bit further down the field. Obviously, as before, the first couple of minutes we're going to completely ignore the lap times, because the time screen on the left hand side, which you will see in just a moment's time, is going to look like a yo-yo. It's going to be going up and down and everywhere, left, right and centre. So we don't focus on it for the first couple of minutes.
No, but who we do have in this session is Logan McAllister, who's definitely one of our championship contenders. He missed last round at Risington, but before that he had 3 wins and an extra 2 podiums, so he'll definitely be one to watch out for in this session. And somebody else I noticed was kart tester Dante Dillon. So we do have kart testers for both the cadet and junior cars, of which Dante is one of them. what they tend to do is take out any karts with any potential mechanical issues and make sure they are dealt with and tested to make sure the karts are as equal as possible. And it's one of the steps CLUB100 go to in order to make sure they provide the most equal machinery so everybody's got a fair chance when they get on track.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we want to make sure that the racing is fair, and that's one of the big allures of CLUB100 racing. You know, you don't get the same kart throughout the weekend. You put your number plate on the kart, you put your weights on, you jump in, you race it, you jump out, you take all your stuff off, and you probably won't see that kart again for the next couple of races.
No, not at all. But yeah, if you notice somebody without a number plate on, that'll definitely be Dante as a kart tester, as I did see him circulate out on circuit as well. One thing I haven't noticed so far, as there's a kart stop just before the chicane, who seems to have a bit of a mechanical issue. But one thing I noticed yesterday in the sessions is as drivers came out the pits with the cold kart and cold tyres, they ended up spinning. But today everybody's been quite well behaved. Everybody's been coming out quite nicely, and we've barely seen really any incidents so far in these 1 and a bit qualifying sessions.
Yeah, it does seem to be a bit cleaner. As you say that, there's a yellow flag out. I can see somebody in the back corner of that shot that we've just left. There was somebody pushing a cart. So yeah, somebody's gone off or spun or done something. But yeah, they all seem to be quite sedate and calm. They're not overtaking each other. That's maybe they saw what we were talking about yesterday and was like, let's not do that. I did see somebody on the left-hand side of the track there that was just stationary, so maybe somebody's had a mechanical issue, possibly. But obviously we'll have to wait and see what's happening there. The yellow flag is still out. It doesn't look like it's going to be moved anytime soon. So
no, so maybe that driver is still having issues, or there might be a tyre or a cone that needs to be replaced. You can see some drivers lifting up their hands just to make sure they acknowledge that yellow and say, yes, I am slowing down, as it looks like that yellow has finally come in, so all drivers can get back up to racing speed, and it looks like they're about to.
Yes, absolutely. We've got a couple of track limits warnings for Matteo, number 34. Matteo is currently in 5th position, so yeah, he's had a couple of track limit warnings. So how many track limits warnings is it to get a penalty? Is it 3? So
yeah, so you're allowed 2 warnings. So as Matteo's had his set 2 warnings, he's not allowed to do it again. If he does it one more time, it will be a 2-place penalty. So 2 places will be to his qualifying position. So where he'll start on the grid will be 2 places lower than where he actually starts if he picks up a penalty.
Yes, there's another yellow flag being waved out, so I'm wondering what's happened again. So yeah, this is a bit more as it goes in.
As it goes back in straight away.
And so
must have been a pretty quick yellow. Yeah. And one thing I've noticed as well is that your top 4 are separated by less than a tenth, just to show how close it is in these early stages of qualifying. And Matteo in 5th is only a tenth off, so I think you could have your top 12 are all within half a second, so that is very, very close to his qualifying session.
The top 9 are all within 2.5 tenths.
Yeah, so this one is definitely going to be very, very competitive here, as Tom Justice might also be on a quick lap in P9, as he's just at the fastest lap, fastest sector 1 of a 14.6, which looks to be just over a tenth and a half quicker than anybody else, so he might be putting on a really good lap as well, just to make it even tighter.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing that they're going to be a little bit sullied with today is this is the super lightweight class. So for the juniors, that means that the minimum weight these drivers must be is 60 kilograms. Now that's obviously themselves with any weights that they must have. We spoke to a cadet earlier who said he had to have 12 kilos worth of balance to meet the minimum weight. And the minimum weight for the super lightweight class in the cadets is 40 kilograms. So you can do the math on that.
Quite crazy. Really putting the emphasis of super in super lightweight over there. As Jacob Brown was on a quick lap, and he did manage to set a purple lap of a 41.371, which is just about half a tenth quicker than Logan McAllister, who we mentioned before, who's currently P2, as Matteo now goes quickest. No track limit warnings to worry about on that lap, with a 41.3, than half a tenth quicker than anybody else. And again, it gets beaten again, as we see a bit of chopping and changing with the top of the timings, with Harvey Newton now going quickest with a 41.2. The times are starting to tumble down here.
Yeah, they really, really are. Harvey Newton jumped up 10 positions there. Aaron Fuchter, sorry, he jumped up 7 positions. And so you've got people really jumping up a lot of different positions at the moment.
Mateo's just at another purple sector 1 as well. So he could be on to reclaim that P1. Let's see how this lap. Oh no, just missing out. Another quicker lap, but just not quite quick enough.
Yeah, absolutely. The quickest times that we saw yesterday for the juniors was a mid 40 second lap, because we were speculating whether we may see a 39 come in, but I think we maxed out as a 40.56 something. I think it was.
I'm not sure he'll get beaten today, although
No.
the drivers are lighter. Those tyres will have taken all the beating of yesterday.
Yes.
And so they're not complete fresh rubber, and they will probably be going slightly slower as the tyres start to drop off. So lighter drivers, but with a slightly more worn tyres, they won't be able to probably get into those 40s or into the 39s, definitely.
Yeah, 39s I think is definitely out of fit. 40s I think it
Yeah,
might
with
be
2.5
push.
tenths off, we could definitely see one.
Yeah.
A 40.9 might be on the cards, but maybe not the low 40s, as we now see a 41.1. They're getting close. Jacob Brown heard us in the comms box, and he's saying, yep, I'm going to go for that 40 lap. And he's getting ever so closer, only a tenth off it. And he's now got just under a tenth buffer to Harvey Newton in second.
Yeah, there's a couple of people that look quite close. You've got Jacob Brown, Harvey Newton and Logan McAllister, all within 2.5 tenths of...
They're also together on track. I think that's
Yes.
Logan McAllister and Jacob pushing each other along. I think Jacob's now got a slight gap over Logan, but if Logan can stick in that slipstream, he should be able to catch up and maybe set a lap that is quick enough to overcome Jacob's pole lap at the moment. We'll see what he does as he crosses the line now. Oh, Harvey Newton's beaten it. Logan wasn't quite able to beat it, but Harvey Newton's now done a 41 dead, so maybe we will see those 40s coming soon. It's about 3.5 minutes of this.
Yeah, this is what we saw yesterday as well. The quick guys will group together and they will just constantly swap places and go faster and get the slipstream and go faster and get the slipstream, you know, and they will just switch around and just give each other the chance. And what we're seeing here is that, yeah, these guys are now a couple of tenths away from Matteo Ehrenfruchter. So, yeah, not that Matteo, although actually Matteo Ehrenfruchter is in a group with Jack Bromham and Tom Justice, so those three are lapping together.
Logan's just gone quicker as well. Sticking behind Jacob, being able to take that slipstream. He's now into the 40s. Yeah, 40.988. That's going to be some lap to beat. Still 2.5 minutes to go, so there's still time for it. But with that slipstream, it's going to be hard for Jacob to beat it, especially as they're now coming into traffic. There's a couple of cars ahead which they may have to contend with and overtake before the end of the session.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a plethora of track limit warnings coming up as well for various different people. We've also got a curb warning for Milo Stewart, but yeah, track limit warnings have been for Aaron Hewood, Tyler May, William Harvey, Jack Bromham and Milo Stewart. So yeah, there's a few different people out there just really pushing the boundaries of the track.
Harvey's into the 40s now, a 40.869. So he's responded to Logan's lap and has got another tenth quicker. And the reason for those track limit warnings, I reckon, is as we're getting towards the end of the session, the drivers are really pushing. They're giving everything they can now and will slightly be going just over the limits in order to deliver the best lap possible. So in these last couple of minutes, when the track grips are best, when the track evolution's the greatest, where you're going to be setting your fastest times, the drivers will be pushing for every little bit of advantage they can, and I've just gone over a bit.
Yeah, I think so. But also, you know, they're in the window now. They're being very consistent. They've got the tyres down, they've got the carts down, the temperature's down, and the sun is also coming out. So I wonder if the track is heating up a little bit, give them that extra little bit of grip, and possibly that's given them a little bit of time as well. There's a yellow flag out for something.
And that will slow the drivers down. So this
yes.
lap might become one which they will have to kind of throw away. Don't think anybody will really be improving on this lap.
They shouldn't be.
As drivers letting Logan McAllister through at the front of this train. He'll probably he might just be able to get 2 more laps in. If not, the next lap might be his final one before the end of this session. So we'll see if he can respond to Harvey's lap or whether Harvey will take that pole position.
They should get 2 laps, I think. Obviously, a minute left and going around the final
there's
corner
a big
now.
thing. Jacob Brown's got an ABC takeout penalty, so he will be black flagged and will probably have to serve the rest of the session in the pits.
Yeah.
And so that means he probably will not be able to improve on that P3 that he currently holds. So we probably won't see him on the pole position now. He's probably out of the pole fight.
Possibly, but he's still up there. I mean, he's 3 tenths off at the moment, so he could get taken out of 3rd place. But that gap at the front now of just over a tenth from Harvey to Logan, and then Logan's got another 1.5 over that to Jacob. So I think Harvey and Logan are looking fairly comfortable now, both in the 40s, the only people to get into the 40s on this session. as they're coming round for their final
this will
lap
probably
now.
be their final lap. Logan's got clean air, so he's not going to need to worry too much. And he's actually got Harvey Newton just behind him. Harvey Newton's had to make an overtake into the first corner. That's probably going to cost him a bit of time, and that might be just the half attempt. That means he can't improve. So it might just be up to Logan to see if he can beat Harvey's original time as he goes a tenth quicker in the first sector than Harvey did. And I think that'll be down to just the overtake.
But the thing is, without Slipstream,
yeah, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to... It's not impossible, but very difficult to try and improve. So the checker flag is out. As you see him coming through the last couple of corners now. Let's see, his middle sector...
It's 2 tenths up on Harvey's current one, but whether it's quick enough to beat his best time, we're going to see. They're about to cross the line now, and Logan, he can't do it. He can't do it.
2 tenths off. 2 tenths off in the end. So yeah, couldn't improve, and that means that Harvey Newton is the pole man for the Group A qualifying of the juniors. Logan McAllister in second, Tom Justice in third. Jacob Brown only loses 1 position after having to go into the pits, and he ends up in 4th position with Amor Sayana in 5th place. So very interesting qualifying there. Coming up next, we have the B qualifying for the cadets. All right, they're coming thick and fast now. The B qualifying already out on circuit, and we've only got, is it 8 carts? No, 9 carts. Just counting them through at the moment. Oh no, there they are. I was going to say that was looking a little bit thin, but there we go. There's the rest of them.
Yeah, they're all coming out now.
All right, so we've got 19 carts as we can see on our time screens at the moment. So should be an interesting session, and theoretically should be similar to what we've seen so far today. Jumping into groups, as we're already seeing, they haven't even done a lap yet, and they're already in a mini train. So we've got 11-minute qualifying sessions, and we're really going to see the quickest times being set in the final sort of 5 minutes. That's really where we're going to be watching. For the first bit, we're going to be sort of more focusing on who's jumping together, who's getting in a train together, who's working together, and hopefully we can see some quick times. Already they're into the 46s. Now these guys and girls can get into the 43s.
Yeah, I think 43.9
high 43s
was what we saw best, or maybe a 43.8. So high 43s is what they'll be aiming for at the moment. And again, in that junior A session, again, notice not many people fighting each other. It was very much let's all follow each other around and let's gain. So definitely a bit of a change in tactics from yesterday, let's say.
Yeah, I wonder if JV may have had a word with them this morning during his briefing saying, don't race in qualifying, it's qualifying. Because there was an awful lot of racing. I mean, it made it a great spectacle yesterday.
Yeah, it was great to commentate over, and it was great as a neutral, but it probably wasn't the best tactical.
No.
Thoughts from the drivers here. But today they're definitely more on it, definitely thinking more about their qualifying position rather than racing each other on track. As we start to see the times come in with Senna at the top of the standings and Freya Lally in second with William Moore in third at the moment. There's some good luck to Freya in the chat by Howling Mike as well, so she's currently doing really well so far in P2.
Yes, indeed. It's Alex.
Actually, then Luke drops down to P3.
Yeah, this is the thing. Obviously, these first couple of minutes, it's just there's no point looking at the times. The time at the moment is a 44.6.
We know they can go quicker than that.
Exactly, and they are going to go quicker than that. You know, I'm sure. There we go, straight away.
Yep, Harley Fairley proves you're right. 44.4.
So we're just going to have to wait a couple of minutes to see for this session to kind of calm down, the positions to stop moving about, as Freya goes back up to the top with her
and then loses it straight away by Freddie pal. Freddie heard you say it and thought, no. I'm at the top of the standings
11
now.
thousandths of a second between Freddie and Freya. So I was wondering, are they going together, 62 and 20? Where are
let's
they?
see if we can spot them. I think I interviewed Freya at the start of the day and she had a blue suit on. And I remember you're colourblind, so you will not be able to tell that.
Could be gold for all I care.
And we see David Cadell go up to the top by William.
I mean, at least the track is definitely heated. I'm wondering if it is the track temperature being heated up now, giving them more grip.
Yeah, it might be giving them more grip so that we might be able to see them go a bit quicker than that 43.9 we saw in the first bit of qualifying. I mean, they've only got a couple of attempts to beat, and they've got 7.5 minutes to do that. So I definitely think we might be seeing the fastest cadet time of the day so far in this session.
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. I mean, it was a 43.96, I believe
44 dead now by David Cadar. He's definitely wanting to get a move on.
It's a 44.000 from David Cadar there. So that's quite an impressive time.
One thing we can also see, actually, is you can see the ultimate sector. So if you tied in everybody's best sector and made one ultimate lap from it, you'd get a 43.7, which would definitely be quicker than anything we've seen in the Cadets so far. So yeah, I'm definitely making a prediction that we will beat that 43.9, 43.8 we saw before, as we see a 43.8 by Senna.
Jesus.
And Amanze getting a 43.8 as well, so pushing them two into the top two on number 72 and on number 12. I also wonder if they're working together on track at the moment. As yeah, they're in shot now, they're pushing each other along in this qualifying session.
Yeah, what I'm just looking at this ultimate time, what's really good is obviously the 3 sectors that make up that best time are set by 3 different drivers.
Yeah, just showing how close it is.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got Amanze, the best sector 1, you've got best sector 2
by David.
Yes, it is David, so I thought I said 2. And then you've got best sector 3
by Freddie Powell.
Yeah, who's currently down in 6th. Now Freddie, I think, is just about to cross the line. He was a bit further. Oh, he's just crossed the line. He had a bit of a struggle there, so maybe he was in some traffic or something.
The top 10, is that the top 10? The top 10 are separated by just over 2 tenths, I think. No, I speak a lie. The top 7 are separated by just over 2 tenths, but still very, very close. The top 10 separated by just over half a second.
The top 14 within a second.
Yeah, the top 14 within a second. Again, just showing how close our cadets are in this session. And they've still got 5.5 minutes to go. So we'll see if they can go any quicker, as there's a yellow flag out in turn 1, so hopefully nobody's going quicker on this particular lap. Don't want to see any more racing under yellow penalties, which so far actually in this session, no warnings or any penalties. So not only have they been stupidly quick, they've also been very, very well behaved. So a good, well done to all the cadets on this track, and there's a track limit warning.
Yeah.
Always a warning though, no penalties.
One thing I've just spotted is the top 5 are all in the 43s.
Yeah.
So they're separated by a tenth and a half. Tenth and a half between the top 5. So you've got a 43.8 for David Cadar, 8.2, sorry. A 43.84 for Senna, 43.85 for Alex, and a 43.94 for Harley. 97, sorry. 94 was for Alex. Yeah. So you get 10th and a half between the top 5 at the moment, all in the 43. So yes, some really, really quick lap times being set at the moment.
And we're panning over to our current provisional pole sitter. I think David Cadar, I believe, is the second car in this 2-car train between him and Alex. Both drivers within a tenth of each other, so they're both wanting to push each other along. They both know they've got very similar pace, so they'll be trying to work together in order to get the best qualifying lap possible. And so far it's working, to say the least. First and fourth, definitely a very, very good result at the moment, with just over 4 minutes left to go. And Manzi as well in P3, the highest placed rookie by quite a bit. The next person behind them is William Moore, who's a good 2 tenths back. So that is a really, really good showing from the rookie at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant. Really top place for a rookie there, up in 3rd position at the moment. Yeah, I think we're saying this yesterday.
David's just gone quicker, sorry. A 43.7 now.
Wow. What's amazing though is, so Alex is just on a 43.879, so he's in the 43.8 now. Still got 5. So there we go. William Moore just had a 43.814. So we've now got 6 people in the 43s. But yeah, with David Cadar and Alex, they're obviously driving through together at the moment. And we were saying this yesterday. They don't know they're in this position at the moment. They don't know what their lap times were. They don't know that David is currently 1st, Alex is currently 5th. Despite the fact that only separated by, less than a tenth of a second now.
Yeah, there's basically nothing separating them.
There they are. Like, really, if you were Alex, you'd want to let David through. Oh, there we go. As I say so, David barges Alex out of the way. So Alex really, he's slowed down.
Oh, he's slowed down quite a bit. Maybe he wants to give himself some room so he can just set a fast lap by himself. Maybe he doesn't want the slip through. Maybe he thinks that he can set a quick enough lap all on his lonesome.
Maybe so. But it looks like he's got his foot down once again now. So yeah, so it'll be quite interesting the last 2.5 minutes of this session to see where some of these drivers end up. We are still 6 people within the 43s. Freddie Powell is the first person outside the 43s, but he's only 16 thousandths of a second above the 43. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see another 1 or 2 drivers end up below that 44-second lap.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, as David gets caught up in some traffic there. He was looking for a move into turn 2. Billy's blind. Had a second thought about it, which I think was the right thing to do in order to avoid making contact. He might be looking for it in the hairpin, as we do see him go down the inside. And we might be seeing him making some moves like that in what will probably at this point be the Pre-A and A Final at this current rate.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Alex again, because...
Oh, he set the fastest Sector 1.
Yeah, until a second ago, he had the quickest Sector 1 and the quickest Sector 3, but still not the best lap time. The ultimate lap time is now down to 43.596, so there's still plenty of time that these drivers can find, as Alex now moves up to 4th position.
To 4th. He's only 17 hundredths off... Oh, no, 4 hundredths off pole.
That is impressive. That is really impressive. We've still got 7 people now in the 43s, as Freddie is still 16 thousandths of a second just above. So his last lap was a 44.267. So yeah, struggling to find the additional couple of tenths there to make it into the 43s. But yeah, 7 people below that 44-second lap now, as we see.
This is a really impressive group of drivers, in all honesty. Yeah. Only 1 warning again throughout this whole session as well, so very, very well behaved from this Cadet Group B.
Yes, it is, 100%. Yeah, these drivers are keeping it very clean. We've still only had...
Alex has now managed to get provisional pole.
43.6.
43.6. A tenth and a half quicker. I mean, we saw him putting in purple sectors, not quite getting 1 lap together, but it looks like he's done it. As he's
got best Sector 1 and 3
on this particular lap, so that is really impressive, and that will take some beating with only 27 seconds on the clock now as well. So for some drivers, this will be their last chance to overthrow Alex, which is going to be a really tall task at the moment. I don't know if Alex might have enough time to actually cross the line for 1 more lap as well.
I think so, he might.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. There's a really decent chance. All 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just about.
Just made it. Timed that perfectly, Alex.
Yeah, so he gets another crack at it. So currently we still have 7 people in with Freddie Powell, the closest person outside of the 43s.
William Moore, first one to take the checkered flag as the session is about to draw to the close. No improvements at the moment on this last lap. We'll see if Alex can go any quicker, but at the moment he doesn't need to.
No, he doesn't at all. He's got a good buffer between him and David Cadar. So I think...
Looking at the sectors, I don't think David, unless he has an insane Sector 3, will improve.
Well, here he comes.
Doesn't.
Let's have a look.
No. And everybody is taking the checkered now, so that is confirmed that Alex has taken provisional pole in this session, with David Cadar in second and William Moore rounding up your top 3.
That was a very, very impressive session, and only 2 warnings, not even any penalties, just 2 warnings throughout the entire 11 minutes. So really, really good driving from everyone. But coming up next, we have the B qualifying of the juniors. Alright, coming back out for the second qualifying session of the juniors. So we are officially halfway through the qualifying sessions now. We've had 3, including this one. We've got 3 remaining. Once again, we're going to see the drivers start to bunch up, and we're going to see the last sort of 5 minutes, as always, be the quickest for setting times. The sun is sort of going in and out at the moment, so I'm doubting that the track temperature is going to be gaining or indeed losing temperature. I reckon it's probably going to sort of maintain for the time being, so potentially we could see some quicker lap times in the juniors than we saw in the first session. The last one that we saw obviously was a 40.8, I believe it was.
Yeah, I think it was a 40.8, and we do have the championship leader in the junior super lightweight, Benjamin Hamilton, in this session as well. So we'll see if he's got anything to say about that. And one thing I've noticed in this session, I've seen a lot of good luck in the live chat to a person named Ryan, but I haven't seen him on any of the sessions so far, but I think he's finally in this one. In P14 at the moment, the number 112, Ryan Bow. Everybody's wishing you good luck, Ryan, in chat, so let's see how you get on, and very good luck to you from us in the comms box as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of people for support for Ryan.
Yeah,
here,
and
so
I couldn't see a Ryan on the circuit, so I was quite confused up until now.
Well, I wonder if all this crowd support can give him that extra boost he needs to get into those top positions at the end of this session. Yeah, he's currently down in 20th position. He's just, he's just crossed the line.
And I just saw Ethan go up to 4th, and I thought it was Ryan.
Yeah, but yeah, obviously, it was, we've still got 9 minutes left of the session yet, so people aren't going to be setting their quick times. We're only in the 41.6s at the moment.
Yeah, so we know they can go a lot quicker. Although Benjamin Hamilton is on a pretty quick lap, sets a purple sector 2. He had a purple sector 1 before Ethan Pritchard was able to take it away from him. So let's see what these laps will end up being as Ben's about to cross the line. There's a 41.2. Now that's probably one of our first really competitive laps of this session. Only about 3-4 tenths off what they did in the last session, and currently he's got a half a second gap to everybody else. Yeah,
he's just dropped down to 41.2 now, so he's starting to find the time as Ethan Pritchard jumps up to second place with a 41.716. So yeah, still over half a second. Well, just under half a second, I should say, between Benjamin Hamilton and the rest of the field. So, yeah, the rest of the field are really going to need to sort of find some pace here. Obviously, we're still very, very early doors in this qualifying session. These times will come down, as indeed they are. There we go. Sam Morse up into second position as he loses it to Jamie Riches with a 41.324. So, yes, Yvonne Williams in the chat saying, "Yo, you go, Ryan."
A lot of support for Ryan,
yes.
And also Harry, who I believe will be Harry Eaton, currently in P6, so doing quite a good job as well. But yeah, Ryan definitely probably the most popular person in the live chat at the moment.
He's jumped up 8 positions so far. He's currently in 15th place with a 41.8. So yeah, just over half a second away from Benjamin Hamilton. So yes, if he gets on the back of someone, gets the slipstream, he can find the time. We've also got Charlie France in the chat saying Dan G is bog.
Is bog?
Okay. I'm not sure what bog is supposed to mean. I'm pretty sure he's not saying it's a toilet. So
Ben's just gone even quicker. A 41 dead now, which is definitely very close to what we were seeing in the first qualifying session. And another thing to note is, so we got our championship leader in this. We also have the person second in the championship, Sam Morse, in this session as well. Currently in P6, 3.5 tenths down on Benjamin. But we'll have to see how they both get on in this session, as currently they are our championship protagonists.
Yes, 100%. And one thing that we said yesterday about the championship is this is literally the halfway point in the season. So there's an awful long way to go, and the championship points don't really mean a massive amount.
40.7 from Benjamin Hamilton. I'm pretty sure that's quicker than any other of the junior laps, or laps in general that we've seen today. So that one is going to take some beating. A good 4.5 tenths quicker than anybody else on this session. So he is flying at the moment.
I'm just trying to work out, is he by himself or has he got some slipstream somewhere?
I think he's just by himself cutting through the packs at the moment. We did have the camera panned on him, but it's currently away. But I do know Ben is a bit of a quicker driver. I'm going to say he takes some tips from our podcast that we do for CLUB100 Down to Chat. He mentioned he watched it last week. I reckon he's taken some tips from it, but clearly it's paying off. A 4.5 tenth lead at the moment in this qualifying session is, I think it's the biggest gap we've seen all day.
So far.
Yeah, so far, yeah. A lot of time to go.
I think he just ran into some traffic on that past lap because he was a
yellow flag out
as well. Because he was a fair few tenths down in the first and second sector. As you've seen, number 47 of Jules Larkin just heading off the track there.
Number 95, not Lightning McQueen, but he has made a move down the inside of the hairpin. Who is that?
95, Lewis Taylor.
Lewis Taylor, well, definitely taking that Lightning McQueen number and bringing it forward at the moment. Ethan Pritchard just set a purple sector 1. He's only now 2.5 tenths back on Benjamin, so we'll see if he's got anything to say about taking that provisional pole away from Ben in this session.
Yeah, it's quite interesting the amount of changes at the moment as we're seeing people. As Ryan Bird, the fan favourite, has moved up to 16th place, up 5 positions onto a 41.5 at the moment. We've got Charlie France saying Lewis is on here too, let's go. So Let's have a look.
Where is Lewis? Lewis Taylor. It's number 95.
Yes, that's the one we're just talking about.
Lightning McQueen doppelganger, we'll say.
Yes.
Currently in 19th with a 41.6 as his best lap.
Yes, 100%. And Ethan Pritchard is still the only other person to get anywhere near Benjamin Hamilton's time. Ben is doing an astounding job at the moment. Charlie France seems to know a lot of these drivers, saying, come on, Lewis Jensen and Sam Cook. So how many of these drivers do you know, Charlie?
Might be friends with the entire paddock.
Possibly.
As we are currently on Ethan Pritchard at the moment, as he's going down the back straight. Might be getting his head down at one point for some human DRS. As he sees a cut through, you see him locking up into the heavy braking zone at the hairpin. He'll look to get a late apex so he can get the best run out of the corner as possible. Chucks it into the horseshoe. You don't need to brake too much and attack it on entry and on exit. Gets a nice run through coming up to top end, the last corner, which you just need to chuck in with a dab of brake, and we'll see if this lap is any better in order to try and beat Benjamin Hamilton's time of a 40.7. He's about to cross the line now, and he does go quicker with a 41 dead, but just not quick enough to challenge Benjamin Hamilton's time. Still about 2.5 tenths off.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one. It's I think possibly because he's obviously in karts that aren't going quite as quick. Yeah, he's letting some people through. He's looking for some clean out. Oh, he has a big lock up there coming into the back corner. But I think he's just looking for that.
He's slowed down. I wonder if he is waiting for Benjamin Hamilton. He might know how quick Ben is, and so might be just waiting for him on track so he could have a bit of a follow. As Sam Morse puts in a 40.9, only a tenth of a half off Benjamin now, so we could see Benji have a bit of trouble towards the end of this session with other drivers challenging him. Sam Morse, of course, being P2 in the championship behind Ben, so he'll be very eager to take that pole position away from him. Yeah,
and we've also got Don Balasatis, who we saw yesterday racing, saying, come on, Benji. So I'm guessing he's referring to Benjamin Hamilton, currently in the provisional pole slot. Obviously Dom did a great job yesterday, and great to see he's obviously supporting the other drivers in the championship as well. As Sam Morse is still...
We've just been given BOG, Best of Group, is apparently the abbreviation for Bog, which we saw earlier.
Right, okay, fair enough. Okay, speaking of Best of Group, Benjamin Hamilton has just extended his lead. He's currently now on a 40.6.
Wow. Brings it back to 3 tenths again. He's maintained about a 2.5, 3 tenths gap for that entire session, which is very, very impressive. I mean, all our qualifying sessions so far have been decided by less than a tenth. So to be 3 tenths, 3 times that ahead is really, really impressive. And he's showing why he's currently got a lead in the standings of over 21 points.
I think that might be the quickest lap time we've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, quite possibly. I honestly cannot remember from the best time of yesterday, but he'll definitely be challenging it.
I think if it wasn't the quickest lap time, it was a 40.58 I seem to have in my head, but I don't know for definite. I could be wrong. I've slept since then.
And he's just put another purple sector 2 in, so this lap could be even quicker. He's matched his best sector 1, only 4 thousandths down on it.
Interestingly,
and there we go, a 40.465.
That is 100% the quickest we've seen.
Yeah, that is 100%. And in fact, on our live timings, we've got the gold time to say it is the record.
Yeah.
So that is the fastest lap we've seen this weekend. 4.5 tenths on Sam Morse. And we know Sam's not a pushover. He is second in the championship. So to be 4.5 tenths ahead of him is absolutely ridiculous.
What we are watching at the moment is just a mastery of Junior Club 100 by Benjamin Hamilton. I mean, this is supposed to be a tight and difficult pack to go against, and Benjamin Hamilton is just on another level in this session at the moment. Obviously, the other drivers are going to want to try and have a go at his chink in the armour for the races later on.
I don't see a single chink in the armour at the moment.
Maybe they're going to band together. Did you ever see Top Gear at Rockingham, where they went 3 wide to try and let anybody pass?
Yeah, I mean that might be what they have to do, but it's going to be hard to do that when he's on pole. Nobody's back to defend from him.
No, that is an astounding...
He's just set out of a purple sector. Right. He had to make an overtake into sector 2, so he might not get a quicker lap this time.
Interestingly, though, the ultimate time, and bear in mind, all fastest sectors are set by Benjamin Hamilton, the ultimate time is a 40.336, which is just over a tenth quicker than his current lap time. So as he goes over the line again.
Another 40.4, and that'll be the checkered flag, actually.
Yeah, he can't improve. So Sam Morse also comes over the line with a 41.2, so yeah, he doesn't improve either. Ethan Pritchard's come over the line with a 41.010, so he's excruciatingly close to getting into the 40s, but to see a fair few track limit warnings coming up as everybody is just on their final lap trying to push and trying to find the additional couple of tenths, but it doesn't look like anybody is improving, and so I think that is the positions decided now. Benjamin Hamilton on pole, Sam Morse in second, Ethan Pritchard third, Samuel Spencer in fourth, Ashan Isbal on fifth, Nikolai Isgard on sixth, Leo Belaminko in seventh, Edgar Avesado in eighth, Henry Eaton in ninth, and Jamie Riches in 10th place. That was interesting, but we've got another interesting one coming up because we've got the cadets again. Alright, so it's the final qualifying session for the cadets, the C qualifying, and once again it's worth reminding you that these qualifying sessions are picked at random. People just plonked into different groups to see where they end up, so this doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be any slower or any quicker. It just means they're different drivers just being picked out of a hat, so we could potentially see another quicker lap going through, as we see everybody at the moment setting a purple sector because it is the first session. It is the first lap of the session, so once again we will ignore the lap times for the first couple of laps. Hopefully we see a nice clean session as we did in the last cadet qualifying session, so hopefully nice quick lap times, nice quick drivers, should be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really competitive session. We do have 3 of our top 5 in the championship in this session, with Jacob Underhill, who's currently second in the standings. We've also got Zachary Smith, who's all P3 in the standings, and Jack Thompson, who's P5 in the standings. So 3 of your fastest 5 drivers in the championship thus far. So yeah, this could be a really, really competitive one. As you see, a massive gaggle of carts, of which some of our championship contenders are in that as well.
And they're already racing as well.
Somebody has a bit of a lock-up, almost goes off.
Yeah, we were talking about people weren't racing today in the qualifying sessions, as yes,
go 3 wide.
And yeah, 3 wide suggests that perhaps they're going to kind of go, do you know what? Yeah, we fancy a race already.
They just like proving us wrong in the commentary box, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's just that they hear us make a prediction or us make a comment and then go, the commentary curse has to be a real thing, so we're going to make sure you are proven wrong. As we see, they're already in the low, well, Zachary Smith at least is in the low 44s, as is Ben Cape, and Ronnie Deacon goes to 44.7. But yeah, first couple of laps, obviously, the lap times are not worth looking at. So we've got Charlie France again in the chat saying Zachary Smith. So Charlie, you know a lot of these drivers. Yes, so Zachary Smith currently in the provisional pole position. Ben Cape just a couple of hundredths behind in second place. But yeah, these lap times will be flipped on their heads as the session goes on. I don't expect this to be these positions that they stick with.
This will be chopping and changing all throughout the session as we see Zachary Smith go quicker and Jacob Underhill go even quicker with a 43.8. Now that is pretty competitive, I believe. I'm pretty sure that was pretty similar to what we saw as he goes off onto the grass. He joined the circuit okay, but had a bit of a moment coming out of Billy's blind there.
There's only 0.02 of a second between Jacob and Omar in first and second, which is astounding. So Jacob and Omar, I think, are on track at the same time at the moment, so they're probably using each other for a bit of slipstream.
Yeah, I think Jacob will now be by himself after the incident.
Yes.
Having said that, he's now just caught up to the next pack, so again, he's proved me wrong straight away.
Yes, yes, indeed. We've also got BK in the chat saying, come on, Rocco. So let's have a look. Who's that going to be alluding to? Took it down the chat as they're all moving up in town. I can't see anybody in this session called Rocco, so maybe they're talking about a different session. Oh, Rocco,
no,
there
Rocco,
we go.
He's literally just popped up in our time screen to P8.
Yes, Rocco Titzel currently in P8 with a 44.8, which is a second behind Jacob Underhill up in first position at the moment. We also have Zachary Smith with a 44.008, so He's just about 2/10 behind, well, exactly 2/10 behind Jacob Underhill.
Literally exactly.
Yeah.
And just a quick note that our quickest time in the cadet so far has been a 43.660. So we've got about a 10th and a half to find if they want the actual provisional pole. Well, actually no, this is the last group, so to get pole position out of all the cadets, that is the time to beat, that 43.660. So we'll see Jacob and Omar who are together try and push each other to do that, as Omar decides he's going to go past Jacob and see if he can set the pace coming out in the front.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Jacob was too happy with that, as he had a quick look up the inside once again on the corner exit, but I think he's just settled down again. So I don't expect this lap to be as quick, obviously, as they've been jostling for position, but they've got a pretty clear track ahead of them.
And Omar got a penalty for that, an ABC bump and pass, so that's going to be 4 positions deducted on his grid start for him. That's really unfortunate, as it's clear that he's got some really, really good pace out right now at the front of the field.
But as we saw yesterday, even if you start fourth, you can end up first by the end of the end of the first corner.
Yeah, literally.
So it doesn't necessarily mean a massive amount. And to be honest, I'd say,
Our cameraman's having a bit of a trip at the moment, just panning into our number 29, Zachary Smith, who is in P3 at the moment. So our top 3 drivers on track are all pretty close to each other at the moment.
And they've got a fair bit of clear track ahead of them at the moment. So if we're going to see some quick times, now is the time that we're going to see it. We've got just under 6 minutes left of this session remaining. So Zachary Smith sets a best session sector 2 time, purple in sector 2.
So let's see if he can get a quick enough lap here. He's about to cross the line. Does he improve? He does not, unfortunately. A really good sector 2, but not quite got the lap together, as there seems to be a bit of a yellow. Is there a yellow, or is he just slowing down, waiting for Omar and Jacob? I think he's waiting. Oh, there is a yellow. Yeah. I've just been well informed. And Zachary's going to let Omar through. He's pointing Omar through. He wants Omar at the front.
Lead.
No, they all want the slipstream. All these drivers at the front end of the field, they know that slipstream will give you a bit of an advantage, and all of them want to take advantage of it. But unfortunately, the lead car can't, of course.
No, still. Do you remember Monza a couple of years ago when nobody wanted to lead out of the pits? I think this is exactly the same situation. None of them want to be in the front. They all want the slipstream. No, come on, you, after you, no, after you. And then they've got a queue of cars now leaning behind them. So
now we've got Jacob at the front of it. I don't think he's been at the front of this queue for the whole time. So now let's see if he can do anything in the clean air.
7 seconds slower
than what they did. Bit of gamesmanship being shown early on in the day.
But you go to show just how much of a tactical mind the drivers have to think like this. You know, it's such strategic play of qualifying, as there's a contact warning for Jacob Underhill, so I'm not sure what that was about.
Oh, and there might have been a bit more contact into that hairpin by Jacob there. That was number 41. Who is that? Number 41, Ethan McNally Roberts. So I think, due to the top 3 all slowing each other down, they've actually left themselves susceptible to the pack behind, who aren't actually staying back. They're fighting them as well.
Yeah, a little bit. And to be honest, if you take out Jacob Underhill and Omar Olaf from the top positions, the rest of them are actually really, really close together, because Jacob and Omar are just, 2/10 away from everyone else. But then you've got 2/10, 3/10, 3/10, 4/10, 4/10, 4/10, 4/10, 5/10, 5/10. They're all so close together, all in that massive pack. So yeah, Jacob and Omar are sitting fairly comfortable at the moment, but with that massive pack behind them and some really quick drivers back there, I wouldn't be surprised to see that gap start to close in the final couple of minutes of this session.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing actually to note is that they set their best times on lap 3. So nobody's improved for quite a while. So I think in these last 3.5 minutes, we are due to see some time improvements, as Omar sets 2 personal best sectors, I think, and he matches, or almost matches, his best lap, but it's not able to. But we do see Ben Cave put in a 43.8 and to come within half a tenth of our leaders. So Ben's decided to come into the party and is definitely going to be challenging Omar and Jacob for that pole position. And
Zachary Smith has finally made it into the 43s after I don't even know how many laps of trying. He was stuck about less than a tenth behind the just below, sorry, the 43 margin. But yes, he's now in the 43s with a 43.968. So we now have 4 drivers all within the 43-second lap times, and so it just means that Jacob and Omar don't have it quite their own way anymore, with Ben Cape less than half a tenth behind both of them. So
Jacob's just gone quicker as you say that, though. A 43.689. It's 2/100ths off what would be an overall pole out of all the drivers. So he is definitely turning up the cooker and trying to challenge for that overall pole position for the Pre-A final.
Yes, 100%. He's really, really pushing, but I think obviously taking that, taking the front of the field there that he didn't want to do and getting some open air has helped him a little bit, as Ethan McNally-Roberts gets a black flag for a push to pass, basically.
Yeah, an ABC takeout, so that might be the end of his session as he gets a second advantage by contact penalty as well. So that is going to be quite a few places being dropped on the grid for him, unfortunately. So not the best start to the day that he would have had. As we see our top rookie as well, Ronnie Deacon, with a 43.9, which is a very, very good lap. And he's a good 3-4 tenths quicker than the next rookie. So a really good job for him in this qualifying session so far, as we come into the last minute and a half, and we're going to see if Omar or Ben has anything to say to Jacob's lap time, or if Jacob can actually take an overall pole, as we see a purple sector 1 by Omar. So this could be the lap he tries to challenge, and if this is even just slightly quicker than Jacob's lap, I just saw his sector 1 time wasn't actually too great, so it probably won't be quicker in this lap, and it was not far off his best lap though, but we can see he's definitely got the pace to challenge for that pole position as we come into the last minute of qualifying here.
Yeah, it's a shame, obviously. It's so difficult to try and be consistent throughout the entire lap, and that's what we see as Jacob Underhill gets a new fastest sector 1.
I think that's a good 10th on
I think
his
it was
last best sector 1, so this could be the lap. It'll be this lap and another lap he's got left, so one of these has to be, as he's going to come towards the end of sector 2 now. A 17.2 is about 2 tenths off the best sector 2 on the track, which was Omar's, by the way, so this could still be an improvement on Jacob's time, but he's going to really have to nail the last sector. He's got the slipstream, so we're going to see, and it's not an improvement.
Zachary Smith, though, has jumped up second place
into a 43.7.
Yeah.
This will be the last lap of the qualifying session for all of these three. They're all on track together, so we'll see if anybody, as we see, we've seen Alfie Flipson as well take the best rookie spot in P5 with another 43.9.
The three rookies together in 5th, 6th and 7th, all within a tenth of a second of each other, which is fantastic, and they're only a couple of tenths behind the fast lap.
Omar and Zachary are going side by side into the last sector. That might put a hindrance. They've gone back head to stern, so we'll see if that affects their last lap. Looking at the sectors, I don't think either of them are going to improve unless they have a really, really good last sector. Yeah, you see this shake of the head from Omar as he knows that he's probably squandered that last lap, and none of the top three improves. We'll see if anybody else improves as they cross the line for the checkered flag, and it doesn't look like anybody's setting a best lap at the moment. Jack Thompson does improve up to 8th position, but I think he might be the only improvement from that session.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking down the field, the top 17 are all within 7 tenths of a second, and there's a bit of a gap back to Teddy Mullen. So yeah, the top 17 are all so close in this session, which is a really, really good showing for later on today. So yeah, should be very, very interesting at the pointy end of all three of the groups races that we're going to see. But coming up next is the final qualifying session of the day, and that is the juniors. Alright, final qualifying session coming out now. This is the C group, which in qualifying means absolutely nothing. They've just been picked out of a hat. So it could be anybody in this session, which means potentially some really, really, really quick laps. The quickest lap, that we saw in the last one was a 40.4, I believe it was.
Yep, a 40.465, which is also the fastest lap of the day. So that is the time these juniors will be aiming to beat in order to get the overall pole position for the Pre-A final. But even if they don't beat that, that was the quickest junior lap by quite a bit. I think the second best junior qualifying lap is a 40.869. So yeah, there's still a bit of a gap there. So even if you don't beat that 40.4, you can still be in and around the top 3 or 4 drivers in that Pre-A final.
Yeah, 100%. We can see the drivers obviously at the moment just trying to find their position, trying to get into the groove and trying to work out who their alliances are going to be. See some swapping of positions, trying to get past some drivers that they don't think are quite up to where their pace wants to be. So yeah, they're going to be fighting for the first couple of laps, which you're going to see the lap time start to come down fairly soon. At the moment we're in a 43.2, but obviously we do expect these lap times to come down by a couple of seconds in the next couple of minutes. So
in a similar vein to Ryan, somebody has been cheering on Charlie France for Dan G this entire time, and I hadn't seen a Dan G on the standings, but I think I've finally found Dan in this session. It's number 61, Dan Griffin. So you've had a lot of support in this chat, Dan, so we'll be wishing you the best for this qualifying session. So that mystery is also now solved.
Indeed, as Ellis McKenzie goes takes the first person into the 41s with a 41.8. Oscar Maciuakak is just 2 tenths behind with a 42.0 at the moment.
Those times will definitely improve though, by over a second.
Indeed, yeah.
I reckon at least. So don't worry about those times so far. And this session, unlike some of our previous ones, has already started to come out a bit racy as we see a lot of warnings come through. Cone warnings, track limit warnings and curve warnings for Voiden, Kojian, Ami, Gualtieri and Josh Melling. So yeah, this one is seeming a bit more feisty as we see this massive train of about 12 carts with number 64 at the front of it. Who is that? I am trying to find out. Thomas Welshford. So he's managed to get to the front of it and is trying to pull away from it so he's not getting held up. And we are starting to see this train disperse slightly. Ever so slightly. Yeah,
a little bit, but obviously because they're still jostling for position, it does mean that their lap times aren't going quite as quick as they want them to be, as Ollie Brunel-Weil takes the quickest lap time with William Marwick in second at the moment. It's a good rookie actually, William Marwick, in second place at the moment, so that's very good. But yeah, like you say, these lap times will tumble down as soon as the drivers stop jostling about, get their head down and put these lap times in that we know they can do.
As we now see a move down the inside. I'm not sure who that was making the move, but it was a very, very nice textbook way, a textbook example of exactly how you make an overtake on this circuit. It was number 20 of Oscar Maciuakak. A very good move as he looks to get through the front of a pack so he can set a very representative time, as we see Ollie Brunel-White take the fastest time of the session so far with a 41.6. Definitely not the quickest we've seen in the session so far, so we know these drivers definitely have quite a bit of ways to go to challenge, as we see some drivers battling into the chicane and still scrapping. So the drivers haven't calmed down just yet. They're all still trying to jostle for position before they set their best ever qualifying times.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the ultimate lap so far, it's only a 41.1 at the moment.
Still half a second up on the fastest time in the session though, so we'll see if the drivers can put together, instead of just 1 or 2 sectors, a full lap, and we see a really quick lap, as we do see that with William Marwick going in with a 41.230, and now we're starting to get a bit closer to the top sessions we've seen in the other junior qualifying sessions at the moment.
Yeah, you can see there that William Marwick is he set 2 fastest sectors in Sector 1 and Sector 3. The ultimate lap time has dropped to a 41.0, but yeah, we do expect these lap times to probably tumble into the 40s for some of the quicker guys and girls. I think there was 7 people in the 40-second lap times in the last junior qualifying session. So the track is, well, the sun is out at the moment, which is
it looks very nice outside.
Yeah,
not seen that all weekend.
No, we haven't, and something that also isn't seeing that is Silverstone. But it's we're in. At the moment, weather-wise, a nice part of the country, which is thankful for these drivers. Probably not as thankful for us, because we'd like to see some wet weather racing, because it always brings up some interesting racing and interesting moves, interesting people coming towards the front. But for the time being, you know, the drivers are probably quite happy that it's not raining. A couple of them anyway. A couple of the drivers that I spoke to this morning were saying they would quite like some rain, because it does mean that they have an advantage. So, you know, rain is a great equaliser, but it doesn't look like we're going to get any today, as number 93 comes across the line. That is William Marwick.
And he's done a 41 dead now, so we're definitely starting to see those times improve, as we're getting a bit of a correction from Saloni Campioni Racing about our pronunciation of Oscar Maciuakak. Apologies for that, and hopefully we'll be able to get his name right. And also a shout out to Irish Crease, who is in P4 at the moment with a 41.6. And William Markwick is still just saw the gap a good half a second over Miles Harrison in second, as William actually does pick up a bit of a track limits warning, as he'll acknowledge that. And whilst we're on board with him, we'll talk you through a lap. So coming into turn 2, turns 1's all flat, a heavy braking zone into Billy's blind. You want to keep tight on exit into the corner, coming into the chicane, which is all flat. To get it flat, you need to hit both the curbs, which William does very well. Coming onto the back straight now, getting ready for the heavy braking zone into the hairpin, a bit more of a standard hairpin. You want to late apex in order to get the best exit possible into this double left horseshoe. Now you just need a dab of brake, you chuck the car in and you let it roam free on exit, and we're now coming up to one last flat right kick over into the top bend, which you can chuck in with a dab of brake and get straight early on the power to bring you back to the start finish rate straight for a lap of Clay Pigeon, and we'll see what time he does. He doesn't improve that time around, but he still is 4 tenths quicker than Thomas Welsford in P2, so he doesn't have to worry too much at the moment.
No, not at all. And we're not seeing a massive amount of movement at the moment. There's still a couple of penalties and warnings being flown about here, there and everywhere. One person that has got a track limit warning is your provisional poleman, William Markwick, as well at the start. He's had a track limit warning. We don't know where from, but
usually it's typically out of the hairpin or the last corner on this track, as it's quite easy to go wide there, and they do have the runoff, which you're allowed to use 2 wheels off, but having 4 wheels will give you that track limits warning. And another thing to point out about William is that he's a rookie, actually. So we've not seen any rookies take a provisional pole position in a qualifying session so far, but William might be the first person to do it.
There is a lot of rookies in this C qualifying session for the juniors. William Markwick is obviously one of them. Piers Hartley is one of them as well. He's currently in 3rd position. You've got Josh Melling in 5th. Oscar, how am I saying this properly? Mahoviak. So I do apologise about the pronunciation. I did some research and that's not how I was looking at saying it, so yeah, I do apologise about that. So yes, Oscar Mahoviak is one of them, as well as Iris Crease in 7th position, as Ellis McKenzie jumps up to 2nd with 41.2.
Only 2 tenths off William now, so we're starting to see that gap starting to being closed down a bit. William is being very consistent with another 41 dead last time out, but he hasn't been able to improve in the past couple of minutes, and drivers behind him are now starting to get a better feel for the track and the circuit and are starting to close in on his best time.
And obviously the sun's been out for a little bit of time now. At what point do the tyres start to overheat?
I do think they will tend to overheat. A few times in clay they end up overheating during a qualifying session, and so sometimes you do end up having to have a few slow laps in order to get the tyres temperatures back down, and so you can improve your times. As we see Dante Dillon, our resident kart tester, go into the hairpin, as we've been told that we've managed to nail Oscar's pronunciation now, so thank you for that correction in the chat there. Any other names we may mispronounce, we do apologise, and please let us know so we can pronounce them in the best way possible.
Yeah, we do try to do as much research as possible for the pronunciations. Obviously, sometimes you get it a little bit wrong, sometimes you'll miss one. So yeah, we do apologise. We do try.
Sometimes you research one and it doesn't tend to be the right pronunciation.
Exactly. The pronunciation I had was Macho Wiak. That's the pronunciation that I had. So yeah, so sometimes obviously you just get it wrong. As we see, Oscar as well jumping up back to 5th position with a 41.3. Charlie France.
Long message from Charlie there.
Charlie France in the chat going, Danji, let's go!
He is in P4 at the moment, only 3 tenths off our provisional poleman of William Markwick, and only a 10th off P2 in Ellis McKenzie, so he definitely can improve in this last 40 seconds. We're probably going to see the last 1 or 2 laps come in now, so can anybody challenge William Markwick on provisional pole in this session? It's going to be a hard ask, as he does put in on that lap the fastest sector 3 of anybody, so he's definitely getting a move on now, as he probably is on his last qualifying lap.
I would have thought so, but I don't think anyone's going to get that close, because we've not seen the same kind of lap times that we saw in the previous junior session, which has surprised me a little bit.
Could be due to how many rookies are in this session.
Possibly.
So it might be just not intentionally, but just by chance, a session with a lot more rookies in it than usual.
Yes, possibly. Yeah, you never know. But we'll see obviously how these drivers get on with the races a bit later on with some of the other drivers, as the checker flag does come out now. So let's see as the drivers
looking at the sector times, I don't think anybody looks to be improving massively. Ellis does put in a personal best sector 2, but his sector 1 was 2/10 off, so it's going to take a really good sector 3 to challenge. He does actually improve, but he's still only a 10th off William Markwick, so he will stay in second place. And I think William Markwick has secured a pole position in Group C, which is the first time we've had a rookie do that today. So that is very, very impressive from our number 93, and hats off to him.
Yes, 100%, obviously. And it's great to see just how competitive this field is. I mean, I know we keep harping on about this, but it is now the top 21 within a second in this session, which is absolutely fantastic. So that is all of the qualifying sessions done and dusted. All we've got now is the races, with the sun beaming down on this lovely Dorset circuit of clay pigeon, right in the very south tip of England. It should be a fantastic afternoon of racing that we can expect. But we've got a little bit of a break before then. So coming up now is our pre-recorded paddock show. We filmed this morning when it wasn't this sunny at all, when we were questioning still about the weather, which I believe there were a couple of questions about that. So you can completely go and disregard those questions because
they've been answered.
They have been answered indeed. So let's go to our previous selves of about 3 hours ago.
Back to the paddock show.
Indeed. Hello and welcome to the paddock show, and as we've already just mentioned, this isn't live, this is pre-recorded in the morning, and they've just finished the morning briefing. As you can see, all of the drivers and parents and everyone are coming off the circuit. So what we're going to do is I'm going to quick chat with some of them, try and grab some of them, and yeah, get their thoughts on the day ahead. Obviously, like I say, they haven't done any qualifying or the races yet, so they won't know what's happened that you will have already have seen. Make sense? Probably not. Let's go. Let's find someone. Yeah, no, absolutely. Right. Let's find... hello, can I just jump in here a second? So could you introduce yourself?
I'm Harvey Newton.
And is this your first time at Clay Pigeon?
No, it's actually my local track, so I race senior road tax here. So yeah, I know the track quite well.
I'm guessing you're in the A group then?
Yeah, I am.
So you're expecting a win, do you think?
Top 5. I'd be happy with top 5. My last CLUB100 races have been quite bad, so I'm hoping top 5, top 10. That's what I'm aiming for.
And let's talk about the track as it is. Obviously, it is your local track. So, what do you like about this track?
I feel like it's just fast. It's easy to learn as well, and it's quite hard to make mistakes on it, and a lot of overtaking spots. So, you know, it's quite easy to, well, get it right, do laps, and then yeah, easy to win.
And you said obviously you race senior Rotax well. What are some of the main differences between a CLUB100 kart and a senior Rotax kart?
The acceleration and top speed, like especially coming out of corners. Senior Rotax, it's like just pulls your body unless you kind of got time to react, to calm down and stuff. So yeah, I think that's the main difference.
Awesome. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you out there later then. Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, and I believe you found some people.
Yes, I have found a group of 3 drivers. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves. So what are your names?
Alfie, Ronnie, and I'm Philip.
How are you all feeling coming into today? Excited? Have you done clay pigeon before? Confident? What's the feelings?
Yes, I'm really excited, and I have been here before once in Intermax kart.
How did that go when you were here on Intermax? Enjoy the track? Do any well?
Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Good. So hopefully you should be feeling confident coming into today. What about you?
I'm feeling quite confident, but I've never been here before, but I think I'm just going to use all my experience to learn the track really quickly. So
yeah, definitely. You got the practice session beforehand, so hopefully it'll help you learn the track. Did you do any pre-race preparation before that?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I did all right. I came like 10th, so it's not bad. Yeah.
Okay, good. And what about you?
I've also been here on an Intermax, so the braking zones changed completely. So quite hard to adjust, but I think, yeah, it will be good.
You've got that practice and you've done the track before, so at least you know the way it goes around. I know any time I go to a new track, I always struggle to find which corner's which, so at least you've got that down. But all that sounds really good, so all of you should be having a good day.
Yeah, hope so. I don't know, I've had a couple of disasters.
What kind of disasters have happened?
In round 2 Shennington, I fractured my wrist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, someone span out in the hairpin. like right on the line, and I slammed into them, and my wrist like really hit the steering wheel. So yeah, that was not a pleasant experience.
Yeah, hopefully you'll have some more luck today. Thank you all for chatting to us, and good luck for today. We'll go back over to Kieran, who's found 2 more people.
Yes, absolutely. So let's walk and talk, guys, shall we? So firstly, could you introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your history racing Club 100?
Third race coming here. Went to 2 academy days. Name's Jamie Watson.
Yeah, this is also like Jamie, my first year in Club 100. I've done a bit of outdoor before this, you know. I got into Club 100 through BIKC, so yeah, it's been pretty good. I've done some northern runs as well, and that was good.
And it's your first time at Clay Pigeon as well. Like, you haven't actually driven any laps here yet. You're about to go into your first session,
No
so...
sim session as well. No sim at all. I'm just going in raw and hoping.
So what do you do? How do you prepare yourself for something like that? When you've seen, obviously, people on the track already, but you haven't driven it yourself. What are you looking out for?
Looking out for more braking markers. Definitely looking out for turn-ins. And I know that I'm quite a lot lighter than more people, so I've got to brake a tiny bit earlier than like others.
Yeah, he uses 17 kilos of ballast, so yeah.
17?
Mate, I'm done for. Yeah, 17.
Jesus Christ, that's quite a lot. Lightweight champion, absolutely. And talk to us about the series. How do you find the competition out there?
I find it great. It's really challenging, you know. It's kind of like, it's the best thing you can do without like buying your own car, you know, because it's really expensive, you know, to buy your own car and stuff. So yeah, this is really good. It's a really accessible way to get into karting and stuff. It's just really good, you know, go to a lot of decent tracks, and yeah, it's great. People are great.
How about you?
I think it's perfect. It gets people into owner karting. It's a big step up from rental karting. Still is technically rental karting, but just the highest level, really. It's a fun thing to do. Quite affordable for like people. It's amazing.
All right, perfect. Well, good luck today, guys, and we hope to see you up there.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. I believe Aaron's found some people. Adam, sorry. There you go.
Yeah, I'll definitely grab it out. Actually, I'll grab you just straight after. I've just been told Freya over here has been to the Downing Street celebrations. We're just going to ask you about that. How was that? Talk to us about it.
It was really good. I met loads of famous people, and yeah, that's just it. I just saw loads of famous people, and it just felt so cool just to be in the back garden of 10 Downing Street.
Yeah, that sounds really exciting. Did you have a favourite moment of the day that you had?
Yeah, I really loved it when I met Sir Jackie Stewart. It was so good just to have a nice chat to a really big legend like him.
Yeah, he's an absolute legend of Formula 1. 3 world titles. Did he give you any advice about today when you're racing today at Clay?
No, but he asked, have you got a manager, which was really funny there. So.
Class your manager is your dad watching you over here.
Yeah.
Coming into today then, how are you feeling? What are your thoughts going into today? Have you done Clay before? Is this your first time here?
I did the Friday testing, but this is my first time here other than that.
How did Friday testing go? How did you find the track? Enjoy it? What were your thoughts?
I'm really enjoying the track right now, and Friday testing, I had battles in both, so I didn't really learn the track, but the pre-event testing was very good. I just learned the track and I came second, so I was really happy about that.
Oh, and you've got a little visitor with you as well, with JV. But second's really good, a really good base for you to build on. And you've had some racing, so you've had some racecraft experience as well. So should be really excited and see you hopefully towards the sharp end of the grid.
Oh yeah, I'm really hoping to get at the top of the end of the A Final today. I think it's possible with my quali, and so I'm just hoping that it all goes well in my quali, and I'm going to push hard in my quali. So.
Definitely. Well, we'll be cheering on you for you as well. And sounds like you're in a great position. So good luck with that. And thank you for speaking to us. And we'll try and find Kieran over here. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, I've got Guy Baxter over here. Let's have a quick chat with him. He's obviously just preparing for the first qualifying session. So, Guy, obviously first qualifying here. Have you been to Clay Pigeon before?
No, I haven't.
Have you driven here yet?
Yes, I've done one pre-event test.
And how are you finding the track so far?
I'm finding it's quite a fast track, and but it can be quite technical.
Is it a track that you enjoy?
Yes, I quite enjoy it, yeah.
And did you manage to catch the stream yesterday?
No, I didn't. I was in school, so I couldn't.
So what sort of things are you expecting in terms of the racing? Obviously, have you picked out some of the opportunities to overtake and some of the opportunities where you're going to need to really defend?
I think there's going to be quite a lot of opportunities to overtake, especially if you get the slipstream, and to defend is probably a few corners are going to be quite easy to defend on.
So you're expecting some good racing then?
Yes, I am.
And where can we expect you to place during the final, do you think?
I reckon probably near the top of the C final, bottom of the Bs.
Well, hopefully we can see you promote into the Bs then. Good luck for the day. And I'm guessing your dad, let's have a quick word with you. So how is his racing going so far?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's his first season. Yeah, he did one race last season, but he's doing all right. Yeah, no, he's enjoying it. That's the main thing.
And talk to us about the championship. Obviously, it's there's nothing quite like this in the UK. How have you found the Club 100 experience?
It's really good. It's well organised. That's the main thing. Yeah, no, it's a really good introduction to karting, and it takes you beyond just an introduction actually. So it's really good. Yeah, we're really enjoying it.
And how did you come to find it?
He found it on YouTube actually. Yeah, he sort of races at Rye House, and so he was fiddling around on YouTube, and he found it on YouTube actually, and said, "Oh, you can, pay and play sort of thing," and we went along. Yeah, it was good.
And how long has he been doing it?
He did one race last season, and then we've been doing every race this season. Yeah, so no, it's really good.
Yeah, no, good. Well, hopefully, obviously, we can see some good results today and this year.
Yep, hopefully.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so let's find Adam. He's run all the way back there, so not sure. You found someone? Yes, I believe you have. Right, let's. Herbie, sorry, you've got some carts to jump over. Here you go.
Sorry, I've been going a bit far away, but I'm here with one of the parents here, and your son's in their first season. How have they been getting on so far?
Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Been struggling slightly with the racecraft. They're kind of fast sometimes in qualifying, but then going backwards a bit in the race. But so he's just learning his craft. So.
Yeah, definitely, and that does take some time, and hopefully, if we can speak over the cart, we'll get some experience. How have you found the championship overall from an organisational perspective as a parent? What are your thoughts with the championship? Obviously, your son enjoys the racing, but what are your specific thoughts?
I mean, I think organisationally, it's really good. It seems really professional. Everything's organised. Everything tends to run to time. You can always have issues with the marshalling. I mean, everyone always has issues, I suspect. But yeah, no, generally, it's excellent. It's excellent. It's been a real eye-opener as to kind of how it works. So.
That's great. I'm glad you're hearing to enjoy it. Would you consider having him on again next season, or is he considering?
I think so, definitely. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you for that, and hopefully it's as well today.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Cheerio. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Going over to Kieran now. He's found another two people.
Yes, indeed. We're just talking about you guys haven't been to clay pigeon before, so bit of a tough learning curve. How are you finding the whole Club 100 experience so far?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's just really kind of just watching videos and learning the tracks before you go there, because most of the tracks I haven't been to. So yeah, that's basically all I do, and then when I go there I just try to adapt as quick as I can.
Yeah, definitely trying to adapt as quick as you can. Watching videos online as well really helps, especially Wolmid as well. He's a great driver, just trying to put in the practice as you can. Because I've never been here before, just trying to watch drivers as well in the pre-event can really help us.
And what sort of things do you have to pick out when you're watching these videos? What are the things that you're kind of going, right, that's I'm going to need to remember?
It's mainly just braking points and the main lines they're taking and how their driving style is, because for each track, even though it's the same karts you're driving, for each track the driving style is just slightly different, so that's what you have to adapt each time you go to a different track. Yeah.
Definitely watching two different conditions as well would really help. Change of surface as well, looking at where they turn and where they brake, definitely gives you the upper hand. Yeah.
100%. And speaking of changing conditions, there was forecast a little bit of rain later on, but it looks like it may hold out. Is that what you're expecting, a dry race today?
Yeah, hopefully it does stay dry, because I would not want to learn two tracks at the same time, basically. When we was here, it was raining a bit. Luckily it stopped though. The sun's out, so it should be good. Yeah.
I don't really mind if it rains, because I was at Wilton Academy days. It was really heavy over there. So I definitely wouldn't mind, but if it stays dry, that would be ideal.
Absolutely. And where do you think you're going to be placing? What's your aim for the day?
In Shenington, my first time out, I finished 6th in the B Final from starting like 19th. So, I mean, hopefully today I get in the B Final. If I'm in the C Final, I'd preferably like to win it. If I'm in the B Final, I want to finish like top 10, top 15 at least.
Yeah, definitely trying to aim high for the B Final. I've just been in the C Final recently, and it's just not where I want to be. Top 5 in the B Final would really meet my expectations.
So we expect to see you on track somewhat together then?
Yeah, we're in the same group for qualifying and practice.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right, well, look forward to seeing it then. Good luck, guys. And cheers. And I believe you found someone.
Yeah, I found two more people to interview. Do you want to introduce yourselves to the cameras?
My name is Sameh Desi.
And I'm William Robinson.
William Robinson. How are you feeling coming into today towards clay? I believe, after speaking to you a bit off camera, it's your first time here, but you've had a bit of experience, so we'll ask about that. How are you feeling?
Excited.
Excited. Great word to say. What about you?
I'm excited but nervous as well because it's my first time with doing a live race.
In a live race, so you said you've been here a few times before, so have you been doing testing?
Yeah, there's a few races.
Okay. How you feel? What are your expectations going into today? Do you have any aims or objectives that you kind of want to get out of today racing?
I'd like to finish P on the podium for the A Final and qualify 8th or higher, so I get a good chance at the start of the race.
Yeah, from P8 you'll be able to do quite a lot from there, and a podium for the A Final, that'll be good. A nice trophy to take home as well, so hopefully you'll be able to achieve that. What about you? Do you have any expectations or aims that you want to have for today?
In qualifying, I want to finish P4 or 3, and then in the race I will have a better chance of podium.
Definitely. Some really good aims from both of you. Hopefully you'll get on really well, and good luck to both of you. Thank you. We'll see if we can find Kieran, which... I'm actually a bit lost now. Where's Kieran? It's turned into a bit of a Where's Wally. Where's Kieran at the moment? Where is Kieran? I mean, whilst we are looking for my co-start, we can have at least a nice look on circuit with all these drivers. And I found him. If the cameraman wants to follow me, we found Kieran.
The drivers are all a little bit nervous. They're not wanting to talk to us at the moment because, yeah, they're obviously just getting ready for their qualifying, well, their practice sessions and then qualifying sessions. So with a load of these drivers, it's their first time going out onto track. So it just means that, you know, there's a lot obviously to think about, a lot to prepare for. So that they're a bit nervous, they're a little bit sort of apprehensive, and they want to kind of stay in the zone. And it means that they don't want to talk to us, unfortunately. But I think we're about 20 minutes anyway, give or take. So exactly, works about perfectly. So yeah, I think we're going to head back over to the racing now. We're getting into the racing now, I believe.
Yeah,
so it'll be
getting into the pre-finals, which we'll be commentating. We're actually going to be getting into the qualifying session from our end, but you'll be in the future looking forward into those finals. And so for us, it's back to the studio.
Make sense? Hello and welcome back for an afternoon packed of racing. And first up, we have the cadets, the Pre-C Final. So the qualifying positions have been worked out, and you've got the fastest in the Group A, the slowest in the Group C, and obviously two of the people at the top of the Group C final positions, so the pre-final positions, will move up into the B Pre-Final. Does that make sense?
To me, it does. Hopefully it'll make more sense as we go along, but the main thing to think about is the fact that your top two drivers from your C and B pre-finals, and then your C and B actual finals, will be promoted into the next final, and so those two positions will be the most coveted on track, as it'll allow you to have a bit more track time, as you'll be able to go into a different final, and maybe, just maybe, we might see somebody go all the way from the C final after having an unfortunate qualifying session all the way up into the A final. We had some people get close yesterday, getting from the C to the B and getting towards the top of the B, but just not being able to make it into that A final in those top two spots. So we'll see how that ends up going today. We're just about to go out soon for the Pre-C Final for the cadets, in which these will be the drivers who performed the least best, we'll say, from all our drivers in the Cadet 3 group qualifying sessions, and they will have an 11-minute final to battle out for those top two positions in order to have a chance to be promoted up into the Pre-B Final. And it should be a really good afternoon of racing, similar to what we had yesterday. Yesterday, I would say, from every pre-final and every actual final, every single race had the top 2 or 3 drivers battling out throughout the entirety of the session, and we're having people wave and say hello into the live chat, hello to F1 and more, and yeah, we shouldn't be too far away from hearing the whistle blow, which will indicate the karts to get their engines on and go out onto circuit. As you can see in the background of the current shot, John Patterson, the photographer, who takes photos of all our drivers very professionally, I might add, in the karts, in order to give all our drivers and families a bit of a memento for their racing here today. And we're also seeing some marshals get into position, so they'll be ready to adjudicate any incidents on track and give out any flags in order to make the racing as safe and as fair as possible. And just looking outside my comms window, I can see most drivers starting to get into their cars. There's 1 or 2 that still need to hop in, but we should be almost ready and good to go. So yeah, really excited for what we have in store today, as we are just switching back and forth. Russ Parrott, hello Alpha Live, sorry to miss you in Dorset today. No problem, Russ. Thank you for joining into the stream, and I hope you're enjoying it. And we also have EA Racing League joining us in the chat as well. No racing, obviously, at the moment, as we see one of the marshals giving a two big thumbs up. Hopefully, that is a good sign that we might have the drivers out on circuit soon enough for our first pre-final of the day. Whilst this is going on, we can see the sunny blue skies out here in Dorchester, and Maisie in chat saying everyone did well today, and I definitely will say that. I think in our practice and qualifying sessions we had not many penalties at all. A few sessions with absolutely no penalties, and maybe just 1 or 2 warnings, showing that every driver on track seems to be racing with respect and treating each other very fairly, which is very impressive for every driver, cadet and junior, out here today. And also worth noting that the times were really quick today. I think some of them even quicker than yesterday's time, so just showing how quick and how big of a skill gap there is today with our drivers out on circuit. I hear a car going on track. That might be our pusher car, Elliot Hull, as you can see him come into screen at turn 1 and 2. And we are about to go through the grids for our Pre-C Final. So, starting on pole, we have Freddie Thompson, Oscar Bradley in P2 with Elena Santosh in P3, along with Sammy Desi in P4. Then we have Sarah Telford in P5 with Adam Telford. Wonder if there's a relation there back on the third row in P6 with Frankie Charles Jones in P7, Xander Cameron in P8. We then have Ralph Broderick in P9 and Chloe Van Beneden rounding out your top 10. Looking down into the 6th row of the grid, we've got Logan Facker and Teddy Mullen in P12. Then in row 7, we've got Barnaby Rolfe and Zahi Larder in P14. Going on to the back rows of row 8, Guy Baxter and Mahi Maru. And row 9, we've got Murphy Hogarth and in P18, Freddie Adams Feather. Looking into row 10 and row 11, our back rows of the grid, we've got Teddy Morton in P19, Jack Thompson in P20, and rounding out our grid, we've got Ethan McNally Roberts in P21.
Absolutely, there's a lot of talent obviously on these grids, and we can, like we saw yesterday, we can fully expect to see action up and down every single race that we've got today. We've got 12 races in total. We've got 6 pre-finals and 6 finals. Same format as yesterday, the pre-C, pre-B, pre-A, and then the A final. The C final, A final, B final, and A final to end the day later on today. So, yes, obviously it gives a good chance for people to be able to work their way up, and yeah, hopefully we can get some good races out today. We've also got Idler Formula 1 asking when is the A final. Well, it'll probably be about the time that Formula 1 finishes later on today.
Yeah, just about 4:30, maybe a little close to 5 p.m-ish for our Ultimate A Final. There is, of course, a Pre-A Final before that, which will be taking place after all these other pre-finals. I reckon that might be around 3:30, maybe 4-ish.
Give or take, yeah. I mean, but yeah, both the A finals will be around that time that F1 is finishing. So you can watch the Formula 1 race, don't worry. But we recommend that you stay with us because I can guarantee there's going to be more overtaking here.
Yeah, that is a definite for sure. You might see more overtaking. You may even see some more incidents. And you will see some of the very best cadet and junior karting across the UK at this Club 100 event in Clay Pigeon. We're seeing all the drivers coming up to the grid now. We probably won't be going this time around, as I think there's still a few drivers warming up their karts at the back of the grid, so they need to join. I see a hand going up. I wonder if that is just to say that we're going back around again. We're going to just wait for that hand gesture from the drivers now, which we've not seen, so I don't think, like I've said, that will be going right now. Number 41 of Ethan McNally Roberts. And yeah, there we go. We're seeing them pointing around to go again. But I don't think every driver got the memo. So we've seen number 92, Freddie Thompson, go off from pole position, but unfortunately, he's gone off at a time when we are not starting the race. That might cause a bit more of a delay. As I see a driver go off circuit there, he doesn't need to be racing right now. We're still, it's been called a false start. I'm not sure the start ever actually happened, but Freddie Thompson seemed to think so as he got off from pole, but we'll re-grid and try that again.
Indeed, we are running a little bit behind time, so we're about 15 minutes-ish, give or take, behind where we should be at the moment. So that obviously won't help catching up the time, but yeah, obviously not a massive delay at all. They've just got to go around. We did see that yesterday, happened once as well. It's quite difficult, obviously, if you're in the middle of the pack to see all of the hand gestures that are going on, and so sometimes they can be missed. But as we can see, they've gridded up again. Let's see if we're going racing this time around. Does I see one straggler?
I think I just saw one straggler. It could either be the kart tester. Well, the push kart is going away, so we are going to get a start here. Freddie Thompson will lead us from pole position, and let's see if he gets a good start. He really does. The anti-pole side of the grid with Oscar Bradley at the front of it seemed to get caught out there, and they have been shuffled down a bit. I think that was Elena Santos trying to make a move for the lead going into the chicane, and I think she's managed to make that work, and I believe she's in the lead, yes. Following from Oscar Bradley in second place. Unsure who is in P3, but those top two drivers have managed to pull away quite a bit of a gap already, maybe even upwards of a second so far. So that's a really good start from them both into this C final.
It's quite interesting because Oscar actually had quite a difficult get off the line. He didn't get off the line very well at all compared to Freddie Thompson.
Mahimara as well, breaking formation penalty.
So where Mahimara was down in 12th position, so yeah, right in the middle of the pack. So yeah, we obviously couldn't quite see that from what we were looking at. But yeah, Elena is currently in P1 with Oscar right on the back, and then Sarah Telford also in the top 3.
Sarah and Adam, I wonder if they're brother and sister, or if they must have some relation.
Yeah, they must do. Yeah, and then Freddie Thompson obviously dropped from 1st down to 5th in that lap. So Freddie's obviously going to want to try and get his way back up towards the top positions. Just a reminder as well, obviously the top 2 in this race go up towards the Pre-B Final that we will see. Not the next race on the stream, but the one after that, because the next race on the stream is obviously the juniors. So, but the next cadet race, they will be in that, whoever finishes in the top 2. You see a couple of movements as well. Jack Thompson moves up into 5th position.
From Freddie Thompson as well. We've got 2... oh no, there's Tom with a P, Thompson without a P, so maybe they aren't related. But Elena's really pushing at the moment as we see a move for 2nd place, and that is Sarah Telford on Oscar Bradley. And alongside that, we've got, I think Jack Thompson was trying to get himself in there as well, but he's been pushed out wide into the horseshoe. But that is really good for Sarah, and she's now going to be looking forward to Elena at the front of the grid, and you can already see she's looking to close in. And we'll see if Adam, who we believe is Sarah's brother, see if he can get to the back of her as well. He's currently been pushed down into P6, so currently not doing as well in that brother-sister battle. As we see, back down the inside goes Oscar Bradley. He's going to take the position back, but unfortunately he's going to incur a penalty, an ABC bump and pass. And that is going to diminish all of his promotion hopes as he takes a +4 position penalty.
Yeah, we saw somebody go off in the background as well after this front group. So let's count them through. So we've got Elena, we've got Oscar in 2nd, Sarah is in 3rd, Jack Thompson is in number 65. Is he still there? Let's have a look as they come across the line.
I think I saw Jack. I'm trying to find Adam. It could be Adam Telford. I'm still
Someone
unsure.
from this top group.
No, I can see him at the back of this group.
So let's see as they come across the line. So it's Elena, Oscar, Jack Thompson, Jack, Sarah, Adam,
it's Freddie Thompson. It's Freddie Thompson.
Oh,
that
that's
is
such a
really
shame
unfortunate.
from our pole man.
I know, that is really unfortunate for him. And yeah, it happens in racing sometimes. Things just don't go your way.
It looked like it might have been self-inflicted, like because he went in backwards.
He's got a penalty as well for an unsafe release. Oh, when it rains, it pours for you.
Yeah.
As we're about to see a move for the lead, Elena was looking to defend that, and she has done. Who is that in P2, which we're going to see as they go across the last corner now?
I think it's Jack Thompson.
I think it is Jack Thompson.
Elena still?
No, Elena's in the lead. We know Elena's in the lead with the orange helmet.
Yes.
It is Jack Thompson in P2, and he is all over the back of Elena, and he's going to go for it into Billy's blind, down the inside, a bit of contact there, and it might allow Oscar Bradley through, but no, he's round! Oscar Bradley is round! He was looking for the cutback, and he seems to have spun round, so he's out. We've had 2 of our leaders out in the first 2 laps, or in the last couple of laps of this race.
Up the inside goes Jack Thompson, though, for the lead of the race. So now Elena is back down to 2nd. So yeah, Oscar, not a great couple of laps there, unfortunately, dropping down and then having that spin. Didn't quite see, because it's just off the left-hand side of our camera. Yeah, it's quite difficult to see what happened there. Contact warning for Oscar as well. So maybe he just had to, he just touched someone on the inside of the corner there, and that just aided his spin around on the inside. So yeah, a bit of a shame there for Oscar. Hopefully he can make up some ground and potentially get back up towards the front end of this field. You can see there that Jack Thompson is, now that he's in the lead
really
in clean
stretching
air,
his legs
he
out,
is
yeah.
really starting to pull a gap towards back towards Elena, Santosh in 2nd place. Elena is still trying to defend from Sarah and Adam right behind her. So potentially this is going to be a real battle for that 2nd promotion spot.
I mean, she might be having to battle against 2 drivers working together here, so if Sarah and Adam are brother and sister, there's much more of a chance that they'll be pushing each other along, trying to get past Elena. But meanwhile, Jack Thompson, with that gap, he's looking to secure that B Final or pre-B Final spot, and with a 44 dead, 3/10 quicker that time around than any of the leaders, I think he's well on his way to securing that promotion to the pre-B Final.
I think so, but also what might be helping Elena here is the fact that Sarah and Adam, if they are in fact siblings, having a bit of sibling rivalry, have been battling a little bit. But as I say that, I think Sarah's managed to break free of Adam's
pulled
hold.
a bit of a gap,
Yeah.
and now is closer to Elena than she is to Adam, as Elena actually gets a contact warning for that lap. Maybe a bit of defending might have caused a bit of rowing, which has caused that contact warning. But needs to be careful. Any penalty, barring a cone penalty, will be enough to knock you out of the promotion spots of the top two. You need to race squeaky clean.
It is 100%, and you can see there just one slight mistake, and Adam is right onto the back of Sarah.
Oh, and Adam's going down the inside of Sarah. Never mind, siblings are not going to work together here. They are both in it for themselves, and they do realise if Jack Thompson goes off ahead, only one of them can get promoted to the Pre-B Final. So who is it going to be between Sarah and Adam? Well, if they keep fighting, it'll be Elena, it'll be neither of them.
Yeah, Elena's already started to build a gap. She's seen this is happening and just keeping her head down, keeping exactly what she needs to be doing, and is just driving away from her at the moment. So if they continue to do this, and Oscar Bradley gets another penalty. That's,
ABC ×2. I mean, it's just not been the best race for him.
Yeah, fighting his way back through the field, I'm guessing, you know, it's quite difficult to keep out the way of everyone. So, yeah, Adam does get past Sarah now. So now it's Adam's turn to go after Elena. So here we go. We've got 4 minutes left of this race, and you can see Adam just looks very comfortable.
He's only a couple car lengths behind Elena. He's going to be attacking her soon, so it's going to be a long 4 minutes for Elena.
He's already there. He is looking. He does not want to see the back of Elena anymore.
Go slightly defensive, semi-defensive, not all the way down to the inside. Doesn't want to completely kill her run out of the horseshoe. Oh, but Adam's going to look to the inside of this right kink. Is he going to make the move stick? No, but he's going to try it into the last corner, down the inside, and I think he's made the move work. We're going to see as they cross the line,
yes,
he is ahead. So it's now Adam Telford from Elena to Sarah Telford.
Yeah, great overtaking there, and he just left just enough room, and as I should say Elena as well, they both left each other just enough racing room. Now the thing is, 3 minutes, 2.5 second gap. It's not impossible, but it's a tall order. But Adam looks very, very, very comfortable in his position at the moment. So,
Elena goes a bit wide. Is Sarah now going to be able to make a move from that mistake? So, Elena's in a bit of a Telford sandwich at the moment, with Adam being one side of the bread and Sarah being the other. So we'll see how she deals with that. She's been able to stick with Adam so far. Still 3 minutes to go in order to make a move for that P2 spot, which is very coveted, as we can remember. That will be your last promotion spot, and the chat are liking the sibling rivalry going on here.
The gap's gone up.
Yeah, to 2.9 seconds. I think Jack Thompson is pretty set in his P1, barring any penalties in these last 2 minutes. But here we go. Elena is right on the back of Adam. She's definitely within overtaking territory now. Sarah just hanging back a bit, and maybe she's thinking tactically. Maybe she thinks if these two fight each other, she'll be able to go down the inside of both of them if they force each other wide. So maybe a bit of a tactical play from Sarah here. She might know what her brother's like in terms of defending as well. You never know.
100%, and I think that's the exact perfect distance as well to keep behind, because if they do start battling, you don't want to be right on the back of them, because the chances are you might get involved in it yourself. Exactly.
Oh, so I think Elena looked down the inside, and she is going down the inside. Good move. She's going to hold it into the chicane, and now she is back into second place. So she's now the promotee. And now look at Sarah. She's looking down the inside of her brother Adam. No, she's going to stick behind him for now. Still going to play it tactically. Still not wanting to get involved at the moment, as we see blue flags for one of our rear runners, Teddy Mullen. So hopefully he gets out the way and does not interrupt what is a really good battle for the last promotion spot with 1.5 minutes to go. Is that another driver on the back?
Elena's got his penalty.
Elena's got a penalty for an ABC bump and pass.
So now it is between the siblings.
It's between the siblings, so is it going to be Adam or Sarah that does it? I wonder if they know Elena's number so that they know that she's got the penalty though.
To be honest, from Adam's body language, he looks so fixated on Elena that he probably hasn't even seen the fact that she's then got a penalty.
No, so he might be attacking here.
Yeah.
And that might bring Sarah back into play. But all Sarah needs to actually do is overtake Adam. She can ignore Elena.
Yeah, and the thing is, obviously, if she's seen that, she will know that, okay, she doesn't need to pick up the pieces, she just needs to get in front of Adam. So proper sibling rivalry going on here as we go into the final lap, I'm guessing, because it's got 30
No, I think Jack, it is the last lap.
Yeah, it is the last lap.
30 seconds ago, I thought Jack had already crossed the line.
So here we go then. So Elena is still in the lead, but obviously she cannot be promoted now due to that unfortunate penalty. So
Adam didn't make a move into Billy's though. Maybe he does know. We're going to find out. We're going to see what he does going into this hairpin, which is probably one of the last overtaking zones. He's got his head tucked down. Maybe he doesn't know. He's looking for it. He's going to send it. No, he backs out of it.
He had a look, but
that was actually the best thing for him to back out of it.
Sarah's dropped back a little bit. She's not quite as close to her brother as she once was. So I think possibly, barring any incidents, Adam is going to have
But is he going to look for it into the last corner? He is really looking at Elena's rear, but he's going to go for it into the last corner. And he backs out of it last second as we see Jack Thompson over the line celebrating a very well-deserved pre-C final victory. A victory which is 5 seconds the gap. So that is really impressive from him. Elena Santos in P2, but with the penalty is going to be Adam Telford taking the victory in the sibling rivalry over Sarah and getting promoted into that pre-B final.
Yeah, I've also spotted as well, Jack Thompson, his best lap was a 43.7, which is quicker than most of the qualifying times in the cadets.
That is very impressive.
Very impressive in a race.
That is, in terms of fastest lap, nobody else got in the 43s. The second fastest lap was a 44.226. So he is almost half a second quicker than anybody else out in the field, and he's definitely going to be one to watch in that pre-B final. Could we see Jack Thompson today go from the pre-C final all the way to the pre-A final? That would be very interesting to see.
That would be really good. Also, one quick mention before we move on. Saloni Camponi Racing has mentioned that Ethan McCanley-Roberts has moved up 16 positions, so fantastic position there for Ethan. Anyway, coming up next though, we have the pre-C final of the juniors. Alright, so juniors out for their first race of the day. This is the pre-C final. So let's go through the grid. On row 1 we've got Leo Jackson and Imogen Owen, William Harvey and Jasmine Richardson, and row 3 we've got Hooray Husnu and Ethan Miles.
Looking on row 4 we've got Monica Bolton Ramos and Voyden Kodjayan in P8. Then on row 5 we've got Liam Weatherall and Kai Ferner rounding out your top 10. Then looking to row 6 we've got Harry Thompson in P11 and Max Miller in P12.
Row 7, Oliver Yango and Caden Ward, Caden Serville and Tyler May, Elliot Spencer and Charlie Bradburn.
Looking into the 10th row of the grid, we've got Milo Stewart and Ami Gualtieri rounding out your top 20. In row 11, we've got Quinton Vazor and Gabriel Di Mattea. And in row 12, we've got Thomas Wardley and Sienna Chappell in P24.
Then Curtis Dwayne and Luke Cherrington on row 13. Row 14, rounding at the back of the grid, is Megan Earing. So, as you can see there, Elliot has collected all of the carts in his pace cart, and they're coming round at the final couple of corners now. They look fairly composed. So
yeah, this could be the lap we go.
There is a straddler a bit further back, but we may be going anyway.
It could be a kart tester. I think last time in the cadets it was a kart tester, so that could be a bit of a red herring. I think our pusher cart is pulling away, so we're going to be going here with Leo Jackson in pole, with Imogen Owen on the outside of the grid, and I think that is actually a racer, so somebody's been left out there, but we're going to go here. Leo Jackson leads us into turn 2, into Billy's blind. There's a lot of loading there, and he's going to lose the lead because of it. They're going to go 3 wide into the chicane, and there's a driver spinning off as well. But we've got yellow flags out. We've not seen a false start being called, and it's going to be your number 62 of William Harvey leading us into the race. And there's 2 drivers off. Who's on the hairpin? And there's another spinner. It's not been the cleanest getaways for our junior super lightweight pre-C final.
Not at all. And the thing is, obviously, when there's this many cars, there's a 27 strong grid as we've got a full course yellow now coming out. So everyone is being told to slow down, just compose themselves, and don't overtake anyone for the time being. Yeah, so that was a bit of a hectic first lap with everyone kind of trying to find and vying for the same spot on the grid, on the track. So yeah, quite tricky for everyone to get through. But for the top 10 at the moment, we've got William Harvey, Hooray Husnu, Leo Jackson, Liam Weatherall, Imogen Owen, Jasmine Richardson, Monica Bolton Ramos, Oliver Yangyo, and Caden Ward and Charlie Bradburn. So yeah, moved a little bit around, but William Harvey currently leading the first, currently leading the grid around. But yeah, see, there's a couple of people just off here and there. It's, yeah, obviously we don't like to see contact, but it happens, especially in a grid like that. You know, there's 27 people. I saw carts 4 wide at some point, so it happens.
Yeah, very hectic to say the least. But if you're William Harvey right now, you are probably slightly celebrating under your visor. You're currently in P1. There's a full course yellow out, meaning that time from the race is going to be taken. Although we look like we're going to be going green now. So we'll see how the super lightweights go through this start, if it's going to be any cleaner, which we definitely hope so. Hope to see less loading, hope to see less carts off, and we're going to be getting underway as William Harvey leads us into Billy's blind. I think he's going to keep that lead with Hooray Hunsu just behind going into the chicane, and Leo Jackson, our pole man, in P3 just behind. And Williams already got a bit of a gap out in front. He doesn't need to go defensive. We see Hooray go defensive, and Leo, ooh, he was going to look to the inside, but he's got somebody on his own inside. I think that's Liam Weatherall trying to make a move on him.
I think it is, yeah. William has just seen that they've started battling right behind him, and he's just pulled out a gap straight away. Hooray, yeah, Husnu is just trying to defend against Leo Jackson, who's also trying to defend against Liam Weatherall, but he's also trying to attack against Hooray Husnu. So a lot going on right behind at the top front of the top of the grid at the moment. There's also a fair bit of action going on a bit further behind in the massive queue that's currently coming across the line.
Oh, I think Leo Jackson either got a bit wider. He's looking around the outside of Hooray. He's looking really racy, and he was our pole man, so we know he's got the pace to be at the front of this grid, and he is looking to make moves now. And I think he's going to go around the outside of Hooray into the hairpin. It's not going to exactly work out, so he's going to have to slot in behind. Is he going to look for it in the horseshoe? No, he's going to stick behind for now. Oh no, he's tried it. He's gone down the inside and he's managed to make the move stick. He's now up into P2, and he's going to be trying to chase down what is probably just over a second gap down to William Harvey now in the lead.
That was a brilliant move there from Leo Jackson. He just found a little bit of a gap that there was on the inside of Ray Husnu and just made it stick coming through that left-hander. So very good driving there. The yellow flag has come out for something else has happened.
There's been an ABC
track.
takeout by Charlie Bradburn, so who's got a penalty for it, so that could be the reason for the yellow flag. I'm assuming it might have happened towards the back end of the circuit.
Yeah, we'll follow the carts around and see if we can spot anyone. And so I can't see anyone stationary just yet, and the yellow flag has come in.
We can see the gap as well that Leo's just been able to pull out in just over a lap. So William Harvey, who had a 1.7 second lead, I reckon that's going to come down here, and we could potentially see Leo Jackson close in on William Harvey throughout this Pre-C final and see if he's got the pace to win this race. But currently, it's still currently a couple tenths slower than William, but we'll see now in one of his first laps in full clean air if he can keep the pace with William out in front.
Yeah, it will be interesting. He's got plenty of time to catch. 2 seconds, well, less than 2 seconds, and just under 7 minutes. So it's definitely doable. A couple of attempts a lap, and you'll gain that in no time. And obviously, once you're in within a second, you'll start to feel the effects of the slipstream. Obviously, once you're in about 6/10 of the point, that's when it gets really, really strong. But you'll probably start to at least gain a little bit of advantage from about a second away. So it's yeah, it's quite good. But then a bit further behind, we've got Ray Husnu trying to defend still against Liam Weatherall, who's probably sick of the sight of that 1-2-1 cart, I'm guessing. Oh, no, sorry, it's Liam Weatherall and Imogen Owen, I think, are fighting.
Yeah, I mean, they're all fighting, to be fair. And look at this train of 3 we've got now. Oh, and there goes a move. The 110 goes down the inside
Jasmine
of the 119.
Richardson.
Yeah, Jasmine Richardson on Monica Bolton Ramos. And she has made that move forward, and now she's pointing forward saying, listen, we can't get promoted if we're in the top 7, which is where they are now. Let's push forward, let's push on, and let's try and catch up to the trains ahead, so maybe we could catch up to our top 2.
Oh, bit of contact.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of contact, a lot of drivers off. This has definitely been quite a scrappy race so far, and we're only a few minutes into it.
I wouldn't be surprised if JV and the CLUB100 crew pulls the juniors aside before their next race and go, look, we want to keep it nice and clean. We want clean, fair, but hard-fought racing. You know, we don't want anybody going off. We don't want...
Oh, we're going to see a move here as well. Sorry, going into Billy's blind. Oh, never mind. The number 31 backs out of it. Who is that? That was Quinton Vazor. But you are right. I think JV might be having a bit of a chat to the rest of the drivers. And it is, to be fair, worth mentioning, this is the Pre-C final. So the C finals, you do tend to have less experienced drivers, maybe some of their first few rounds, so they're still getting used to the cars, and sometimes it may just make a few slight lapses in judgment, and there might be a bit of contact, and so you see the result, which is a bit of a scrappy race like this.
I think it's also worth mentioning as well that they've got a lot to think about, even just driving these karts on the limit around a track like this. And so when you've also then got to try and think about the fact that there's 26 other karts around you, it's an awful lot to try and think about, while you're also trying to get the kart to go as fast as it can go and you can go with it. So yeah, a few of these drivers that we've spoken to today, this is their first time at this track. It's their first year racing. You know, there's quite a few rookies on this grid. So yeah, it's difficult for some of these drivers to try and get up to speed and do it in a clean way as well. So I think it's definitely to an extent of it's a steep learning curve. And so, like you say, in the C final and in the Class B, we expect to see a little bit more scrappiness than towards the front.
Yeah, as you were saying that, we did see some scraps down the inside on the last corner. I think that was Caden Serville making a move on Quinton Mazur and manages to get a bit of a contact warning as a result of it. Looking onto this battle now, I believe it's Kai Ferner down in P9 and Milo Stewart in PA battling each other for that top 8 spot, and now it's turning into a bit of a train of 4 with Milo at the front of it, trying to hold a hard and steady defence of all the drivers behind. And we'll see what Kai Ferner is able to do. He's going to look into the last corner, but he's not going to be able to make the move. As we see Leo Jackson now start to put the screws on William Harvey. That gap has come down the last few laps. It's now only 1.5 seconds as he put in one of the fastest laps of the race of a 41.3, 3/10 on William Harvey. But Caden Ward in P5 at 41.1, which is 2.5 tenths faster than anybody else out on circuit. So he's also trying to pick up the pace in order to catch up to Liam Weatherall at the moment.
Yeah, so we're seeing the battle here, I believe, for 9th place as up the inside
goes Milo Stewart.
Is that Milo Stewart? Was
yeah,
that?
And Kai Ferner. And Kai Ferner has actually picked up a penalty of an ABC takeout. And Milo looks down the inside again, but isn't able to make it work. I can't tell who's actually managed to get to the front of that train, but it was a person who was behind both of them to begin with. It's the number 67 of Charlie Bradburn. He's read that situation perfectly, saw the two ahead of him scrap and manages to pick up the pieces perfectly, and now he's already got a bit of a gap to the drivers behind.
Meanwhile, our fastest lap leader at the moment, Caden Ward, has just moved past Liam Weatherall up to 4th position, so he is now staring at the back of Hooray Husnu in 3rd position. So I'd imagine we're going to see some battling between them at the, going in the next couple of laps. He's only currently 2 tenths behind Hooray, so I'd imagine the battle for 3rd place will be heating up. But Leo Jackson and William Harvey obviously are two drivers currently in promotion spots.
Leo taking 4 tenths out of the last lap as well,
yeah.
Must be mentioned. Only 1.1 seconds down. 2 minutes to go, so it's still going to be a bit of a tall ask, but he's definitely got the pace to do it, as we see now. An undercut by Caden Ward on Hooray, and he's managed to get himself up into the top 3. Now, although being 3rd doesn't get you promoted, it's still good points, and if there's a penalty from the top 2 ahead, he'll be the first person to benefit and get promoted into that Pre-B final. So a very good move by Caden Ward into P3.
Yeah, absolutely. We can also see Liam Weatherall trying to have another go on Hooray Husnu to try and finally get past that number 121. But yeah, back up at the front, it's 1.1 second gap between William Harvey and Liam Jackson.
And Leo's just put the fastest
second.
lap. 6 tenths up on William Harvey, a 41.1. And he is really, really closing in now.
Have they been told that they don't need to fight because they're not? If they get 1st and 2nd, they're not going to get points.
Well, we've just seen the point forward from William Harvey. He's seen Leo Jackson behind him, and he's saying, "Listen, we're both in the top 2. No need to fight." But they do have a massive 6-second gap, so they can afford to get a bit scrappy as long as there's no penalties, as long as they race with respect, as we always emphasise. Then they can have a bit of a scrap for that P1.
Yeah, 100%. But if they do start scrapping, I mean, we've only got a minute left, so it's unlikely that Caden will be able to
will we get 2 more laps or will we get 1 more? We're going to find out. We'll get 2 more laps. And Leo's looking down the inside. He's going to go for the move, and he does it really well as he takes another fastest lap of the
yellow flag there as
race.
Well. So he just did that right in the nick of time.
Literally on perfect timing. And Leo Jackson, our pole man, he's had a really good drive so far. He got dropped down at the start. Most people might have seen red and had a bit of a difficulties after being pushed back from pole position at the start, but not Leo. Leo's kept his head high, and he's managed to push his way back up to the front of the field whilst being the quickest man on circuit at the same time.
Yeah, very, very good driving, very consistent driving, and obviously that's what makes all the difference. Also, there's a fair few warnings going towards Caden Ward and Liam Weatherall behind.
They must be having a bit of a scrap for P4. P3. As we're looking, William Harvey's looking down the inside. He's not able to make it work on this time. It's the last lap. We're going to see yellow flags into the chicane, so that he's not going to be able to make a move there. So he's going to have to be the hairpin for our next major overtaking zone. Can he get a good run down the straight? There's a bit of a gap, so it's going to be a bit of a sense. So he's going to stay back for now. Maybe the horseshoe might be more fruitful for him. Is he going to have a look? He's having a look, but I think he's still a bit too far back, and I think Leo Jackson just might have the pace. He has a bit of oversteer through the horseshoe, but it's not cost him too much, and I think the gap's too far back to make a move into the last corner. So I think it'll be as you were, with Leo Jackson managing to take victory in this pre-C final and getting promoted alongside William Harvey, with Caden Ward having a hard-fought P3 after getting through Harai and Liam Weatherall, who round out our 4th and 5th positions.
So you can see William Harvey there popping his fist into the air to celebrate getting that promotion spot. So, I mean, he did a very, very good job, but you cannot take anything away from Leo Jackson, closing that gap, making that very decisive move on William Harvey and putting himself into 1st position and the first of the promotion spots to go into the Pre-B final for the juniors, which will be not the next race, but the one after that in our schedule, because the next race is going to be the Pre-B final for the cadets. Alright, so 2 very interesting races so far. Let's see if the cadets can do anything to match or even surpass that. So let's have a look at the grid for this next race. You can see JV there, just he doesn't look very happy, does he?
No, not at the moment. But going into our grids, on pole we've got Jack Dowding, in P2 Milo Taylor, and looking into the second row of the grid we've got Harrison Outram and George Hillary. In P5 we've got Jaden Williams, and in P6 just behind him we've got Dexter Hazeldine.
Onto the 4th row of the grid we've got Philip Polosov and Juan Amates Barcanegra, with Lily Katikanon and Rocco Tipsall. Then Sean Chan and Jamie Watson.
Looking on our 7th row of the grid, we've got Finley West with James Vout, one of our top 5 in the championship, in P14, with Hugo McMillan and Rife Howe on your 8th row of the grid. Looking to P17 and P18, we've got Millen Pillay and William Robinson.
On row 10 we've got Oakley Sands and Mia Gortrello. Then on row 11 we've got Jack Thompson and Adam Telford, obviously our 2 promotees from the first race earlier on. So the karts are coming out onto track, and as we can see they're just going to start warming their tyres, going to start getting the karts up to temperature, and also for a few of these drivers it's obviously most of these drivers it's the first time driving this afternoon since the qualifying sessions earlier on. So they're also going to be having a quick look at what the track conditions are like, where the grip is going down, if there's any spots they need to be made aware of.
100%, and one thing that is definitely to know is James Vout starting in P15, something we'd expect to see at the front of the A final. He's currently P4 in the championship, and we see Howling Mike supporting him to get himself back into the A final. We know he's got the pace to do that. He's already had a win this season in an A final, so we'll see if he's able to get through this grid and get himself back into that pre-A final.
We've also got some support for George Hillary in 5th position from Claire Bush in the chat as well. So yeah, keep your comments coming in. We obviously do
also
like to
Rocco
see it.
Titsall, sorry, he's
Yes.
also in this final, starting in P11.
Yeah, there we go. Another comment from Rocco from Jackson Burge. So yes, indeed. So we're going around the final corner. Let's see. I think
we're going to be going. We're
yeah.
seeing Elliot telling all the drivers to slow down. Let's start the race slow and accelerate once the green light goes, which I think is about to happen now. We're going to see Jack Dowding lead us away, and let's see how he gets on. And it looks like number 88 or number 68 of Milo Taylor was able to take the lead, and he has, but back down the inside is Jack Dowding. And we're going to see how they line up after the chicane, and Milo Taylor is going to be able to keep the lead from Jack Dowding in P2. And there's some drivers going off the grass, and our 2 drivers spun around just on the exit of the chicane. But other than that, I might have spoken too soon. No, they're still keeping the right way. Most of them have been able to get away okay, but we've got a full course yellow. And yes, I thought I'd seen it. Milo Taylor, a penalty for a jump start. I did think that left-hand side of the grid got ahead of the pole side, which will be adjudicated as a jump start penalty. So Milo Taylor cannot progress through into the pre-A final despite being in the lead of the race.
that is a big shame, and obviously we're going to see Milo coming across the line. See if
it's a red flag.
Red flag, is it? Oh.
I've got it come up on the live timing. I don't see it out on tracks. That could be a mistake still, but no, there's the red flag. They're going to stop the drivers. I don't see the ambulance going out on circuit, so I wonder if everybody's okay. This could just be a chat for driving standards, but we are going to see the race completely neutralised, and we're unsure exactly what's happened, but once we get any updates, we will update you as soon as we can.
Yeah, 100%. It was quite a shame there for Milo Taylor because he's able to stick right around the outside of turn 1, which we've not seen many people be able to do. And
Oh,
keep
we
the
see
lead.
the ambulance coming onto the circuit.
Okay, so there has been some sort of an instance, which is definitely a shame. Hopefully, the drivers involved are okay. We will obviously bring you any news when we hear it ourselves. But at the moment, we don't know anything more. Yeah, it must have been those cars that we saw in the background going backwards possibly had a bit of an incident, but yeah, we can't speculate.
No, we'll update you when we can.
Yes.
But yeah, I think the reason why Milo was able to stick it around the outside though was because of the jump start.
Yeah, possibly.
He was a good car length ahead coming into Billy's blind, and yeah, I had noticed it, but wasn't too sure if maybe I was seeing things. But yeah, unfortunate for that jump start penalty, and we're gonna see what happens. All the cadet drivers are lined up safely at Billy's blind at the moment, stopped on circuit, so we're going to see what will end up happening with a bit of time, but some patience will be required just to make sure all the drivers are okay. Kellen asking what happened. We don't have any definitive idea of exactly what has gone on at the start of the race. We do know the ambulance has come on circuit, but we currently do have the red flag, and we will update you once we get any further information as to what might have happened. But for now, a bit of patience will be required, especially by our cadet drivers, who will have to be sticking in the car, sitting down in what is some pretty hot weather out today, over 20 degrees, I believe. So being in your kit, not being able to race, and not having that adrenaline going through you might lead you being a bit warmer. So yeah, they might have to sit there for just a bit longer until we get some confirmation of all the drivers being okay, and our ambulance coming back in before we restart this super lightweight South Pre-B final for the cadets. You can see some of the drivers looking back at each other, some of them probably having a bit of a chat with each other, and you can see one of the marshals just reassuring everybody, telling everybody everything will be okay. And we are very lucky to have a very trained and a very experienced Club 100 paddock and crew, as well as an ambulance on circuit at all times to make sure our whole grid is as safe as can be during these events. And so they will be ensuring that everything goes as smoothly as possible, even when you have unfortunate incidents like the one we've just experienced.
Yes, I've just learned it was Finley West who's had the ambulance go out to have a look, but I believe Finley has actually got back in the cart and is rejoining the back of the queue as we spit. No? I'm not sure. Okay. Well, he was moving. He seems okay. So yeah, but it was Finley Taylor that was involved, and so hopefully Finley is all okay.
And we wish him all the best.
Indeed.
From all of us at home and everybody in the comms box and the paddock as well. They're currently rearranging drivers, so I imagine they're just trying to figure out the grids for the restart, and they might bring it back to how the grids were before the final took place. Usually for a red flag you look at the penultimate lap, but that was lap 1, so they might just try and restart the grids as they originally were going from the qualifying session, if I had to guess, but that is not confirmed.
It looks like that's what they're doing, though. They're reorganising the carts at the moment, so I'm guessing obviously once they've got them back in the order that they want them to be in, they'll have Elliot come round, they'll reorder them, and we'll go again with a restart. So yes. Now the thing is, Milo Taylor, if that start is going to be nullified, will he keep the penalty?
I don't think so, because he's gained no advantage from it, and if that lap is being just stricken off the record, then I imagine the penalty gets stricken off, so he might get a second chance to rectify his start and still have a chance at being promoted into the Pre-A final, so that is really good news for him.
Yeah, it's obviously not the way he wanted to have done that, but obviously in the way that it's happened, yeah, if his penalty gets nullified, then at least he gets another shot at being able to have that promotion.
Something that probably this doesn't benefit will probably be both Jack Thompson and James Vout. So 4th and 5th in the championship at the moment overall. This race is most likely going to be shortened after the red flag, and so with them being quite far down in the pre-B final when they expect to be probably around the top of the pre-A final, they're going to have less time to make it through the field and make it back up the grid. So yeah, that'll definitely be something to watch out for as we see Elliot Alt push a car. I thought he was about to get going, but he's decided to park it and walk away. So I think there's still going to be a bit of time left before we get back out underway. As we still see the marshals re-grid our cadet super lightweight pre-B finalists.
Yeah, you can see JV there just gesturing to some of the drivers. I'm guessing he's probably saying, "Come on, let's keep it calm, guys. Keep it calm." Obviously, we want hard-fought racing, but we want everyone to be clean as well.
Also from the chat, Hazel Bean 12, hi to the Huttons, supporting Dexter H from the USA. Being from all the way out there supporting this stream is very, very committed. Thank you so much. And I'm assuming Dexter H is Dexter Hazeldean, who started, I think, P5 because it says he's P8 and he was down 3 positions, so he might get another chance to start from P5 again, and that is in a very good position, not being too far off the top 2 positions required to qualify for the pre-A final. So when we go back on the restart, we'll be having an eye on how Dexter gets on. But thank you again, HazelBean12, and keep your messages coming in the chat whilst we've currently got this delay going on. And again, we will give any updates back to you once we get them about the driver currently undergoing treatment and care.
Yes, indeed. And let's have a quick chat, obviously, while we're waiting for this red flag to be sorted. So, when you're a driver in this scenario, what's the mentality of it? Do you switch off, as in like, okay, I'm going to have a couple of minutes of just clearing my mind, or do you lock in even further? What's the mentality of a red flag where you've just got to sit there and wait?
In all honesty with you, I don't think I've ever had a red flag where the race has been restarted. I've only ever had one flag in my CLUB100 career in the BUKC at Clay Pigeon, funnily enough, but once that red flag came out, the race wasn't restarted. However, having said that, in that race where it was red flagged here at Clay Pigeon and it wasn't restarted, being towards the front of the grid and as I was making progress, I was definitely in the mindset of wanting to get back out there as soon as possible and make up those positions. So I think some of the drivers, maybe towards the mid-pack, maybe in that 5th to 3rd spot, will start feeling a bit more agitated, a bit more racy, to make sure as soon as it restarts, especially with a bit more time constraints, that they need to make those positions to get into the top 2, especially if you're actually towards the back end of the grid as well, because like I said, that race is now probably not going to be the 14 or 15 minutes it was meant to, as we now start to see the drivers actually start to get underway, so we'll be re-gridding back soon. But yeah, it'll be a shortened pre-B final now, so we've got less time to make the moves they need to get promoted to the pre-A final.
Which will just mount even more pressure on the drivers to make sure they don't put a foot wrong and make sure that all their moves are decisive and fair. So we can see Elliot there back in his kart. He's no longer parked in a position where it would be vulnerable, and the kart's coming back round behind him for this second start of the pre-B final race.
Fun fact about Elliot, actually, he has a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so although he looks very relaxed man, you don't ever want to get on Elliot's bad side, I'll tell you what.
That's probably why he's relaxed, because he can defend himself if anybody comes up.
He doesn't have to be on high alert. He knows he's got the moves in him to defend from anybody, as we see some more support from Claire Bush saying, "Come on, Georgie Scarlett," says, "Hope you win." Is
George Hillary in 5th place.
George Hillary in 5th place. Oh, I'm assuming Georgie Scarlett is saying good luck to George.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, so Scarlett's saying, yeah, come on, Georgie. Scarlett says, hope you win.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah.
Good translating on that. I did not get that message myself.
Don't worry, I thought the exact same thing the first time I read it, then I read it over again, and I was like, I didn't think there's a Georgie Scarlett in this, but yeah, that makes more sense. But yeah, so here we go. So yeah, they're going around again. So
no, they're going to go around again.
Yeah, they give them a few laps just to warm up the tyres, get the temperatures back up, get them back in the same mindset. and we'll go racing once again a couple times a couple of times round the track. Again, that's what I'm trying to say.
It's all right. We've had a few delays. It's been unexpected. Nothing planned. So even us in the commentary box are getting a bit flustered. And we see Mark Panita saying, "Let's go, Harrison," who I'm assuming is Harrison Outram, who is in P3. I don't know if he's started in P4 though, because he was +1, so he might be back in P4. And yes, while put back in a train, I think the rules are that if there's a red flag, instead of going across in 2 rows, they will be single file for the restart for safety reasons. So that is why they are currently single file, and that is how this restart will be going, as they'll be going back across again. I wonder if they're still waiting for... Is the ambulance back off circuit? Yes, it is. Maybe they're just waiting for the driver to be checked out to see if they are okay, and once that is the case, they'll be going.
Yeah, also, there's a couple of quite big losers in this restart. We've got Rafe Howe, who gained 7 positions, got William Robinson, who gained 7 positions, got Jack Thompson, who gained 8 positions, and Adam Telford, who's 7 positions. But here we go, it looks like we're going once again. They're back in the train.
It's Jack Dowding leading us from pole, with Milo Taylor in P2, Harrison Outram in 3rd. So I don't think that was actually the qualifying starting order, so
no,
unsure how they've worked it out.
Maybe one of the sectors.
Maybe, quite possibly, but it's been a very, very clean start this time, a much better getaway, possibly thanks to that single file restart, as we see somebody going down the inside. I believe that was on number 78 of George Hillary, taking 4th place from Jaden Williams, so that was a really good move from him. As he'll be looking to progress in the 8.5 minutes they've got, so a bit reduced from our original runtime.
You see Harrison Outram is also right on the back of Milo Taylor, just pulling out of the slipstream.
Oh, and he's going to go for the move,
and
he's already got it.
Yeah, before he even gets to the corner. And
is he going to go for the lead? What a move! Oh, he's gone wide though! He's gone wide. It was a very 0 to 0 moment there, but he's still in P3, so he's still there. Jack Dowding keeps the lead. Harrison Outram will keep P2, which I don't think he would have been expecting after that first left-hander, but that was a message received. Harrison Outram is going to be looking for that lead of the race, and he is not going to be sitting back. As we see Milo Taylor already going semi-defensive, and Harrison is all over the back of him trying to get past with... I think, is that Jaden Williams just behind them, also looking to pick up the pieces from this scrap. Jack Dowding now actually able to get a bit of a gap due to Harrison Outram's defending on Milo, so we'll see if he's able to build up that gap. And here we go again. Harrison Outram, he's going to be looking, is he going to go down the inside? No, but we're going to see Dexter Hazeldine look down the outside. Doesn't quite work, but very, very close. And Harrison Outram just being able to defend stay back for now.
Yeah, you can see Dexter there. He's just looking left
round
and
the
right.
outside goes Harrison. He's made it stick. He's going to have the inside into the horseshoe, and he's going to get the move done. What a move! That was brilliantly judged from Harrison Outram, and now he's going to go back after Jack Dowding for P2. I think that was just a matter of time. Harrison has got the bit between his teeth. He is really pacey right now.
Yeah, and Dexter Hazeldine, so he's just looking to the left, to the right, everywhere, but you can see Harrison Outram is already looking at trying to pass Jack Dowding. Once again up the inside, but no, not quite. He goes...
Great defending from Jack. Oh, and is that Dexter? Dexter's going for the lead. He's managed to get Harrison, and he's managed to get Jack too. There goes Dexter from out of nowhere into the lead of the race.
Yeah, so you can see there that Harrison Outram, he got on the inside and he just made it stick. Jack Dowding has obviously just had to get back. Dexter Hazeline is up in the lead now. Sorry, I'm getting really confused. Dexter Hazeline is back.
It's changing all the time.
Yeah,
but one thing I will say is James Vow, fastest lap in P8, and all this scrapping is letting one of our championship contenders come all the way back up to the field. So he's definitely still one to watch out for. As we see Jack Dowding and Dexter Hazeldine take the line in P1. Will it continue that way? We see Jack Dowding having to go defensive to Harrison, and from behind both of them, that goes the number 68 of Milo Taylor. Back up the inside of both of them into P2. This is a massive scrap.
That was brilliantly read there from Milo Taylor, just understanding that what Jack Dowding and Harrison Atram were doing to each other, just position the car beautifully up on the inside to pick up the pieces, and is now back up into second place, staring at the back of Dexter Hazeltine. So they are currently in the 2 promotion spots, but this is far, far, far from over. You can see a couple of moves being made, a few positions back as well. And also, further back down the order, William Robinson, who started at the back of the grid, obviously one of our promotees, is now up into 6th place. Could we potentially see the double promotion there from William Robinson?
I'd love to see it. He's still got 5 minutes to make those positions, and with how much defending has been going on, there's definitely still the time. As Harrison Outram, he's looking to the outside of the hairpin again. He's managed to make it work once. He's managed to make it work twice. Into the braking zone, takes the position. It's still going to be fought by Milo Taylor, but I think Harrison's got it covered as he defends the inside. He's got the position. Now he's in P2. We've seen how racy he is. I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to catch up Dexter pretty quickly, and he's going to be making his move for the lead as he's already a kart length within Dexter. He's going to be looking right onto the back of him, and already he's going to look down the inside of turn 1. He's going to have the inside line into Billy's blind. He's going to send it as he got it. Oh, Dexter's gone slightly wide, and it's going to allow Harrison Outram back into the lead of this race, and he looks like the quickest driver on circuit at the moment. He's managed to finally get up to the front. We're going to see what his pace is like. He goes defensive into the hairpin to ward off any moves, any swift replies from Dexter, and now he's going into the horseshoe, taking the racing line, and we're going to see what gap he can build as we now see Milo Taylor taking Dexter back into P2, so taking that last promotion spot. And we've also got a penalty for James Vout. He's managed to get himself up to 5th place, but he's got a forcing driver wide penalty, so even if he gets into the top 2 now, he's not going to be able to go into the pre-A final.
Yeah, you can see Harrison Atram, who's just trying to say, come on, let's stop fighting, let's go, let's go, let's go, because they have been constantly side by side.
Oh, we see Dexter and Milo side by side. As soon as you say it, it happens. But Harrison, he's already got a big gap. I think now he's going to stretch his legs.
Yeah, he does absolutely. Also, I spotted William Robinson, who managed to make his way all the way up to 6th, has now dropped to the back of the grid. So I think he's had an issue somewhere.
He had the fastest lap of the race as well, so he had the pace, but he's been really unfortunate and really unlucky for that incident to happen to him. But it was a great drive before that.
But he will at least have...
Oh, that's huge. ABC bumper pack, sorry, for Dexter Hazeltine. Our P3 runner has now got an ABC bump and pass penalty, so he cannot get promoted now. He's managed to make himself back into 2nd, so maybe it was a move on Milo Taylor that's caused the penalty. But now Milo Taylor, despite being in P3, as we see now 2 wide.
James Vout's up the inside as well, trying to make a couple of moves there. So he's having to get really, really feisty to try and fight with this front pack that's constantly moving around. Dexter Hazeltine, yeah, with the penalty up into 2nd place, but obviously he won't be able to keep that. So currently
Milo Taylor.
No, will Milo still have that penalty though?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think so, but I don't know. Is the honest answer. If they roll back far enough, Milo will not have the jump start penalty. So I don't know.
It's still showing on our screen.
It is. So he might have a penalty. So potentially we've got Milo Taylor getting promoted, or potentially we've got Jack Downing in P4 getting promoted.
Maybe James Vout now.
Oh, no, James Vout has a penalty. He's got forcing driver wide.
Yes, he does. Okay. So it'll be Jaden Williams then.
Now Jaden Williams.
This is so confusing to try and keep on top of as we go into the final couple of minutes, and you can see that Harrison Atram has just managed to run away from his pack as they are constantly fighting.
As James Vout, he goes down the inside. He's now got P4 on track, and we're looking at Dexter defending to the inside. Oh, is Milo going to go for a switchback? He is. He's still on Dexter's outside. And James Vout's going to try and take advantage of this. He's going to go down the inside into the last corner, and now he's in a provisional P3. I think that'll be P7 after his penalty, but he can definitely take 2nd on track, and maybe even 1st. He's got a lot of pace. We know James is quick. He had the fastest lap of the race early on in the race. Is he going to look down the inside of Dexter? Yes, he is. He's going to try and get a switch back into the chicane. He'll have the inside, and is he going to get the move done? Yes, he does. So now he's in P2. Can he catch up to Harrison Outram? He's shown pace all this race. Has he got it in him to get P1 on track at the very least?
That was really nicely driven by James Vout there. He just found that little bit of a gap, just slightly push Dexter Hazeltine just a little bit wide so that he could then try and get that run up the inside towards the chicane. So brilliant, brilliant driving there from all of these drivers, giving each other just enough racing room to come round the final corner now. I think we've got 2 laps remaining of this race.
It'll be 201 laps, and Milo Taylor is not going to let that P2 go. He's going to look down the inside. Is he going to get it to stick? Ooh, is he going to get a switch back onto the chicane? James Vout is going to squeeze him, but Milo is there, and he's not able to get the move, and now Dexter's going to look behind him. He's going to be on Milo's outside going into the hairpin. Milo may have this covered, but we have seen some moves out down the outside of the hairpin. Yeah, he's not able to make it work. Milo will keep P3 for now, which we might be the promotion position. We don't know whether that penalty will stick. If it does, then it's going to be Jack Thompson, we think, providing there's not been any penalties we've not seen. I'm pretty sure it'll be Jack Thompson if it's not going to be Milo. However, there's still one more lap to go, so we'll see how this ends up shaking out. James Vout into P2. Dexter's going to look for P3. Milo goes defensive, and whilst going defensive, he's going to have to go on the offensive. So he looks down the inside of James Vout. James leaves the room, and that allows Milo Taylor to get to P2 on track, and they're going to go 3 wide. Jack Thompson's going to be on the outside of this as well. James Vout then goes down the inside of Dexter. They're all come out okay. Who's going to be at the front of it? It's going to be James Vout. Milo's going to get pushed wide, and Jack Thompson goes down the inside. Well, he's going to decide that promotion spot issue on the spot as he takes P3 on circuit with James Vout's penalty. That'll be P2, and Dexter's going to look down the inside. He forces Jack wide. I don't know who's going to come across, but we see Harrison outrun. We know he's going to get promoted with a lovely win. James Vout in net P2 is going to be Jack Thompson crossing the line in P3 with a promotion to the Pre-A Final. Wow, what a race.
That was absolutely insane to try and understand what was happening. They just could not decide who ended up. If they'd have called it a lap earlier, it would have been completely different. If they could have called it a lap later, it would have been completely different. But as they called it on this lap, Harrison Outram and Jack Thompson are your 2 promotees to the Pre-A Final that we're going to see for the next cadet race. William Robinson also, worth mentioning, after dropping down to the back of the grid, he ended up in 11th place.
Wow,
so I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility come the B Final, he could possibly could get promoted indeed.
I'll give that to James Vout as well. He started all the way down in P15. We knew he was going to come up the grid as a championship contender. He got the penalty, so he's not going to get promoted, but he could do in the actual B Final. As we now go over to the junior super lightweight B Final, pre-B Final.
So, the pre-B Final of the juniors. We are halfway through the pre-finals now. So we've had 3 races so far. We've got 3 still to go. But the starting grid is up. Let's have a quick look. We've got Jules Larkin on pole position with George Dugard, then Harrison Bishop and Oliver Peters, Matteo Eurenfector and Dan Griffin.
Looking on row 4 of the grid, we've got Oscar Mahoiak and Ruben Tucker. Into row 5 we've got Leo Edger and Jason Barnard. Row 6 has got Jack Halo and Aaron Hewood. And looking down into P13 in row 7 we've got Ty Dewis Sherlock and Fowers Adra. In row 8 we've got Thomas Welsford and Iris Crease. Row 9 has Harrison Maxwell. I didn't see who was at the back of row 9, but in row 10 we've got Miles Harrison and Ollie Brunel Weil. And looking further, we've got Jack Hayho. Oh, they're already going away into the start of the race. Probably a bit sooner than we expected. And oh no, there's been contact into the first corner. Good. That's not good at all. 5 drivers off. I think that might end up being a false start.
Yeah, I think it might be. That
start came quicker than we probably expected, and it's gone quicker than we expected as well.
Yeah, they've got full start. Yeah, they call the full start flag, so they will be able to regrid and have a go at that one once again. This racing is crazy today.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shock to me. And probably a shock all across the grid. And what we've been told as well, if Jack gets no penalties, Jack Thompson, he actually was in the Pre-C Final. So he could be the first person that's managed to go from a Pre-C Final to a Pre-A Final.
You never know. You never know. We will see. We will see how it goes. Obviously, they're going to regrid up behind Elliott in the pace cart. And we'll have another go at that start. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah. I was just reading the grids, and then we saw the start going, and then we saw 5 carts in the wall. What a crazy start. I think we've only got through one start unscathed so far. Quite a few false starts being given, and of course we've had the red flag and some full course yellows. So let's hope this time our juniors are a bit more well behaved and we get a bit of a cleaner start. We want a race with respect, we want a clean race, as we see the pace car about to push itself out of the way, and we're going to see a start with Jules Larkin leading us from pole position and George Dugwid in P2. We're going to see George has got a really good run on the outside of the grid, but Jules has managed to stick it down the inside, and I think Jules is going to keep the lead going into the chicane. Oh, yes, just about. And I think Harrison Bishop, I think that is, in the Lewis Hamilton inspired helmet, has managed to get himself into P2, and he's already looking pretty racy so far. A much cleaner start this time as they're going through the hairpin. Yep, I don't think any drivers off. That was a much better start this time from our juniors.
There was a fair bit of contact going through the chicane. The tyre barrier's been completely pushed out of the way, and a few people had to take to the grass to cut it as well. So contact warning for Thomas Welsford. So yeah, there's a bit of contact a bit further back. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. There's a fair bit of movement coming up. So top 10 as it stands are Jules Larkin, Harrison Bishop, George Dugard, Matteo, Aaron Fuchter, Oscar, I'll say this right, Mahoviak, Dan Griffin, Oliver Peters, Ty Dewey-Sherlock, Ruben Tucker and Thomas Welsford.
As we got yellow flags into the horseshoe, I think Harrison Bishop was literally about to line a move. Jules went defensive, he didn't actually need to. There was a yellow flag out, and we're going to see, I think Harrison's looking really racy already, so we're going to see if he's actually going to be able to challenge for this lead, or if he's going to push Jules along and just make it a two-horse race at the end of the race, because George Dugwid is just behind them at the moment, so you probably just want two of you to isolate by yourself so both of you can guarantee promotion, but I don't think George is going to allow that to happen as he looks very quick.
I think if the smart thing to do would be to just, right, Harrison and Jules work together, pull away from George and Matteo behind you, because it's senseless fighting in this. If you're 1 and 2, you're going to be in the pre-A final anyway. So it's senseless fighting, really. So if they can just pull themselves away from the group behind, then that's going to be the most optimal approach. But, you know, like we were saying yesterday, try and tell that to a racing driver.
Here's George down the inside of Harrison, as you see, as we've just said. Here we go. No, he's stuck behind for now. Is he going to push Harrison along? I wonder if George is thinking that Jules has already got a bit of a gap and Harrison might be falling behind a bit. So maybe George thinks he's better off as he's going to look down the inside of the hairpin. He's going to make the move stick. And he's got it done, I think. Yes, he's got it done. So it's now going to be George. Oh, no, but here he comes back, Harrison. He's not going to let the P2 go easily. And Matteo, ever so sly, manages to get both of them as they scrap. And now he's in P2 from out of nowhere, really.
I think George then, coming out of the exit there, he just tried to keep too much of a tighter line, and that just allowed Harrison Bishop to be able to follow around the outside. Then once they came side by side, Matteo was kind of like, thank you very much.
Oh, there goes Colin the cone. Harrison taking a bit too much curve, and it's going to allow George back down the inside of the chicane. So after getting the move back quite excellently, he's had a bit of a mistake, hit the cone. He's going to look back down the inside of the hairpin. Oh, now he's looking from Oscar Mahowiak. And it didn't actually work out too well in the end. But we're going to see, is Matteo got the pace to catch up to Jules, or is he going to fall behind to George? And it looks like George just looks a bit quicker at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, at the moment, Jules is very, very comfortable there. Matteo obviously just managed to take advantage, and he's got George right behind him. I think George is looking slightly on the inside, but no, not quite. He's just going to stick him behind him just for the time being, going through the chicane now. Let's see if he can close up a little bit. He looks
and
slightly
penalty
more
for Harrison Bishop as well.
Yeah, so he's out of the promotion spots now. You can see there that Matteo's just going slightly defensive from George. George takes a slightly wide line. He's going to try and get the cutback, but no, not quite. He just has to tuck in behind that number 34 kart.
And this is just going to invite Oliver Peters and Harrison, who does have the penalty, but that pack is going to get invited to come right back into this fight. So they want to be careful. Jules has already got a 2.2 second lead out ahead, so I think with just 4.5 minutes to go, it's really going to be a battle for P2 here. So George doesn't want to fight too much. He might want to get past as Matteo goes defensive as well again. Is George going to be able to get a cutback? No, Matteo defends it really excellently, and this is just going to invite the pressure from behind. Matteo might feel like he's not got a choice. He might think if George gets ahead, that's going to be it for his promotion hopes. So we're going to see how this race tends to unfold in the next 4 minutes.
Indeed, yeah. You can see Oliver Peters is just dragging Harrison Bishop behind him towards the front.
Bit of a mistake from Matteo.
George goes up the inside, Matteo goes wide, and they're side by side now going. I think Matteo's just managed to hold on to it for the time being, but now there's a train of 4 cars. You can see Matteo just going slightly defensive into that final corner. George is right on the back of him now. It's coming down the finals in the start-finish straight. He's just tucked in behind that car. I don't think he's going to make a move just yet. He's looking
around the outside. And it's not going to work, and Oliver Peters is going to go down his inside, and he's going to get the move done. Now, what can Oliver Peters do to try and get past Matteo? Matteo right now, he's not got a penalty. He can defend all he likes for the next 3.5 minutes, and what it does do is back up the pack behind him. So, although Oliver Peters has managed to get the move on George now, if Matteo keeps defending, he's going to get under pressure from George straight away. So, it's actually working in Matteo's favour at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. Obviously, the couple of people behind him are starting to get contact warnings and penalties and everything. Matteo is very under pressure, though. Here we go.
Oliver Peters, is he going to make it stick? No, Matteo defends really well. And now Oliver's going to look to the outside. It's not going to work. And we're going to see George do a repeat. No, he's not going to be able to get down the inside here. But Matteo defending really, really well so far.
He's defending for his life. He might as well be the English Minister of Defence at this point. But yeah, Oliver Peters is trying to find any way around him that he can. George Duguid is stuck behind them as well. He's obviously lost that position to Oliver Peters in the previous lap, but is still far from out of this race. Harrison Bishop obviously behind them. Unfortunately, he is not going to be in the promotion spot due to that penalty. Indeed, but you can see there that George Duguid was up on the inside of Oliver there, but he's had to tuck straight in behind.
Oh, but he's going to look down the inside here. No, he's backed out of it. Is Matteo going to go defensive into Billy's line? Yes, going to force Oliver Peters around the outside. That has allowed George to get the inside line, and we're also going to see Thomas Welsford go down the inside as well, and Oliver Peters goes from P3 all the way down into P5 in the space of a corner. And now is George going to be able to do what he couldn't do before and get past Matteo? Matteo's held out for the past 2 minutes. He's got another 2 minutes to go as we now see Thomas go down the inside for P3. It's not going to work out, and it's going to give Matteo a bit of a gap now. Is he going to be able to use that gap to push forward and away from this pack?
That's very impressive from George Duguid to be able to hold around the outside there from Thomas Welsford. But yeah, he has just given Matteo a gap as they go side by side down the start-finish straight. Can he defend? I think George did just about hold off the attack from Thomas Welsford. So Oliver Peters is there just trying to look at the back of Thomas Welsford as well. But side by side goes Dan Griffin with Harrison Bishop. Yeah, as they go side by side. I think it's 2 wide coming into this corner as well, possibly even 3 wide.
We didn't see the result of that, but Matteo, all this fighting has done is really helped Matteo out. He's been able to have a lap where he's not had to defend at all. And George and Thomas, the best thing they can do now is just push each other along. They've only probably got about 2 or 3 laps to go. They can't afford to fight each other. P3 does not get you promoted into that Pre-A Final. You need to work together to catch Matteo. You know you've got the pace over him, and you can only do that by working together, which I think they're doing now. They're not looking for moves on each other. They're looking to push each other along and catch that gap back up to Matteo. They may have 1 shot on the last lap, but it's going to be close.
You can see there Matteo just looking over his shoulder thinking, I've got a bit of a gap here.
Oh,
on the inside goes Thomas Welsford on George Duguid, and there is the change for third position.
They're pointing forward. George isn't fighting it. I think he was tempted to, but right now he has to put his feelings aside, and he's just got to think, I can only get through with that P2. We need to catch Matteo.
Yeah, they really do. So they're going to try and stick together, try and catch Matteo, but we are going on
to the last lap.
Are we going on the final lap, Hans?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So yeah, Jules has gone on to the final lap, as does Matteo, Thomas and George now. So here we go. We've only got another 800 metres left in this race. You can see there that Matteo has got on him now.
Into
Thomas
the chicane.
And he's right there.
He's right there. I think Matteo should go defence as well. We're going to see if he does. He doesn't. Is that going to open the door? No, it's not. Thomas sticks behind for now. It's going to have to be the horseshoe of the last corner. Meanwhile, Jules Larkin, a 5-second gap. I mean, we've not even seen him the rest of this race. He has been amazing. An astounding drive to get himself up into the Pre-A Final. And I think Thomas has made a mistake through the horseshoe. That gives Matteo a huge gap into the last corner, which Thomas is not able to close in on. And so Matteo is going to be able to promote through to the Pre-A Final. What a drive. He's had to defend for the past 6 minutes from 3 different drivers there, and he's done it in style excellently. A defensive masterclass from him, holding on to P2 and holding on to that coveted place into the Pre-A Final.
You can see Thomas Welsford there as he crossed the line. He just put his head back in shame, obviously, that he didn't quite get that promotion spot to the Pre-A Final, but he will at least have a shot later on in the B Final. to move up to the A group. So that is the B finals done. Now we've got the A finals. Coming up first is the cadets. Alright, so the cadets pre-A final is coming up first. We've only got 2 races left before we reach the finals, so let's have a look at the grid. On pole position we've got Alex Ivanescu, next to Jacob Underhill, Zachary Smith, David Kadar, William Moore and Senna Kapakana.
Looking onto the 4th row of the grid, we've got Ben Cape, Amanze Nwasu. On row 5 we've got Omar Ulla and Freya Lally. Row 6 has Edward Syberry and Alfie Flipson.
Row 7 we've got Rory Hamilton and Jacob McClone, Harley Drury and Ronnie Deacon, Freddie Powell and Mohammed Umar Abdeen.
Then looking onto row 10 of the grid, we've got Harrison Outram and Jaden Williams, who I believe were your promotees from the pre-B final.
Indeed, we've also got Howling Mike in the chat as well, saying, come on Freya, get your best finish. Freya is in, let's have a look, 10th position at the moment is Freya Lally in the number 62 car. So we can see Elliot, somebody going a bit off the grass already there, trying to get their position. We've also got Charlie France in the chat once again saying, good luck Zach, Freya and Rory. So we've got a couple of drivers with support in the chat for this next race. Obviously, this is going to be your quickest of the cadets, so this should be quickest and most experienced of the cadets. So it should be a good race, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We've got probably the quickest drivers from the qualifying into this field, so we'll see how they get along. A lot of our championship contenders into this one, including Jacob on P2. We're gonna get going. Alex is gonna lead us away. It looks like he's got a really good start. We're going to see how that pans out into turn 2. Jacob's going to look round the outside. Is he going to be able to make a stick? No, he's been sent wide. I think that's Zachary Smith who might benefit from that, but Alex has been able to keep the lead so far. And Jacob's been forced onto the grass. And that's going to drop him down the order, but we've still got Alex in the lead from on number 42 of William Moore as Zachary Smith looks down his inside.
Yeah, that was obviously quite a bit of higgledy coming through a couple of those corners there. And somebody went backwards as well in the first corner. I'm not quite sure who it was. But coming through the last couple of corners now, we've got side by side there. You see a couple of the drivers defending. Someone off on the grass as well. Not quite sure who that was. And there's somebody going backwards in the background there. As we've got, who is that? Okay,
Alex,
so we've got Jacob
lead.
Underhill and Zachary Smith trying to go side by side, but Zachary Smith is just about holding off Jacob Underhill as he goes underneath William Moore to try and take that position and then go side by side. And now Zachary Smith is into second place behind Alex.
Yes, I think Zachary's going to look down the inside for the lead. Yes, he does. He's got the lead down the inside, and I think we've got number 42 of William Moore also looking down the inside. And Jacob out of nowhere has managed to get himself back up into second place from going off on the grass in the first lap to P2. That is really impressive. And now we're going to see if Zachary Smith can lead the pack or if Jacob's going to be able to catch them up.
Indeed, so a lot of changes there as we come across the line once again. So here's your order. We've got Zachary Smith in first, Jacob Underhill in second, as we go up the inside for Zachary Smith on Jacob Underhill, and they're just side by side through the first couple of corners. They cannot decide their positions. Back into the lead goes Rory Hamilton now in the lead, so it's first time in the lead for him. Up the inside once again Jacob Underhill, but he's having to defend from Zachary Smith in second place. So this is all happening, it's all popping off.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Rory Hamilton does go out. No, there's a spin! There's a spin. Zachary Smith had contact with Jacob Underhill, and that has sent him all the way down the order. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Jacob.
Yeah, that was a big shame for Jacob to go around like that. You can see obviously gesturing to the stewards going, no, this is not right. But down the start finish straight, you can see there as Rory Hamilton is trying to defend from Ben Cape. Up the inside goes Alex Ibanescu, and he managed to take the lead back once again. Coming up the inside, I think that was Ben Cape as he, Alex Ibanescu just about managed to hold off. That was actually Senna Kapana trying to take the lead back there. As on the right hand side of your screen there is Ben Cape down into third position and maybe even fourth position as I'm trying to figure out who is actually in what position.
I think this
now.
is all actually for the scrap for second. I think Rory Hamilton, is actually all the way up with a huge lead.
Oh,
there you go. That's Rory Hamilton in the lead. after getting past Jacob, he's been able to stretch his legs out hugely, and with all this fighting going on in what is possibly an 8-kart scrap, and as Zachary Smith, I think for the move on Jacob, has been given an ABC takeout penalty, that will be a +6 positions for that move on Jacob, which caused the spin out. As they now go 3 wide into the chicane, Zachary's able to still get his elbows out and still manage to keep in what I think is 4th position despite the penalty.
You see Harrison Outram there just holding his hand up, trying to gesture to the stewards about something that happened a bit further in the pack there. But obviously now with Rory Hamilton got in this lead out in the front, he's currently 3 seconds ahead of Alex Ivanescu. It just means that they're fighting for the second promotions position. I mean, look at this gap. That back to Alex Ivanescu with Freddie Powell and Seneki Pahana. It's yeah, it's going to be a big scrap for that second promotions spot.
We're in the A final.
Ignore me, I'm talking rubbish. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. I've got so used to promotion spots that we're in the A final. Thank you for it. Yeah, okay, so Rory Hamilton is obviously in the prime position to take pole position for the A final. That's what I was meant to be saying. Up the inside once again goes, who was that? That was Harrison Outram trying to look at Harley Dury, but just obviously manages to, has to stick back inside behind him. As I see a couple of moves there, I'm trying to figure out who that is.
I think this is kind of our second pack from the leaders now. I think the second, third and fourth have managed to break away by themselves, which is Alex, Freddie and Zachary Smith. As Zachary's actually now going to look down the inside of Freddie. Freddie covers it off well, but Zachary's still going to have a look. He's still going to get down the inside, and he's going to... yeah, he's going to get the move done into the chicane, and now we're going to see if he's going to be able to chase after Alex. Of course, he's got the penalty, but the more positions he makes up, the more he's going to be able to kind of offset that penalty and reduce its damage.
There's a great move there from Zachary Smith, and we've seen that move time and time again today. People just managed to get their nose in on the inside of that second corner and just managing to drive through towards the chicane and make that move stick. But now obviously he's going to try and go after Alex Ivanescu. Alex has been looking a little bit more secure in second while Freddie and Zachary have been fighting. But as they come across the line, you can see there that Zachary is getting ever closer. He's obviously going to have a penalty, so he's not going to be able to stay in these couple of positions. So really, if you're Freddie Powell, he's going to be watching this going, please have an instant together so I can go through.
Yes, and I wonder if Alex knows if Zachary's got the penalty. Well, he's going defensive, so I don't think so. And Zachary's still going to look down that little gap down the inside, and he does get it up into P2. Alex is going to try and fire it out round the outside of the horseshoe, but he's not going to be able to get it done. Is he going to look for a bit of a switch back? He is. He's going to end up on the outside of the right hand kick and also the outside of the last corner. So I think Zachary's probably got it done. And as we see a penalty for Amanze and Wasu, that is down all the way in 17th, so not been the best display for him in the final. As we see Alex go round the outside into Billy's, he's not going to get it to work, and this is allowing Freddie Powell back into the mix. He's going to look down the inside of the chicane, but Alex covers it off, who's going to look right back down at Zachary. His best move is actually to just push Zachary along, but I don't think he knows he's got the penalty.
Yeah, that was a bit optimistic, I think, from Freddie Powell, trying to take that inside line there when Alex and Zachary were a little bit further ahead. So, yeah, Freddie really just needs to stick on the back and look for any mistakes rather than trying to take advantage of when they're not necessarily side by side. For the time being, though, they're being quite considerate of each other. They're not pushing each other too much, but it'll be interesting to see. To come down the start finish straight once again, it looks like Zachary has just managed to put a little bit more of a gap now on Alex, and Alex got a similar gap back to Freddie as well. So it's a case of who blinks first, who is going to make that first move.
Yeah, exactly, and like I said, Zachary pulling that gap might be the best thing for Alex. If he can go along with Zach, who is actually defending, to be fair, going into the hairpin. But as long as, as we see number 88, trying to make it 3 wide into that hairpin, speaking of. Who was that? That was Alfie Flipperson, I believe that was. And number 72, Senna, just going 3 wide in the pack just below that second, third and fourth scrap. So battle's going along everywhere up the grid.
Yeah, indeed. There's obviously the pattern just behind there. As you see that Alex Ivanescu is now trying to make a move on Zachary Smith. Coming into the first couple of corners, he's on the inside. So let's have a quick look at the next camera once they come through to see if he's made that move stick on Zachary Smith. No, he has to tuck back inside underneath Zachary Smith as Freddie Powell is right on the back of him once again. He's coming back down the straight. He's looking, moves over to the left-hand side to try and take that cut back line, but no, not quite. You can see Zachary Smith just has his measure in space. He's just putting his car exactly where it needs to be. And Alex is looking left, he's looking right, he's looking over, he's looking under. But so far, there's been no chink in Zachary Smith's armour.
No, it's been great defending from Zachary, and despite that penalty, he's had a really, really good race out there. But Alex is not going to give this up easily. He doesn't just want a net P2, he wants an on-track P2 at the moment. And is he going to look down the inside into Billy's? No, he's not. Will he get a cutback? No, he's going to stick behind for now, but I reckon he's going to be challenging into that hairpin as he's right on the back of him. Freddie Powell, a couple kart lengths back, just waiting to pounce on the mistake from these two battling. And there goes Alex round the outside. Zachary defends perfectly. He keeps the inside line. He's going to do the same for the horseshoe, and he's going to keep ahead so far.
You can see every single lap, Zachary is just putting his car exactly where it needs to be. It's in the middle of the road where it needs to be. It's sometimes just slightly out from the outside of the track, just to make sure that Alex Ivanescu doesn't have a chance to make a surprise move on Zach. But coming back down the start-finish straight once again, we've got a couple of laps left, 2 minutes remaining, and Zach is going to the inside as Alex goes right round to the outside, but no, he can't make that move stick. He's going to try and get the undercut, but I think he's just lost too much ground going towards the chicane. Yeah, he's now lost about half a kart length down onto the back straight. He's now lost a kart length, so that has lost him a little bit of time. He moves right up the slipstream to the left-hand side once again to try and get that cut back, but no, Zachary Smith once again is putting his car exactly where it needs to be. You can see his head is probably like an owl at the moment, trying to look behind him to try and see exactly where Alex is putting his car. All of this is actually, Freddie Powell has dropped off the back of this, so now this is almost a two-horse race. Even with Zachary Smith's penalty, they're fighting like it's tooth and nail. They're fighting like it's the championship decider.
I mean, this is a great battle, but something else to point out, after getting taken out, Jacob Underhill from the back of the grid is now up into 7th place. He's got the fastest lap of the race of a 43.4, which is, I think, half a second quicker than Rory Hamilton, who's got a 4-second lead out in front, which just shows the pace Jacob has at the moment, and he's closing in on number 42 of William Moore. We're going to see what Jacob's done. I think he's already made the move up into P6, so that's for P5. When you take into account Zachary's penalty, he's going to somehow end up in 4th after being shoved to the back of the grid. What a drive from Jacob.
And we've still got a couple of laps left. I mean, you never know where he could end up, but there's a bit of a gap there that he's got to try and close up on. But if they continue fighting towards the front, then you never know. This path that we're following at the moment, I mean, this is insane. They're just left, right and centre trying to overtake. I'm trying to work out as Alex Ivanescu tries to make another move on Zachary Smith. Zachary Smith is doing once again exactly what he needs to do, but he looks a little bit closer this time, I think, going through the chicane. So is he going to have a move coming into that back corner? So here we go, moving out to the left hand side once again. He's going to try and get that cut back on Zachary Smith. Move to the inside once again. No, still no move, but they look a little bit close this time. So Zachary Smith on the compromise lane, Alex Ivanescu up the inside. Is he going to get side by side? I think they're just about wheel to wheel. Here we go, but he's going to stick on the outside of the corner now, so he's lost a bit of ground. Coming round this is on the final lap now, so are they going to be able to make any sort of moves? I don't think he's going to be able to. Rory Hamilton has crossed the line and won the race. Coming across the line, Zachary Smith just about holds off Alex Ivanescu to make 2nd place. Even though he's got a penalty, he's going to drop down a few places. That was one hell of a try from Zachary Smith to hold off the rampaging pull of Alex Ivanescu.
Yeah, what a drive from him there. Great defensive drive. And I think Rory Hamilton, he started P13 and managed to win the race. But bear in mind, this is the Pre-A Final, so the fastest drivers. He's managed to win the race by 4 seconds. A true champion's drive, and showing why he is your current championship leader out in front.
Yeah, very, very impressive. But there's no time to rest, because coming up right next is the Pre-A Final for the juniors. Alright, it's our final pre-final of the day. The next races are all going to be the finals. So the juniors are going to put on a show for us, as I'm sure. Let's go through the grid. Benjamin Hamilton on the front row next to Harvey Newton, Sam Morse and Logan McAllister, Ethan Pritchard and William Markwick.
Looking to our 4th row of the grid, we've got Samuel Spencer and Ellis McKenzie. Row 5, Ahsan Iqbal and Nikolai Eadsgaard. Row 6, Tom Justice and Leo Belimenko.
Row 7, we've got Edgar Azevedo, Henry Eaton, Amor Zayana, Jack Broham, Jamie Warner and Ethan Critchley.
Looking to your 10th row of the grid, you've got Jamie Richards and Jacob Brown rounding up your top 20. Looking at row 11, we've got Josh Melling and Austin Lawrence Fielden. And row 12, we've got Jules Larkin and Matteo Herrenfeuchter, which are your promotees from the Pre-B Final.
Indeed. So 24 drivers in this pre-final for the A group. As you can see there, that Elliot is just driving them around. It looks like we may be going racing this time around. Yes, here we go. So you can see there, Will Chu just trying to get everyone to slow down. Once again, they're in the tram lines. Let's see what they can do on the front row. They're pretty much side by side. I think that look of an okay start. Up straight to the inside goes Harvey Newton. There's they're all
off.
There's a few carts in the tyre barrier a bit further back as well. There's a few carts going up to the left-hand side as well. So
there's false starts. Flags. False start. Yeah.
I think that's the right decision. That was a bit hectic. We've seen a few hectic starts, and yeah, you can see there. That's who is that? There was 1-9. Was it 133? Leo Elemenko. I think just trying to wave everyone. Come on, no, we've got the flags out. Let's do this again.
Yeah, that was a very, very messy start, shall we say. Saw a load of drivers going off straight away, and I think before they even got through turn 2 that the marshals had already decided that this was going to be false started. Let's hope, again, I think at Billy's, because it leads into the chicane, everybody's so desperate to go for the inside line, and it just leads into a bit of loading and a bit of contact, as we've seen on this race start.
Yeah, 100%. It's quite a tricky track to make this work, because obviously the start-finish straight isn't really a straight. You know, it kind of really kinks around to the left-hand side. Are we going to see a full grid up, or are they going to start again in a line, do you think?
I think they've been told you're going to be going single file. I think due to how bad that start was, they've been told they can't be trusted, and so they need to go single file, which, in fairness, we've had one single file start before today, and that was very, very clean, so hopefully this one will also end up being just as clean.
One thing you can always count on is the juniors putting something interesting into the racing. They always do it, no matter if it's Club 100, no matter if it's owner karting, the juniors always put on a show, and yeah, once again, they're making life hard for themselves, I think. But we love to see the action, and it just means that they want to fight even more once we get started.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, we've got the thumbs up from Elliot, so this will be the next start. I would think this will be a lot cleaner with it being single file, so hopefully we won't see too many carts, if any carts, off the field at the second corner. And this is probably really good news for Benjamin Hamilton, because he's got nobody coming down his inside into turn 1. He can freely take the racing line and should be able to get a decent enough start underway. I think him and Harvey Newton have had a bit of pace in qualifying over the rest of the field, so they'll be looking to probably push each other along at first and hopefully isolate themselves from the rest of the top 5.
Indeed, so Elliot pulls out the way. We've got Club 100 Marshall saying to slow down, but here we go. We are starting, and that looks a lot cleaner. Coming through the first couple of corners. Oh, as you see, Benjamin Hamilton just gesturing to something. Up the inside goes Harvey Newton, trying to make that move stick, but I think Benjamin Hamilton just manages to keep it, as does Sam Moore's in third position. But straight behind them, it looks like there's a two-wide battle between Ethan Pritchard and Logan McAllister. Up the inside for Ethan Pritchard, and I think he's just about managed to stay in with that position. No, up the inside goes Logan McAllister. Logan McAllister manages to make that move back. Up the inside, and they're still side by side, gesturing by Logan McAllister there, and just saying, come on, we need to keep this clean, we don't want to lose these front 3, because otherwise they're going to run away from us.
And I mean, to be fair, that's what's starting to happen. Benjamin Hamilton and Harvey Newton have already got a bit of a gap to Sam Morse behind. Even Pritchard managed to keep ahead of Logan McAllister in the end, so he rounds out our top 4 with Logan McAllister in 5th place. But Logan McAllister is all over the back of Ethan Pritchard, and I think he's managed to get past into the chicane, as I think there's a yellow flag going out into the hairpin. But now we know how fast Logan McAllister is, and if he's in the top 4, I reckon he's going to be able to close back in on our top 3, as Benjamin Hamilton seems to have got a bit of a gap now over Harvey Newton. Not a big one, but just enough to maybe start to breach away from that slipstream zone.
Yeah, it's just enough so that Sam Morse and Harvey Newton almost look like a pair by themselves. They haven't got a massive gap behind them, they haven't got a massive gap in front of them, but you see side by side there for, who's that? Logan McAllister and Sam Morse. So Logan McAllister has now moved up into 2nd place. That's given Harvey Newton a little bit more breathing room to go after Benjamin Hamilton. So yeah, he's starting to close up more on them. So this could be an interesting fight, because if Logan McAllister can bring Sam Morse with him to Harvey, Harvey is basically on the back of Ben now. So we could potentially see 4, even 5 fighting for that first position. You can see there Harvey Newton, Logan McAllister, no, it is Harvey Newton, striking look on the inside of Ben Hamilton, but no, Benjamin Hamilton just has his measure for the time being.
Yeah, we're going to see Logan McAllister's pace now. This is his first lap in clean air, I believe, and it already looks like he's closing. Yep, he steps the fastest lap of the race with a 41.3. That's a couple tenths quicker than our leaders of Benjamin Hamilton and Harvey Newton, and Harvey's also now on the back of Benjamin Hamilton. I think Logan McAllister being there in P3 might play Harvey's hand, that he's going to have to attack Benjamin now, and Benjamin's having none of it. He's already going defensive. He knows that Harvey's going to send it the first chance he gets, and so now we might be starting to see a bit of a 4 or 5 car train pile up as Benjamin's going to go defensive all across the track in hopes of keeping his lead. But he's got a long time to defend for, 6 minutes and about 20 seconds still to go, so it's going to be a long defensive drive for him.
But like we saw in the previous race, they can defend that long. They can do it. But up the inside goes Harvey Newton. It's just not quite. But around the outside goes Logan McAllister. He's side by side with Benjamin Hamilton. He gets pushed out wide, but I think he's just about keeping that second position alongside Harvey Newton through the inside of the chicane. But no, he has to back out and go back down to third place. But that now puts him in a compromised position against Sam Morse. Sam Morse doesn't seem to make any kind of move, though. Ethan Pritchard is also there as the pack behind him as well. So Benjamin Hamilton is fighting for his life out the front at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And Harvey Newton is pointing forward. He's saying, let's go together. But I think Benjamin Hamilton knows the second he does that, Harvey's probably going to send a move down the inside. I think Benjamin Hamilton doesn't have the most faith, or he's not in sync with his car at the moment. And so because of that, he's looking to go defensive round the whole lap. And you are completely right. As Benjamin Hamilton goes defensive, Harvey's managed to try and pry the door open. He's managed to get past. And Logan McAllister's now going to look down the inside. And Benjamin Hamilton's been pushed down to third place, with Harvey Newton now your new race leader. Logan McAllister's going to look round the outside and he's going to make you stick. What a move! Logan McAllister, you can't do that, but he's managed to find a way of Benjamin Hamilton now down the inside. Logan McAllister probably pulled off the move of the day to take the lead of the Pre-A Final. That was something special.
That was brilliant. Just the late braking, just the truss in the grip that he had underneath him, and he comes out and he's jumped from third to first in one lap with that amazing move around the outside. Obviously Benjamin Hamilton was almost able to follow him through on Harvey Newton, but no, he's still stuck behind the number 91 for the time being. But yeah, you can see Harvey Newton doesn't look very happy with the fact that he's now got the number 2 of Logan McAllister right in front of him. He is going to want to take that place back as soon as possible. So coming round to the back of the track at the moment, you can see he's just so close. So Logan McAllister is going to have to defend coming into these corners. So does he pull to the right side? No, he doesn't. So he's got trust that Harvey Newton is not going to dive bomb him into that final corner. Coming down the start finish right now, this is where we've seen a few overtakes being made, but no, Harvey Newton seems to be quite composed at the moment. He's not making any surprise moves. He takes his nose to the inside, has a bit of a look, but nothing too serious there. Benjamin Hamilton, he just sitting there in third position waiting for a mistake, but so far nothing's coming.
Yeah, I think with all the scrapping going on, they made themselves a 5 or 6 kart battle, and I think as soon as Logan's got to the front, Harvey's thought, okay, I know Logan's got the pace, I know I've got the pace to stick with him, let's not make it a 5 or 6 kart battle. Oh, it's Benjamin Hamilton, he's not got the memo, he's going down the inside, he lets Harvey back through, but I think these three want to probably work together for the next minute and a half or so, just so they can make sure it's a 3 kart scrap for the win. That might have given Logan McAllister actually the space he needs to keep the lead. So we're going to see, is Benjamin going to stick behind Harvey, or is he going to look to overtake him and let Logan McAllister essentially have the win?
Yeah, interestingly though, the fastest lap has actually been set in the group that are right behind this lot. So that group of 5 that's right behind them trying to trail. So you've got Jack Bonham, the number 39 in the middle of it. He has currently got the fastest lap. So potentially, if he's got the pace to try and get past Ethan Pritchard, he could get on the back of this Newton-Hamilton battle, and potentially, you know, he might be a bit of a wild card in that. But for the time being, yeah, Benjamin Hamilton, he went up the inside of, went around the outside of Harvey Newton. He just kind of thought better of it, went, no, after you, let's work together, let's try and not let Logan McAllister get too far away. So yellow flag comes out for something, so hands go up, they've all acknowledged it, and that's neutralised the race for a couple of corners.
Yeah, and you can see Logan McAllister tactically slowing down quite a bit there, and I reckon that is to bring that pack of, like you say, Jack Braun back into play so that they can challenge Harvey and Benjamin. So he's playing a bit of mind games there. You don't usually slow down that much for a yellow flag, but he wants to invite the whole pack in. With 2 minutes and 10 to go, it's still we still could have 6 cars in the battle for this. It depends how Logan wants to play this. If he starts going defensive, it's going to invite that second pack into it. Whereas if they keep pushing each other along until the last lap, then it'll just be a 3-way scrap. So we're going to see how that ends up playing out. I think a big factor of that will be what Harvey decides to do. If it looks like he's going to make a move, then we know Logan's obviously going to defend. But if he doesn't, then it will stay being a 3-car scrap, as Logan has actually got a bit of a gap now. Not enough to be calm, but enough where he probably doesn't have to go defensive into corners. He's only got a minute and a half to go, so if this is a good lap, he might pull enough of a gap where he might start to feel a bit safe about having a pre-A final victory.
Yeah, I think so. He's driven amazingly well so far. He's waited and he's bided his time for each move that he's made. And obviously that incredible move around the outside. But for the time being, he just looks like he's got the measure of Harvey Newton and Benjamin Hamilton. Obviously, Benjamin Hamilton was doing an incredible job in first position until Harvey Newton made that incredible move. And then obviously Logan McAllister made an even more incredible move as take the lead. But for the time being, yeah, it looks like Benjamin Hamilton might be closing in on Newton, actually. Or maybe not, actually. He's just dropped a bit further back in those couple of corners. So, yeah, it's almost neutralised between the top 3 for the time being. So, with less than a minute to go in this race, Logan McAllister is looking fairly comfortable as he just takes the fastest lap as well.
Yeah, that fastest lap of the race came at such a crucial moment. You've got to imagine the pressure he's under when he's got Harvey Newton and Benjamin Hamilton, 2 drivers we know are absolutely rapid behind him, but that hasn't phased him. He's managed to put down an excellent marker of a lap to give him the gap he needs to push forward. As we're going to come on to the last lap now, he's put in a 41.2. He's got a couple of attempts of a gap over Harvey Newton. Harvey Newton closed down a bit. He's right on the back of him, and we could be getting one last scrap onto the last half of this lap. Going onto the back straight. Is Harvey too far back? I think he is. Logan didn't have to go defensive, but into the horseshoe he might be thinking about it, as Harvey's right behind him. Nope, still takes the racing line. And I think Logan just has the gap now. Yeah, he's done really well through that horseshoe. He's got insane drive. In fact, it looks like Benjamin Hamilton might be the one to make the move on Harvey. No, he doesn't. And so the top 3 are going to be as you were, with Logan McAllister taking an absolutely amazing victory. Well-deserved celebration across the line. It's going to be Harvey Newton in second, Benjamin Hamilton rounding out your top 3. And what a pre-A final we've had today.
That was absolutely incredible. The top 3 all did exactly what they needed to do. Obviously unfortunate for Harvey and Benjamin to lose out on that win, but Logan McAllister, you cannot take that away from him at all. That move around the outside was the move of a champion. So massive congratulations to Logan McAllister on that win. On that last lap as well, Benjamin Hamilton took that fastest lap. So yeah, this could be a very interesting A final for later on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Benjamin showed he had the pace in qualifying. He's shown on that last lap he's got the pace to win the actual A final. But when you're pulling off moves like Logan McAllister, how can you not deny him as the favourite to win that A final? What a move. Best move I've seen all day as we move on into the Cadet C Final.
Indeed, so this is the final lot of races for the days. We've got the C Final coming up first, and this will be the last chance for the C Group drivers to make a promotion into the B Group. Well, let's have a look at the grids actually. So in pole position is Sarah Telford. Obviously her brother made the jump up to the B Group, so she wants to do the same. With Ethan McNally Roberts, Sander Cameron, Elena Santosh, Sami Deshi and Zahi Lada.
Looking on to row 4. In P7 we've got Barnaby Rolf. In P8 Chloe Van Benaden. Looking into row 5 we've got Murphy Hogarth. In P10 Freddie Adams Fever. And in row 6 we've got Ralph Broderick and Logan Thacker.
On row 7 we've got Guy Baxter and Frankie Charles Jones. Row 8 Freddie Thompson and Teddy Morton. Row 9 Mahi Maru and Teddy Mullen.
And in row 10, rounding out the back of the grid, we have Oscar Bradley.
So, yes, this is the final chance for this C Group drivers to have that promotion. That, remember, the top 2 drivers in this race go up to the B Final, which will be after the C Final of the Juniors, which is the next race. You can see Elliot there just leading the karts around. Hopefully we're going to be going racing this time around. So Sarah Telford and Ethan McNally Roberts are right at the very front there, with Ethan on the right-hand side, Sarah on the left-hand side. So Elliot pulls off the left-hand side. The marshal says, keep it calm, in the tram lines, and I believe we are racing straight into the lead for Ethan McNally Roberts. Inside for Sarah Telford, and she loses a couple of spots actually, as Elena Santosh managed to come around the outside and take second place off her.
I've got a feeling, and I don't want to jinx it, but I think Ethan McNally Roberts might have broke formation and jump started. Sarah didn't seem like she got the best getaway. Nothing coming through at the moment, so maybe it was okay, and maybe he judged it. Now there, here we go. Ethan McNally Roberts with the jump start, so I think that explains why Sarah lost those positions at the start. With who is that in P2 at the moment?
I think that's Elena Santosh.
Ah, yeah, you're right. I can't. Yeah, the orange lead I can remember from the last pre-final. Yeah, that is Elena Santosh. So, yeah, the anti-pole side of the grid getting a really good start, but unfortunately for Ethan McNally Roberts, that penalty is going to mean that he cannot get promoted. Oh, as Elena is going to go for the front anyway, gets the move done into the chicane, and Sarah's going to look around the outside. No, thinks better of it. Going onto the straight, is Sarah going to look for this position? Looking round the outside, doesn't quite work for her. But she doesn't actually have to make this move because of Ethan's penalty.
Well, in terms of that, no, she doesn't. But you can see right behind him that Xander Cameron is just starting to close in. He's pulled away from Barnaby Rolfe right behind him, and he's started closing on this top 3. So if Sarah wants to secure that second promotion spot, she needs to get through past Ethan McNally Roberts as soon as she possibly can. But that said, Ethan McNally Roberts just trying to have a quick look on Elena Santosh, but for the time being, no, they don't stay in formation. Sarah Telford still stuck behind Ethan. As up the inside goes Ethan, he tries to make the move on Elena Santosh, and I think he's got it into the chicane, and Elena Santosh goes back down to second position. That might give Sarah Telford an opportunity coming down the back straight. She moves over to the left hand side of the track as Sarah Telford is on the right hand side, and I think Sarah Telford may have gone through on the... No, yes, she's gone through. She's back in second place now.
Yeah, great move from her. And now we've got Ethan. Great move originally to get past Elena. Despite the jump start, he pretty much judged that one to perfection. We're going to see if Elena... And oh, speaking of, Elena Santosh with a ABC bump and pass, and so our drivers in P1 and P3 at the moment cannot get promoted into the B Final.
That means that Xander Cameron is currently that second promotion spot runner-up. Sorry, the runner at the moment. However, Barnaby Rolfe and Sameh Desi are right there as well. So he has not got it all his own way, but you can see there that Ethan McNally Roberts is just trying to defend from Sarah Telford, as also they're bringing in as Elena Santosh as well. These three have not given up their scrap despite the penalties, and you can see that Sarah Telford is trying to attack while also trying to defend. She has got her hands completely full at the moment.
Yeah, she has a look to the inside on the final corner, and little does she know that the drivers she's scrapping with are both her penalties. But again, like you said before, we don't want Xander and Barnaby to catch up, or that's what's going through Sarah's mind anyway. So she's going to be wanting to look to get to the front so she can push ahead. But right now, Ethan McNally Roberts is keeping calm in P1. We're going to see if Sarah, she's having a look. Ethan goes slightly defensive, so she thinks better of it. Is she going to try and line a move up into the horseshoe? No, Ethan defends that one as well, and I think it's going to be a hard, long scrap between these three over the next 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, you can see a couple of different hand gestures coming up down at the time. Elena Santosh, as she came over the line, she must have seen the board, raised her hand. You can see there Ethan McNally Roberts, he raised his hand back to Sarah going, "What are you doing? We need to work together." But you can see there that Xander Cameron, Barnaby Rolfe and Sameh Desi are also trying to close in, but Sarah Telford just has a quick look up, but no, not quite. On the inside though goes Elena Santosh. She sticks the card on the right hand side of Sarah, coming into the chicane. She takes second place, and that has brought Xander Cameron right onto the back now of Sarah Telford.
Yeah, what a scrap is going on now, and now it's going to be brought into more as... Oh, did Xander look down the inside? He did, but I think that was more of a defensive measure. So Sarah keeps in P3 for now, and actually this P3 and P4 scrap is for the promotion positions. So currently we've got Sarah Telford and Xander Cameron who will be the ones getting promoted, but Barnaby Rolfe is right behind them, and now we've probably got about a 6-car scrap for the lead, so I don't know who's going to come out on top of this one.
No, not at all. And you can see there, the Barnaby Rolfe is just starting to have a look at Xander Cameron there. And up the inside, once again, we can see Sarah Telford having a quick look. But no, Elena Santosh is quite comfortable in her second place. Up the inside once again, though. There we go, Sarah Telford side by side into the chicane, but no. And then we can see there that I think that's Barnaby Rolfe up the on the left-hand side of Xander Cameron. So coming down to the corner up here, the number 80 Barnaby Rolfe up the inside. And I think he's now in the promotion spots.
Yes, what a move by him, and Sarah also had to go defensive there. For a moment they were 3 wide. Sarah, after making that move that didn't stick, she did really well to keep ahead, but now Barnaby and Xander are having a right scrap behind them, maybe giving Sarah a bit of breathing room behind, and whilst they scrap, we're also going to see Sammy Desi come right behind them. So this is going to be like a good 4 or 5 car scrap for these promotion spots. With Sarah, is she going to go down the inside this time? No, she thinks better of it. Maybe she's going to line a move into the hairpin. She's tried a few times to go down the inside of Billy's and it's not quite worked out for her. So maybe she's going to look to get a good run on this straight, which she does, but I think she's still a bit far back. So is she going to have a look? No, she's going to stick behind, going into the hairpin. And ooh, Xander. Oh no, sorry, it was Barnaby who had a look at Sarah for a second. Is she going to go defensive? No, she's not. And so it still stays as you were for now.
Yeah, the gaps have kind of neutralised for the time being a little bit. Obviously, they're not massive gaps, but they're gaps enough that it'd be silly to try and make a move because he's going to lose time. So Barnaby Rolfe has just managed to put enough of a gap between himself and Xander Cameron. As I say that, though, he's now having to defend against Xander Cameron, but I think, well, I can't quite see them at the moment. Let's have a look behind them. Yeah, I think he's just managed to keep in front of him for the time being. And obviously he's going to want to try and go after it. But up the inside goes Xander Cameron, but no, Barnaby Rolfe just sticks in the car exactly where he needs to be. Coming down the back straight, you can see there that Elena Santosh go to the left-hand side, go to the right-hand side of the undercut, but no, she sticks back inside. There's a spinner there. Was that Barnaby Rolfe or was that Xander Cameron? Let's have a look as they come back around as to who that's going to be. So that was 77. So that was Xander Cameron. So Xander Cameron is now out of the running for that promotion spot.
Yeah, so that currently goes into the favour of Barnaby Rolfe. We didn't really see exactly what happened there. I think there was a bit of contact between them which caused the spinner, and now we see Elena's now going to go back for the lead down the inside of Ethan. And is this going to allow Sarah to get a switchback? Yeah, she's going to try it. She's got the switchback on both of them. Is she going to get the lead? No! Ethan defends it and it manages to keep in P2 with Sarah in P3, but Elena is now your new race leader with the penalty, remember. So currently your net race leader is Sarah, and now guess who's back into this scrap? Barnaby's in the scrap for the lead now, or what would be the net lead. So currently a 4-way scrap. Is Elena got the pace now? She's in the lead to stretch her legs. She's got a bit of a gap now, so there's a good chance she might be able to drive away. But we'll see what happens with this last 3.5 minutes of this race left to go.
I'm going to say, we've still got a fair few laps still to race, and this is far, far, far from over. I mean, I think it's now down to obviously Sarah Telford and Barnaby Rolfe are going to be the 2 promotion spots, but Oscar Bradley could potentially close this gap if this group continues fighting, and the fighting obviously slows them down a little bit more. He would bring with him Sam Desi and Freddie Thompson. Freddie Thompson currently with the fastest lap as well, so they are not out of it. You can see there that Ethan McAllinder-Roberts, he just starting to try and defend against Sarah Telford. So even though he's got the penalty, he's not giving up that second position. But this is also bringing in Barnaby Rolfe, as he is now right on the back. Oh no, sorry, Sarah Telford is right on the back of Ethan McAllinder-Roberts, and Barnaby Rolfe is just keeping a very safe distance behind. So if anything does happen with Ethan and Sarah, he can be there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this defending from Ethan, I was going to say he's giving a bit of a gap to Elena out in front, but actually he's able to call those out right quickly. And again, he's right back on the back of it. He's going to look down the inside of the chicane. Probably didn't have enough of a nose alongside, so he's going to back out of it. Going to look for a good run onto the back straight. Sarah Telford's dropped back a bit, so it's going to allow Ethan to get a bit of a chance to have a go at Elena without risk of falling back to Sarah. She is there to pick up the pieces if necessary, but he's got probably about a kart length or 2, with Barnaby Rolfe still a few kart lengths back on them. So pretty much any of these 4 could win the race, but right now Elena's putting in a pretty good defensive drive with 2 minutes left to go. A contact warning for Sarah Telford as well, so she's going to have to be a bit careful. She doesn't want to get a penalty from the scrap of the top 2 leaders who already have penalties. For this, she's again currently in the net lead. It's just for pride of position. As we see, Ethan goes down the inside of the chicane. Elena squeezes him out, and this is going to give Sarah Telford a really good run down the straight. She goes down the inside of Ethan. She's going to be down the inside for the hairpin. Ethan blocks it off, and Sarah stays behind for now, and Barnaby's now starting to close in as well.
Yeah, one thing that's really interesting though, behind Barnaby, Oscar Bradley is closing in. He's gaining half a second a lap at the moment on Barnaby Rolfe. So potentially when Barnaby gets to this group, Oscar could be there as well. So Barnaby not looking perhaps as secure with that second promotion spot as perhaps he would like to think. There's a contact warning there for Ethan Manali Roberts, but obviously he's already got the penalty. But coming through the first couple of corners now, you can see they're up the inside, but no, not quite. You can see Sarah Telford just trying to find a way around. Yeah, I think she's definitely been caught now by Barnaby Rolfe, and look how close Oscar Bradley is there. He is absolutely flying at the moment. Yeah, still a couple of tenths a lap quicker than Barnaby Rolfe. We also got somebody in the chat saying, Banana Duck says, I'm Oscar Bradley. That is very impressive if you're currently catching the leaders and writing in the chat. So, well done there. Yeah, this battle for the lead is really heating up. You can see there that I think Barnaby Rolfe is right on the back of Sarah Telford now. So, Sarah Telford and Barnaby Rolfe are currently in the promotion spots, but with Oscar Bradley getting into the fight, he's just set a fastest sector 1 on this current lap. You can see there that Elena Santos is trying to get that position back from Ethan Manali Roberts, who's currently in the lead. Sarah Telford is now going trying to fight as Oscar Bradley goes up the inside of Barnaby Rolfe, and I think he's just managed to take the position. I think, yeah, Oscar Bradley is now in the second promotion spot, and he's now going on the back of Sarah Telford, so this race is far from over.
And now Sarah Telford looks down the inside. She's managed to get past Elena into P2. So she's now still your net leader. And I think Oscar Bradley now looks down the inside of Elena as well. So he's managed to follow through into P3. Out of nowhere, Oscar Bradley has managed to get himself into a promotion position. He's now going to look down the inside of Sarah Telford into the last corner as well. Is he going to get the net lead of this race? We're going to see. It's going to be a photo finish. Ethan will cross the line, but he's got the penalty. Sarah Telford will get the net win just on the line. She gets promoted into the B final alongside her brother Adam Telford. So they both managed to get their promotions in the end, with Oscar Bradley setting the fastest lap and out of nowhere taking away that promotion spot from Barnaby Rolfe, who has to settle for what I think would be a net P3.
That was fantastic drive there from Oscar Bradley, taking the fastest lap on the last lap of the race as he was also fighting. He overtook 2 people and took the fastest lap. That is extremely good driving, so we look forward to seeing Sarah and Oscar in that B final. But what it also means is the Telford rivalry is back on. So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to that. But coming up next, though, we've got to move on, is the Junior C final. Alright, the first of the junior finals coming up. This is the C final, so as a reminder, the top 2 in this race will go into the B final. Let's take a look at the grid, how they line up for this race. On pole position, we've got Caden Ward alongside Hooray Husnu, then Liam Weatherhall and Monica Bolton Ramos, Imogen Owen and Max Miller.
Looking into row 4 and P7, we've got Caden Serville and Quinton Vasseur. Row 5 has got Amy Gualtieri and Harry Thompson. Row 6, Yenna Chappell and Milo Stewart in P12.
On row 7, we've got Oliver Yangyo and Curtis Dwayne, Jasmine Richardson, Kai Ferner, Megan Earing and Tyler May.
Rounding out row 10, you've got Elliot Spencer and Thomas Wardley rounding out the top 20. Looking into row 11, we've got Voyden Kajayan and Luke Cherrington. And on row 12, we've got Gabriel Di Mattea and Ethan Miles.
And at the final position on the grid, we've got Charlie Bradburn. So, 25 strong grid for this first final of the juniors. And we can imagine that they've had probably a talking to after the last couple of races of the juniors, going, right, we want to keep this nice and clean at the start. You're side by side, don't push each other off. We've also got a quick mention in the chat for that fantastic drive by Oscar Bradley and fastest lap. Yes, 100% well done as these drivers are going around again. So, yes, 100% fantastic drive there from Oscar Bradley in that previous race. See, a couple of stragglers obviously just still going to pick up the back of the grid. But yes, so the 2 promotees.
Will it be Ethan Miles and Charlie Bradburn?
I'd imagine so.
So
yes.
yeah, let's see how they get along. And also worth pointing out that Oscar Bradley managed to get out nowhere with the fastest lap and get promoted in that final, whilst also being in our chat.
Yes.
If Banana Duck is to be believed. So very, very impressive from him.
He's entered the GOAT chat.
We've also got Rory Hamilton after his final, after his victory, saying my cookery was insane, and yes it was, and it was great to watch. But now we've got the super lightweight C final to watch, and I think they're all together. I think we're going to be going round this time around.
I believe so. Yes, the sun is beaming down once again. So let's see what Elliot does. Is he going to get them to go round once again, or is yep, they're going round once again.
Round.
Yeah, so they're not happy with something, or the...
Is there a driver missing, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know, I haven't seen anything.
No, nor have I. I'm not sure. Maybe one of the marshals wasn't in position, maybe a cone needed to be put back in place. We're not sure, but let's hope this time around we're going to see a race start.
Yes, indeed. It looks like they're all in position now. They're all in their lines. Obviously, we don't want to see any jump starts because that will take them right out of contention of being promoted. But it looks like no, they're going once again.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what the issue is. I'm sure there is something causing the delay to the race start. But in the comms box, I think we're a bit stumped as to what that reason is.
Yep. Anybody in the chat got an idea? Because I haven't.
Maybe Oscar Bradley's in the chat. He's in the car in the chat again.
Oscar Bradley knows all. So Oscar, what is it?
Oh, come on. Is this going to be the moment? What do you think?
Yes.
Are we going to go? Yes?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay, I'm going to say no.
Oh, waiting for someone in pit lane, we've just been told. So let's see.
Yeah,
no, they're going again. Damn it. Damn it. So they're waiting for someone in pit lane, we've just been told. Oh.
I just heard an engine. Oh, wait, no, wait, they're going?
Yeah. They've, okay.
They're going slowly, so I don't think they were meant to go.
No. In all fairness, he did say spread out and then did that,
Yeah.
and then he pointed to the left.
That one confused me a bit as well, in all fairness, so
Yes.
I can kind of see why it confused the drivers.
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, we've got a full start confirmed. So the drivers will come back round. They will rejoin Elliot, and yeah, I believe there was a cart that we were told there's a cart still in the pits they were waiting for. So maybe there was a mechanical, and they were trying to get one of the drivers still out on track.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I remember hearing an engine tone just as that false start / no start happened. So I think they might be back out on circuit now, as the drivers are going back up to Elliot. Who is probably a bit confused as to why all the drivers left him in the first place.
Yeah.
So will this be the moment where they go? We're about to find out. I'm waiting for that thumbs up. I'm in anticipation, probably in the same region as the driver.
Yep.
And we see the thumbs up. There we go. We're going to be going this time around with Kieran Mogg on pole from Harai Husnu. So we're going to see how this one goes out, as we're going to see Elliot peel off to the side. And we're about to go racing. Kieran Mogg from pole. Let's see how he gets away. We're starting now. And Harai seems to have taken a bit of an early lead. He's going to go round the outside, and he's going to keep the lead. What a start from him, but Kieran looks down the inside. We've got a driver going off wide, not sure who that was, but at the front, I think Kieran's kept the lead as our drivers are piling through 3 wide into the chicane. Is that going to end up okay? Yes, it is so far. For one of our cleaner starts of the day, I don't think anybody's gone off.
I don't think so. I mean, there was 4 wide at points. There was definitely some bumping and shoving and argy-bargy going on in the midfield. But yeah, just about that. Harai Husnu was just dropped down to 2nd place. Kieran Mogg managed to move up to 1st place, round the outside, and just sticking that position and keeping the keeping that position ahead of Harai Husnu. So brilliant driving there. And you can see also that we've got Imogen Owen has moved up to 3rd place alongside Ami Gutierrez. As Jasmine Richardson has moved up 9 places, as Ami Gutierrez has moved up 6 places. We've got a fair few movers at the moment, so I'm just trying to spot. Okay, the biggest mover I think is Jasmine Richardson. So up the inside there goes Caden Serville, I believe that was, on Harry Thompson. Oh, sorry, sorry, it's Jasmine Richardson, I believe, on Harry Thompson, or.
I think it was Caden, I'm just not sure who on. Yeah, I'm just not sure who he made the move on. I saw the number plate and I'm pretty sure it was a 117.
I'm not sure.
We're going to find out who he overtook once they cross the line on the live timing. As Kieran Mogg as well, taking the fastest lap of the race, quite a bit ahead of everybody else. Already got a 7/10 gap, so he's already stretching his legs out of the front. And after having such a good start, Jasmine Richardson Oh, to the back of the grid, and now a penalty for an unsafe release. So after having such an amazing start, it's gone not so good, and somebody else has gone off as well. I'm not sure who that was.
Was that Harry Hunsnoo?
It might. No, it's not Harry Hunsnoo. I'm not sure who it is. It's the 135. Harry Thompson. And you could see the frustration, that the hands balled up in fist, the banging on the steering wheel. He made a mistake. He just locked up the reeds. It's really easy to do that. It's such a heavy braking zone. It's down the hill, so it comes on you a bit quicker than you think. And an unfortunate mistake for him has dropped him to the back of the field.
Ami has now had a penalty as well. So Ami Gutierrez, currently in third position, is now not in a position to be able to be promoted, as is Harry Thompson, Justin Richardson, and Charlie Bradburn. So a few penalties already in the first couple of laps of this race. You can see there that Imogen Owen is just trying to find a way around Harry Hunsnoo, as it's almost a bit of a cork in the bottle now.
No, I think that's Caden Serville at the cork of the bottle in this one. I think Hooray's a bit further ahead.
Yes.
And Caden Ward out in front, to be fair, very supreme, with the fastest lap of the race of a 41.6, as Ami Gutierrez has managed to get into P2, although her penalty will mean she will not be able to be promoted. So right now, as it stands, Caden Ward and Hooray Hunsnoo are will be your promotees, but we've still got 8 minutes to go, and a lot of our drivers in this race are looking racy, so it might not end that way, as still we've got Caden Serville at the front of this group, with Oliver Yuanju probably having a few looks down the inside. I reckon he thinks Caden's a bit of a cork in this bottle, and he wants to be able to get through so he can challenge the top three and try and get into one of those promotion positions.
So the problem is that they've dropped a massive amount of time now. Let's see as they come across the line. Up the inside goes Oliver Yanyu on Caden Serville, but let's see as they come across the line, let's see what the gap is, because I think it's quite large now.
Yeah, it's like 4 seconds at least to Hooray, and Hooray's in P3, so
yeah,
they've got a long mountain to climb.
Then they're probably not going to close that with how much they're still battling. Yeah, they've still got 7 minutes, but they would have to stop now. And penalty for Charlie Bradburn, who is currently in 9th position, so he wasn't currently in the positions to be promoted anyway, but I think he's at the back of this pack. Yeah, this pack is very, very feisty. On the inside goes number 72 of Imogen Owen on Oliver Yanyu, and that's brought her up into 5th position.
We've got Hooray Hunsnoo Oliver Yangu has managed to get past Caden Serville now, and look at the gap he's already pulled on that gap, on that pack. And then we've got Imogen Owen with an ABC bump and pass. So she managed to get to the front of that group, but with that she's got the penalty, and so now she will also not be able to be promoted as a driver on the grass. That is a long way rallying. I'm not sure who that was. A hand in the air. Not very happy. It was the number 72. It was Imogen herself. Yeah, I think once she crosses the line as well, getting that ABC bump and pass will also not put her in the better spirits.
Rubbing salt in the wound, I think that'll be.
Pretty much. But I think right now, because he's gotten away, your best chance of anybody catching our top 2 promotees, it'll be Oliver Yuanku. His pace, he's about to cross the line.
Yeah, you can see Imogen there, as she saw the sign, she just pushed her hand up into the air, and yeah, very, very not happy. Can't blame her, but unfortunately that's the way it goes sometimes. Penalty from Max Miller as well. What have you spotted?
Just Oliver Yanku. Now he's past the pack. He's managed to gain 2 and a bit tenths on that lap over Hooray, and that battle for P3 will be the battle for the promotion spots due to Ami's penalty. So Oliver, he's got 4 seconds to make up, but with 5.5 minutes to go, if he's able to get 4 tenths, half a second every lap, there's all the chance that he's actually going to be able to get onto the back of this pack.
Possibly. It's been done, and you never know. So yeah, with Ami obviously already having a penalty, it does mean that, yeah, Hooray is currently in the promotion spot. Up the inside goes number 67, Charlie Bradburn on Sienna Campbell. And then we can see there that Oliver Yangu is... Oh, no, sorry, that's Max Miller. Just trying to defend against Charlie Bradburn. So, yeah, very, very feisty little pack here. As the guys and girls in front of them have just started to, yeah, open up the gap. You can see a couple of drivers close together. Black flag for Charlie Bradburn. What's that for? Ah, that's because of multiple penalties.
Yeah, ABC ×3, and that might have been the 4th and final ABC which has caused the black flag. He's acknowledged it, so I think he'll be in the pits for a bit of re-education, we shall call it, and I think that's probably going to be an end to his race. And here we see the number 96 of Ami and Hooray just behind her. And Hooray probably will be looking to find a way past Amy, as he probably isn't aware that she's got the penalty that will push her out of those promotion spaces. And look, now he goes down the inside. And what a move into that right kink. He saw Amy make the mistake. He pounced on that mistake, and that was very, very impressively judged. And now let's see what he can do from P2. But Amy's not going to let it go quietly. She's going to look down the inside. Is she going to send it into Billy Flying? No, she's going to stay back for now. She might look for a switchback, which she's going to try and get into the chicane. And I think she's going to have the inside. And Hooray gives the room, races with respect, and it's still back into P2. But he's now going to look around the outside of the hairpin. We've seen it done by Logan McAllister. Can Hooray do it? No, not quite.
All this is doing is letting Caden Ward drive further away and letting Oliver Yangu just close in on them. So that possibility of Oliver Yangu getting that second promotion spot is not out of the realm of possibility. We've still got just under 3.5 minutes left of this race, although that is quite a large gap. Has he lost some time?
That is 4.6 seconds. It's similar to what it was before, but I don't think he's made much progress.
Let's have a look. As he comes across the line. Yeah, he's lost some time.
He has lost some time. He did gain 3 tenths on that lap, but you'd expect him to gain a bit more with the scrapping going on. Yeah. So, yeah, with only 3 minutes to go, maybe that gap is too high. It depends how much these two scrap. Hooray, this time around, doesn't seem to be going for a move. There's a bit of a gap. I think Amy's pace is actually helping Hooray out. As soon as she makes a mistake, and Hooray's going to send it down into the horseshoe. And I think, yes, he's got it. He's got it done. Oh, he's back up into P2, and the more they scrap, although it's going to be a long shot, Oliver Yang, who's going to be rubbing his hands together thinking, maybe I can catch up. He might have that belief in him that, yes, maybe I can get onto the back of this scrap, as Caden Ward sets another fastest lap of the race, a 41.4. He's 5 seconds out in front. He is storming this race.
Yeah, this is absolutely brilliant stuff from Caden Ward. He's probably kind of in his helmet going, "Lowly," because he's just got such a gap out there. But it does mean that the first two in the race at the moment don't have penalties, which means they are the two. Oh, as we see a spinner there for someone. I'm not quite sure who that was. But yeah, it does mean that Caden and Hooray are both the people in the promotion spots. And I do apologise about that, quick technical issue. But we're back as we're finding some of the drivers here. Do apologise. Some technical issues that we've got to work through. But yeah, let's have a quick look. So come across the line. There's a yellow flag going at the moment. So I'm not sure what that's about. I haven't seen anybody go off, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, after those technical difficulties, luckily in terms of the story of the race, it is still as you were, with Caden Ward with a 5.3 second lead over Hooray Husnu, who's actually managed to get a bit of a gap of over a second to Amy now, so he's looking pretty strong in keeping that promotion spot, as now Oliver Yangu's 3.3 seconds back. With only a minute to go, I don't think Oliver's unfortunately going to be able to make that gap up. So our top two, no penalties, and should be, as things stands, going to be the ones promoted to go up into that junior lightweight B final.
I think so, and I think this is possibly one of the only races that we've had where there's a possibility of being promoted, where the first two across the line are going to be the two that are actually going to be promoted.
Yeah, I think that's the first time that's happened all day, which just goes to show a message to all drivers out there, especially if any of our lightweights or cadets are watching now. Don't get any penalties at the front. Having a penalty costs you. If you want one of those promotion spots, that penalty will completely cost you, and it's cost a lot of drivers today. So keep your nose clean like Caden and Hooray have done, and it'll pay off in spades, and you'll be able to get promoted into the next final.
Absolutely, and now we finally have Caden Ward on screen. He's finally getting some airtime, as he's just been completely by himself the entire time on the last lap, coming round to take the win of this C final and take that promotion spot into the B final. We obviously haven't seen anybody make the C to A jump yet, but we've still got the possibilities of the C and A final winners from both the cadets and the juniors may be able to jump up to the A's. And with the speed that he's just shown, and as he comes across the line, now here we go, he's taken that win. Possibly he has the speed to do it, but we'll see how it goes. Second place goes to Hooray Husnu, and very close in the end with Ami Gutierrez and Oliver Yangu. So Oliver just missing out in the end, which is unfortunate. But yeah, Caden Ward and Hooray Husnu make that promotion up to the B final, which will be coming up in about 15 minutes time, because coming up next we have the B final of the cadets. All right, the second race in the finals for the cadets. They've only got one more after this, which means this is the final race where anybody can be promoted in the cadet class. So you can see there in the background, the juniors are just finishing up their race. But let's go through the grid. On the front row, we've got Milo Taylor and Jack Dowding, followed by Sean Chan, James Vout, Jack Thompson and Rafe Howe.
Looking into row 4 in P7, we've got Lily Catignon and Oakley Sands. Row 5 has Philip Poloskov and Maya Gualteri. In row 6, we've got Dexter Hazeldine and George Hillary in P12.
Row 7, we've got William Robson and Hugo McMillan, Milan Pillay and Alan Telford, Rocco Titzel and Jamie Watson.
Looking into row 10, you've got Juan Armendariz, Negra and Finley West rounding out your top 20, with Sarah Telford, your promotee from the C Final, and Barbie Rolfe alongside her, rounding up this 22 car grid.
Yes, obviously, as we mentioned before, we have the two Telfords, we have the Telford siblings in this B Final, which means we could possibly have some more of that Telford sibling rivalry, which I do hope Sarah and
it's Adam.
Adam, that's it, yeah. We're both able to give each other a good run for their money, and with only, 5 spots in between the two of them at the moment, it could be very, very interesting. As Elliot brings them round on the final corner, there's a straggler behind, but we may be going racing this time around. Let's see what happens. Nope, we're going round once more.
Yeah, I think they want to give an equal chance possible to everybody, including our folks at the rear of the field. And yeah, Adam and Sarah, I'm sure we might see some on-track action with them again. Another one to watch out for, James Vout, who managed to go from P15 into P2 on track in the Pre-B final, but unfortunately, due to the penalty, was not able to get promoted. He's starting P4 this time, so he's only got 2 drivers to get through. So there's a very, very good chance of him being able to do that and get into that A final, where we're used to seeing him throughout this season. As we're about to get underway, Elliot Ull pulls off to the side, and we got Milo Taylor going from pole with Jack Dowding alongside him. And I think that might be a jump start from Jack Dowding, so he's going to take the lead. The anti-pole side with a really good getaway, but down the inside goes Milo Taylor anyway. We've got a few scrapping on the outside of Billy's blind, but we're still okay going into the chicane. No drives off so far. Milo Taylor has managed to keep the lead from behind. I think James Vout is into P2 already and is already looking down the outside of Milo. So James Vout, we knew he was going to be racing, and he's already making his fight for the lead.
Yes, 100%. There was definitely a couple of movements in that start then, so we're interested to see what the stewards make of it, and as to who gets any penalties, if indeed we get any at all. So let's give it a couple of minutes and see what they come out with. But yeah, you can see there that James Vouch just stuck to the back of Milo Taylor. Milo Taylor also had a very good run early, but unfortunately got that penalty, which means that he didn't get the promotion. But in all of this, you can see there that Rafe Howe has just managed to get up the inside of James Vouch and take that position, now given a possible overtake for Jack Thompson there, as James Vouch goes right up the inside to take P2 once again.
Yeah, really good from James Vout. He lost the position originally, but he was not going to stay behind for long. And in all of that, they're now going side by side for the lead. Is James Vout going to look around the outside of the right kick? Yes, but it doesn't work out for him. And straight from behind, is that right? How he's managed to get into P2. We're going to see going into this start-finish straight, any one of them can end up in the lead here. And it's still Milo, but down the inside and into the lead is Jack Thompson. What a move from out of nowhere. Oh, a little moment from Milo. But yes, into the lead goes Jack Thompson, and he's already got a bit of a gap going forward, so maybe Milo might end up being a bit of cork in the bottle here. James Vout is still looking down his inside, looking around the outside of the hairpin. Is he going to try and open it up on exit? Yes, he is. He's going to be on the outside of the horseshoe. Is he going to be able to make it work? We're going to see Milo defense to the inside, and I think he's got it covered. But then still, James Vout is still looking on the outside of the right-hand kink. That's going to allow Rafe Howe back into this, and he's going to send it on James Vout into the last corner and get up into P4.
This is crazy once again from these cadet drivers. And just to remind everyone at home, these drivers are between 7 and 12 years old. And look at them action here as Rafe Howe gets pushed out to the side and they've gone back into formation. Yeah, but that could be quite interesting. So far, we haven't had any penalties, any warnings from that start or anything at all. However, we've had a contact warning for Rafe Howe. There we go. The commentator's curse. It's there and it's strong. Up the inside though goes. Oh no! So there's a bit of a switcheroo there for James Vout. He's back up past, I think that was Jack Dowding, it is, yes. So James Vout is now back up into third position. Jack Thompson and Milo Taylor looking pretty comfortable in first and second. Side by side now for Jack Dowding and Rafe Howe, as eventually we get Jack Dowding a pass, but then Rafe Howe is kind of going, no, I would take that back, and he'll take it back through the first couple of corners.
Yeah, and whilst those two are scrapping, it's allowing James Vout to close back in on Milo Taylor, and we know James has the pace, so we're going to see him close back right up pretty quickly to Milo Taylor. And we see another contact warning for Rafe Howe. He's got to be careful. If he gets another contact warning, that is a multiple contact penalty, and he's not going to be able to get promoted into the Cadet A Final. And meanwhile, Jack Thompson, he looks pretty comfortable out in front. I think James is definitely closing in on Milo, but probably only a tenth or two a lap. So Milo's probably got a bit of breathing room for the next couple of laps. And as soon as I say that, actually, I reckon that gap is only a couple of car lengths now. So we might be able to see within the end of this lap, James Vout right onto the back of him. But don't rule out Rafe Howe. He might have those two contact warnings, but he looks really racy. He's keeping with James as we see some scraps going on further back. There's trains all throughout the pack, and everybody is scrapping and jostling for position.
Yes, actually, in the front of that pack is George Hillary, and we've got Claire Bush in the comments saying, keep pushing forward, George, you've got this, and he's absolutely having to defend for his life at the moment. Currently in 6th position is George. He's a little bit behind Jack Dowding and Rafe Howe, a second or two up the grid, but yeah, he's holding strong there in 6th position.
Yes, and I now think we're about to have that scrap for P2 like we promised. We've got Milo, James and Rife all right next to each other as Jack's going to look down the inside. He's going to get it to work, but is Rife going to be able to get this switcheroo on him? Oh, he's going to try it, but it's not going to work out. James Vout gets up into P2. Milo just about keeps P3. Is James going to go defensive into the hairpin? Yes, he is. He pulls out last minute. Milo keeps defensive. He's going to be able to hold on to P3, but whilst they're going to be scrapping behind, I think it's going to allow James Vout to go ahead a little bit. He's going to be able to stretch his legs, and we're going to be able to see if he's going to be able to consolidate that P2 and maybe even start catching up to Jack Thompson in the lead.
But Jack Thompson's got a massive lead as they come across the final corner now to come across the line. Let's have a look at that gap, because we've still got over 5.5 minutes left, and the gap is currently at 1.8 seconds. Not impossible to close. Side by side coming into the first couple of corners as James Vout is just trying to defend from Milo Taylor, but so far they're keeping in a line as it stands. But you can see though, Rafe Howe, he's plotting, isn't he? He's trying to have a look at Milo Taylor going, I want to be past you.
Yeah, and I thought James might be able to stretch his legs a bit, but clearly not. These four drivers are so close in pace that none of them are really able to get away from each other, no matter how much they try. And Milo's just gone round the outside of James Vout. What a move! And Milo's now back into P2. That was an insane move. We didn't really get all of it, but it looked like he went right round the outside of the horseshoe, which you don't really see happen often. So Milo's now back up into P2, and penalty! ABC bump and pass for that move. So maybe there was some contact in that, and so now Milo Taylor is out of contention of the promotion spots, but James Vout doesn't care. He's going to go down the inside anyway. Rife is going to try and look through it as well. A bit of contact, but he is through into P3. James is getting his head down, employing that human DRS to try and get away now. But as it stands, it's now really going to be a scrap between James Vout and Rife Howe for that promotion spot, as Milo is not going to be able to get through due to that ABC bump and pass penalty.
Yeah, big shame for Milo, obviously having 2 penalties in each of the possible promotion races, as he was in promotion spots for both of them, and unfortunately, yeah, it happens this way sometimes, but you've got to be careful. He's still putting up a fight, but yeah, he's dropped back a little bit now, as Rafe Howe is the next person to try and have a go at James Vout. James Vout currently is the 2nd promotion spot, and everybody is obviously going to want to try and get past that bright, shiny, I'm guessing yellow helmet.
Yes, it is yellow.
Yes.
Great job, to be fair. As he then goes defensive into the hairpin, and that's going to allow Milo back through. And if anything, if Jack can stay ahead of this, he's now essentially got a bit of a rear gunner. Milo's going to attack him, but if Milo gets past, that doesn't matter too much. If Jack can somehow pull the gap a bit out and leave Milo and Rafe to scrap, he's going to guarantee himself that P2. But yeah, nobody's really going to... You're you're not going to struggle to miss James in that bright yellow helmet and bright yellow suit. And as Milo, he's going to look round the outside. James is pretty clever. He blocks it off, keeps the inside line and goes defensive into the chicane as well. Milo's not going to be able to get past this time round, but I know he's going to look for a move into the hairpin. James doesn't really look, he goes defensive, keeps to the middle of the circuit, forces Milo to the outside, and he's able to keep the position there. We're going to go into the horseshoe now. James is going to keep defensive. Milo's going to look for a bit of a switchback, a bit of contact onto his rear, but it actually gives James a bit of a run out of the corner and gives him a bit of probably a 2 car lengths gap going into the last corner, which will be really helpful for him.
What I find it quite impressive though is James Vaughan, he's not looking behind him that much, and yet he knows that Milo Taylor is there. Obviously he's going to feel him pushing him along whenever their carts touch you a little bit, but he's putting his cart exactly where it needs to be. But I haven't seen his head twist behind him once. On the inside there goes Rafe Howe, and then is that William Robinson has gone up into second. I'm so confused. Third place. It is third place. That is mad. He's gone from 5th to 3rd in one corner.
What a move from him, and one thing that's got to be noted is he's got the faster lap of the race, and we know he's got pace. James Vaughan thought he had his hands full with Milo Taylor and Rafe Howe, but little did he know William Robinson was going to come out and sneak and take the move on both of them, and he's already looking down the inside of James, so we're going to see if William Robinson from out of absolutely nowhere can make a move on James Vaughan for his promotion position. What a race we've got here.
This is the battle now, that final promotion spot, and you can see there he's looking up to the inside. He's got his wheels alongside, coming through to the chicane, and he takes that position away from James Vaughan. William Robinson is now in the promotion spot to go up. You can see there, Jack Downey's going, come on, we need to work together. He's back down in 5th place at the moment with Rafe Howe in 4th position. They're watching William Robinson move into that second promotion spot, which they haven't been able to do for the last however many laps. They've only got a minute and a half left. James Vaughan is not going to be happy with this. He's going to be looking at the back of that 47 car going, I need to get back past you, as Jack Thompson is completely out of this fight now. He is so far down the road, 3.5 seconds. They're not going to close that up, so it's now a fight as to whether anybody can pass William Robinson, the fastest lap, and he's come out of basically nowhere. He was in that battle pack that we were looking at behind this main battle pack, and he's clawed through them all. He's then clawed through this battle pack, and he's now in that promotion spot.
Yeah, what a drive from William Robinson, but James Vaughan, he's not going to give it up easily. He's still managing to keep with him, which is really impressive considering William Robinson is the quickest man on the circuit. He's got the fastest lap of the race, but despite that, James Vaughan, we know how experienced he is, we know how far up in the championship he is, so he's not going to give this one up easily, and he will fight tooth and nail on to what I think will end up being the last lap. Yes, it will be. So we're going to see, can James Vaughan pull off an insane move? He's going to look to the inside of Billy Spline. He thinks better of it for now. No, he has gone down the inside. He's made it work. William Robinson goes wide. James Vaughan, what a move into Billy Spline. He's managed to get back himself into P2. You know he's going to white line it into this hairpin. He's not going to take any chances. William Robinson's going to look to the inside. Is he going to go back down? No, he's not. James Vaughan's got a few more corners to go to guarantee. And look at this. Rafe Howe's now trying to make the move. William Robinson has to defend, but this is going to give James Vaughan the room he needs. Coming into the last corner, he's got a bit of a gap now to William Robinson, and I think he's got the gap. William's going to look for a move, but it's not going to work. And James Vaughan, we thought it was going to be William Robinson after making such a good drive up, but James Vaughan is going to be able to take his promotion into the A final with Jack Thompson being your leader and William Robinson taking up the top 3.
You can see there William Robinson, he was just pumping the air. I mean, that was a fantastic drive to get up to P3. Obviously it's a shame that he just missed out on that promotion spot, but props where it's due. That was a fantastic race. They gave each other just enough racing room, and most importantly, neither James nor William got any penalties when most of the drivers around them actually did unfortunately pick up in more than one in some cases, which is a shame. But yeah, it does mean that Jack Thompson and James Vaughan, they move to the A final, so we will see them in the final race of the cadets later on. But coming up next is the B final of the juniors. Alright, so that was one heck of a race. And we can see the cadets in the background just leaving the circuit, the juniors in the foreground just entering the circuit. Let's take a look at the grid for this second final. Thomas Welsford on pole position alongside George Dogood. Next, Oliver Peters, Tay Dewis Sherlock, Dan Griffin and Jensen Barnard.
Looking at row 4, we've got Jack Cahoe and Piers Hartley. Row 5 has Miles Harrison and Ollie Brunel-Weil. Row 6, Fowles Arder and Harrison Bishop rounding out your top 12.
Row 7, we've got Harrison Maxwell and Leo Edgar. Row 8, Iris Crees and Ruben Tucker. Max Winfield and William Harvey.
And rounding out the back of the top 20, you've got Leo Jackson in 19th and Ryan Bowe in 20th. Row 11 has Oscar Mahowiak and Lewis Taylor. Row 12, Aaron Hewood and Andrea Brahario Mustera.
And rounding at the back of the grid, we've got Caden Ward and Hooray Husnu, obviously our 2 promotees from the previous C Final. So they're going round once more. There's a couple of drivers still coming out of the circuit, so we've got a lap or 2 for them to form up, just to kind of take our breath a minute after that former race, because the races so far have been they've been hectic. And I think what's been quite interesting is yesterday the qualifying sessions were basically races, and the races were all hectic but kind of consistent in how hectic they were, whereas today I feel qualifying sessions were calmer and the races have been more crazy.
Yeah, 100%. These races have been absolutely mental today. We've had some great scraps all across the grid, with the race starts also being quite hectic as well. So we'll see what happens in this one. The juniors especially have had quite a few false starts and quite a few incidents at the start. So we're going to see if our B finalists can keep it clean into these first few corners. And somebody to watch out for, Caden Ward, who came up into this final from the C final. We saw him win that final by a good 6 seconds. So we know he's got the pace. So let's see how far up the grid he can go, as we've got Thomas Welshford and George Duguid on pole and the front row as they go around again, and I wonder how long until they decide to get going.
Yes, indeed. I'm just looking down the grid, obviously, of the drivers that we've got in this, and I think the people that really need to be watching out for are Hooray Husnu, Caden Ward, Oscar Makiarak, and Harrison Bishop. I believe those are the ones that we've seen so far say have got the pace, and for whatever reason or not, they're obviously not towards the front end of this grid, whether it be because they've been promoted. We will find out, because their drivers are now queuing up down the tram lines to start the race. It looks good to me. I think they're all in the line. Nothing too bad. I don't see any full starts, and they're side by side coming into the first couple of corners. Bit of contact there between Thomas Welsford and George Duguid, but they're coming out of the corner. Nobody's gone massively off track, so I think just about we are okay.
Yeah, we're pretty okay, but that is really unfortunate for, I think it was George Duguid, who's been forced wide and forced to quite a far way back in the grid. And who have we got in the lead? Ooh. It is on number 61, as we have 2 drivers going off. One of us got the track and has taken the lead. I'm not sure who that is, and I assume we'll get a penalty for it, I'll be honest, but his number, was it number 67?
I don't know, but he hasn't done the full clay pigeon track, he's done the clay pigeon.
I'm not sure who it is. It's Harrison Maxwell.
Yeah, Harrison may need to give a few places up there, because that. Yeah.
I don't see anything on the penalty board. I think. Oh no! Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Yeah, just to let you know, people, that's not how you take the track here at Clay Pigeon. That's not the route and the layout they want you to do. As oh no, we've got the number 9 ton of Ruben Tucker out of the race. That is a big shame for Ruben, going out. We've got 3 wide coming around the left-hander here. I need to get my head back in the game. Who is this? I don't know.
I'm not sure, but in the lead we've definitely got Dan Griffin. We've got Thomas Welford and Harrison Maxwell. Both of them have penalties. So Thomas Welford has gone overtaking under yellow penalty, so he's going to be out of contention. As look at this scrap down the number 75 goes down the inside of Billy's blind. Who is that?
Ollie Brunel-Weil.
Ollie Brunel-Weil. What a move! As we've got more scraps into the chicane. Everybody seems to be bunched up. There's nobody really stretching their legs out at the moment. So we've got scraps all across the grid. But with Thomas Welsford, with that overtaking under yellow penalty, he can't get promoted. So right now it's Dan Griffin and Jensen Barnard who are your promotees as of now. Miles Harrison, who I'm pretty sure started quite far down in around P10 or P12, is already up into 4th place. So he's also definitely one to watch.
Harrison Bishop is up to 6th place as well.
Another one we said to watch, he's already up into 6th place, is Harrison Bishop. So
let's have a look where the others are. So Hooray Husnu is not, let's say as we go across the line, no, not managed to make any massive movements there. Who else have we got? Caden Wild up to 21st, so not a massive jump there either. yeah, it looks like Oscar Makiarak is up into 15th, so that's a good jump. But yeah, I think of the ones that we pointed out initially, Harrison Bishop up into 6th place at the moment, so he could potentially play a part. But yeah, I mean, Dan Griffin has got this at the moment pretty secure, as we got, I think, Miles Harrison and Oliver Peters there fairly close together. It is, yes. So you can see there that Oliver Peters is gesturing something to someone who's, we've got
it's
a
the
yellow
yellow flag, I think.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe someone's off somewhere, or they're fixing a tyre barrier perhaps, or something.
Miles Harrison is also now getting right onto the back of Jensen Barnard, which is our battle for provisional promotion at the moment with Thomas's penalty. Dan Griffin at the front is setting the pace quicker than pretty much anybody on the circuit. He's got the fastest lap, so I think at the moment he's looking pretty secure. So I think it's going to be this scrap between Miles Harrison and Oliver Peters is just behind him, and we've seen how quick he's been today as well. So it's between them two and Jensen Barnard at the moment at the very least. So we're going to see how that goes as they cross the line. Miles Harrison with the fastest sector 3, and look at him right now, right on the back of the number 27 of Jensen Barnard. Is he going to try and do the switcheroo? No, he's going to wait into the chicane. Are we going to see him look for a move down into the hairpin? Is Jensen going to go defensive? He's not for now. Is Miles going to send it? No, he's too far back for now. Let's see if he's going to get a bit of a nice run looking into the horseshoe. He's going to look round the outside of the horseshoe. It's not going to work out, maybe on exit. Oh, he's going to be on the outside of the right kink. He's going to be alongside it into the last corner, I reckon. We're about to find out. He's going to have a look. No, but all this has allowed Oliver Peters right onto the back of them both. And I think this is going to be a three-way scrap, which might end up lasting most of the race.
You can see that Harrison Bishop is starting to join the back of this fold as well. So he could potentially get into it. Now, Harrison Bishop has also set the fastest lap. Thank you for pointing that out. So he's always alongside goes Miles Harrison. As off the track goes Jensen Barnard as well. So now, yeah, he's lost that third position. And you can see there Miles Harrison going to Oliver Peters behind him. Come on, we need to go. We need to go now. We're in third and fourth position. They're basically in pairs of side by side here. Harrison Bishop has caught the back of this train, and it's just two lots of pairs basically side by side, almost at some point throughout all parts of the lap. Coming into the final corner now, they're just a long train. Let's see in what position they're actually in at the moment as they come across the line. So, in third position, we have Oliver Peters. Oh, he's got a penalty! So Oliver Peters can't get it. Okay, so this battle is worth mentioning. So whoever finishes at the front of this battle is the one that ends up being promoted, because Thomas Welsford in second with his penalty cannot be promoted. As it stands, Oliver Peters can't be promoted either. So Miles Harrison currently is the driver in that promotion spot, except he's just been overtaken by Harrison Bishop. So Harrison is now in the promotion spot. It keeps changing so much.
Yeah, this is an absolute crazy scrap right now. There was a hand raised from Miles Harrison, but nothing has been adjudicated so far. And now he's going to have to get back past Jensen Barnard. So he's going to have a chance at challenging Harrison Bishop. Harrison actually at the moment, although Oliver Peters is ahead of him, he's going to do well to just push him along. And to be honest, Oliver's actually been able to get a bit of a gap, so it might be this three-way scrap. As we see, Harry Husnu, one of our promotees from the C Final, has got a penalty for the sausage curb. It's not been the kind of B Final that he's been too expected, down in P22, so it's not gone too well for him. But right now, Harrison Bishop, a great drive from pretty much the mid-pack on the grid. P4 on track, but as we know, he's P2, our first promotee, and right now he's got a couple of carts in between him, and yeah, he's doing an excellent job at the moment.
Yeah, speaking of promotees, Oscar Makiarak has had some trouble and has ended up back down in 25th position, so he's lost a couple of places. Caden Ward has moved up to 15th place, 3 positions gained on that previous lap. So he's in the midfield now. I doubt he's going to be able to make any kind of move towards the front. So I think what it's looking like now is that unfortunately we can't get anybody promoted from C to A throughout the day.
No, sadly not. I would say Jack Thompson went from the pre-C final to the pre-B final. He didn't get into the pre-A final, but he is in the actual A final, so I think that's the closest we've got. That is a C to an A final, just about, in just a bit of a different configuration.
I'd count that then.
Yeah, I'd count that too. Yeah. So good job to Jack Thompson. Back to the action, we've still got Oliver Peters and Harrison Bishop pushing him along. They've got quite a decent gap now to Jensen Barnard and Miles Harrison, so right now things are going perfectly for Harrison Bishop. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, he's still one of the quickest out on circuit, and he's pulling a gap to the drivers that will actually be the ones that are battling him for that promotion spot. Oliver Peters ahead of him has that penalty, and I've got a feeling Harrison knows it because he's not really going for any moves. He's just pushing Oliver Peters along right now, as Harrison Bishop, of course, with that fastest lap of a 41.202. This time around, almost the exact same lap with a 41.4, and he's really stretching his legs out and really giving himself the best chance of pushing himself up into that A final.
One thing I found quite interesting is that Thomas Welsford in second position is slowly gaining on Dan Griffin at the front. He's now under a second with 8 tenths away, and he's just slowly picking his way through. He's a little bit quicker, just a tenth or two a lap quicker. With 3 minutes remaining, I think we might see a battle for the overall one, even though obviously Thomas Welsford can't actually win this race. We may see a battle for that lead position. As I say that, Dan Griffin sets the fastest lap.
I mean, that's exactly what Dan Griffin needs to do, because let's say Thomas does catch up to him and there's contact in a potential win scrap, it could cause Dan to get a penalty. So to respond with the fastest lap and really stretch his legs out, because now that gap's now 1.6 seconds with only 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, that is absolutely perfect for him. As we still see, we're on with Harrison Bishop and Oliver Peters. Harrison's still pushing Oliver along. He's playing this out perfectly. Instead of scrapping, instead of potentially giving himself a penalty, he either knows Oliver Peters has got a penalty, or he's just happy and content to sit back, keep going as he is, and this is going to be the drive that, fingers crossed, should get him into that A final if things stay the way that they do. Another decent lap from him, another 41.4, so he's extending his gap to both Miles Harrison and Jensen Barnard. I can overhear the marshal saying that the final lap board's out. I can still see a minute 40 on live timing, so I'm not sure what's happening there. I still think we'll have a couple of laps to go though. Yeah,
I think so. Maybe it's because obviously we had a bit of a delayed start, so because obviously they had a couple of extra laps, didn't they?
Yeah, that is
so true. It could possibly be that. It's difficult to differentiate sometimes. Up the inside though goes Ollie Brunel Weil on Miles Harrison, I believe that. No, that was on
75.
Ty Dewis Sherlock. That was. So they're going side by side, a bit further back down. But yeah, this is possibly the calmest race that we've had all day.
Which is crazy when you think in the first few minutes we saw some absolutely crazy scraps. And what a lap that is from Oliver Peters. Obviously he has the penalty, he can't get promoted, but a 40.9 when nobody else is in the 40s is a great effort and one of the fastest laps we've had in the finals. Not really touching what we've had in qualifying, but as the tyres have died down, as there's a driver off. That was number one. It was a spinner. It was Leo Jackson. It was the number 107. I think he was a promotee from either a pre-C final, but unfortunately this B final not going the way he wanted, as we're going on to the last lap now with Dan Griffin leading the way. He's had a really good drive, a 2 second gap. For a while we thought Thomas Welsford was going to be able to close that gap, but actually no, Dan responded, has been imperious out in front, and he's going to get a very, very well-earned promotion into that Junior A final. He's only got the horseshoe to go and top corner, so providing no surprises there, he should be well established to get that promotion into the A final. And also Harrison Bishop back in P4, who is actually on net P2 driver, also looks pretty imperious. I think he's alright as we see the celebration across the line for Dan Griffin. Well deserved win. Thomas Welsford in second with the penalty. Oliver Peters in third, also a penalty, meaning Harrison Bishop, one of your predictions, Kieran, has managed to make it through into the junior lightweight 8 final.
To hell with that commentator's curse. I know what I'm talking about.
The reverse commentator's curse. Finally, we've waited all weekend for it, and after a lot of curses, we've finally managed to beat it.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. No, great drive, obviously, from all of them. A shame for obviously Thomas Welsford and Oliver Peters at the front there not being able to take that promotion. But yeah, Dan Griffin and Harrison Bishop truly deserved for both of them. But we are far from done yet, because now it's the A finals. First up, we've got the Cadets. Alright, this is the final race of the day now for the Cadets, and this is where we'll see it all come together. So this could be very, very interesting. But let's take a look at how they line up on the grid for this final race. In pole position, we've got Rory Hamilton and Alex Ibanescu on front row with him. Freddie Powell and Jacob Underhill, Senna Capana and Alfie Phillipson.
And looking on to row 4, we've got Omar Allah and Zachary Smith. Row 5, William Moore and Ben Cape rounding out your top 10. Looking on to row 6, we've got Ronnie Deacon and Edward Saberi. Looking at row 7, we've got Freya Lally and Jacob McClone. Row 8's got David Caddo and Harrison Outram. Row 9, we've got Mohammed Umar Abdeen and Harley Drury.
Row 10, we've got Jaden Williams and Amazi Nuosu. And on the final row are 2 promotees, Jack Thompson and James Vout. Obviously, James has had a very hard-fought day to try and get into this A final, so yes, be very interesting to see how they can both do from the back of the grid. So, are you ready?
Just about. I'm still catching my breath. And I don't know if you saw in the background, but I think we've had a bit of a mechanical failure as I saw Elliot Alt pushing a cart round. So if that is one of our cadets, we may have a bit of a delayed start here. I'm also really curious to see how Jacob Underhill does. The fact that he's starting 4th. Remember, in the pre-final, he was pushed to the back after an incident, and to somehow make his way up into what must have been a net P4, giving him that P4 start into this A final, shows that he's definitely got the pace to challenge the likes of Rory Hamilton, who had an imperious drive. I think he won the A final, or the pre-A final, by about 4.5 seconds in the end. So yeah, definitely excited for this one.
Yeah, 100%. There's obviously a lot of the drivers that we've been talking all day about, a lot of the drivers that have been the centre of some of the stories and now fighting it out in this A final. So it's going to be very, very, very interesting as they join onto grid now. So yeah, I mean, you obviously got with Rory Hamilton, Alex Ibanescu, Freddie Powell, Jacob Underhill, Senna Pana, Alfie Phillipson, you know, at the front of the grid, and then more towards the back of the grid you've got Jack Thompson, James Vout, you know, you've got Harrison Outram as well, David Cadar, you know, so these are some of the Freya Lilly, these are some of the drivers that we've been really talking about throughout the entire day, and they're all now on the same grid for this A final. This is going to heat up and get very, very interesting. So see Elliot there, he's got a load of very hungry, very, in some cases, hot-headed racers right behind him, and he's about to unleash them for 11 minutes of pure, I was going to say something, then I can't say that, but it's going to be pure excitement for the next 11 minutes, I predict.
Yeah, hot-headedness just because of the weather, obviously.
Yeah,
not due to the emotions. And we're going to see Elliot pull away now, and we're going to see the start of this Cadet A Final, one of our main events here. Rory Hamilton's going to lead us away. Alex alongside him. We've got number 72 already on the outside, trying to go down the inside of somebody. Doesn't manage to pan out. Rory, a very good start. Oh no, Jacob Underhill again has been pushed out wide and loses a load of positions. But at the front, it's been a fairly calm start. Rory Hamilton in the lead. Alex has not lost P2. It's Freddie Powell in P2, and number 14 going around the outside. That is Omar Ola, who's had a great start. I think he was starting P7, so he's already in P3, challenging P2, and a good start from Rory as well.
Yeah, very, very good start from Rory. Obviously, he just managed that gap to perfection, and already he's just pulled out a couple of kart lengths over. I think that's Freddie Powell currently in second place. So very, very well managed there. But as I come across the line, let's have a look at some of the gaps, because I believe there's some movers a bit further down. One of the, okay, Freya Lilly up 7 places, but also Jack Thompson up 11, James Vout up 9. They're already in the midfield, so they are not out of this. So you can see there, Freddie Powell is already having a go at Rory Hamilton. So Rory Hamilton had it all his own way earlier on. Not so much this time.
No, he's already going defensive, and we knew that Jack Thompson and James Vout would be really quick in this final. Bear in mind, they are in the top 5 of the championship, so they have had some really good results. As we now see a side-by-side scrap, Freddie Powell's going around the outside of Rory Hamilton. Is he going to make it stick? No, Rory's able to defend quite well and keep ahead. And in that, Omar Ola, very, very opportunistic, has managed to get into P2. What a move from him. And now he's pointing along to Rory Hamilton saying, let's go together, let's go together. Let's see if we can pull away. Oh, but he's going round the outside of Rory Hamilton. So maybe that was a bit of a trick. It doesn't work. Freddie's able to get back into P2, and Rory's still going to be ahead. I think this is going to have to be a very defensive drive from lap 1 for Rory. I don't think he thinks he's got the pace to pull away, so he's going to be looking to white line this for as long as he can in this final, as we've got a full course yellow out on track. I'm not sure what that's for. Maybe an incident further back.
I think there was somebody that spun in the back of one of the shots then that I saw. So maybe they obviously struggled to get going or something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, we've take a second now as they obviously double yellow them and get them to slow down for a full course yellow. We've only had one contact warning so far, which is with Freddie Powell. But as we come on to the start finish straight, let's see if we're going green again. I don't believe we are. No,
not
so
just yet.
We're good for the time being. But yeah, that was a crazy couple of laps. Here we go. So having a look, James Vout up into 6th place from the back of the grid. That is incredible. You can see him there. It's just,
yeah, the yellow helmet. You can't miss him.
You cannot. He was one of the front runners in the B final, and he's now essentially one of the front runners in the A final. So we could potentially see James Vout fighting for this win. Let's have a look. Jack Thompson also up into 10th place now. Got David Cadar. Oh, he's dropped down a little bit, and where Freya is up to 9th. She lost 2 places on that previous lap, but she's up at net position anyway. So yeah, we've got a couple of big movers there. Alex Ivanescu obviously started on the front row. He's dropped down to 5th place, but we've seen Alex be very, very feisty so far today, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of the front runners to get back up. And with him and James Vout literally nose to tail with each other, they could work together and give Rory Hamilton quite a difficult time.
Yeah, 100%. And we know James Vout has the pace to win a race. He's won an A final before. It was a surprise to see him in the pre-B final. So the fact that he's managed to get himself back up into the A final, start from the back and come to the front, shows he's got the pace. As I think we're going to be going green as our drivers go on to the start finish. So we're going to see how this start goes for Rory, Freddie and Omar up at the front. As they cross the line, they're going to be going. Rory's going to hold them for as long as he can to use as much time as possible. And here he goes at the start finish straight. Freddie's sticking behind him for now. Is he going to look for a move down the inside into Billy's blind? Rory covers it. He's already going defensive. That allows Omar through. That also allows William Moore through. Into P3 now. Rory's played that start to perfection. Forced Freddie on the outside and forced him to the back of the grid. He's already white lining it, going into the hairpin. Omar's going to look round the outside. He's not going to be able to make it work. He's going to go for a switchback. He's going to lead him to the outside of the horseshoe. Is he going to try it there? Yes, he is. It's not going to work out perfectly. And now that's going to allow William Moore to get down his inside. As we come across to the start finish straight, are we going to see who's going to be in the lead? It's still Rory Hamilton. Omar still managed to keep in P2 with William Moore in P3.
Yeah, you can see there that Freddie Powell was just watching them all as Rory Hamilton has just dropped back. Why? He was raising his hand and he's dropped back a little bit. So I wonder what happened there. He's still trying to defend it. So you can see James Vout is now fighting for 3rd position as they go 3 wide towards the oh no! Rory Hamilton goes off the track, and that may result in a penalty. Yeah, you can see he's waving his hand. He must have been pushed off there towards the midfield. He's now side by side with James Vout a bit further back there. But I believe that is now Omar Ullah in the lead of the race. That was an absolutely crazy couple of corners. They're all trying to kind of settle down. That was very strange how Rory Hamilton, he slowed down on the start-finish straight there. Have we got a full course yellow again? Oh no, it's ended.
No, that was the end. I think that was due to contact. He had his hand up for contact, so I think he may have been, in his opinion, forced off the track. We'll see if any penalties come up, but for now that has put Rory Hamilton in 7th place. And we see James Vout going down the inside of Jack Thompson. They've been racing together all day in the B finals, and now in the A finals. They're going to go side by side down the straight. I think James Vout's going to have the inside line going into the hairpin. Yes, he is. Is he going to get the move done? Yes, he is, with Zachary Smith alongside as well. Those three you've not been able to separate all day. Jack Thompson's going to try it down the inside of the horseshoe, but James Vout is wise to it. And now I'm pretty sure that's going to be James Vout up into 5th place.
Is he up into 5th? I thought he was up into 3rd.
Oh no, he's up into 3rd. Yeah. Sorry, I can't count. My maths is completely off. Ignore me.
I've been making those mistakes all day long. But as they come across the line again, let's have a proper look. So we've got number 65, of Jack Thompson right behind him. William Moore in 5th. Zachary Smith in 6th. Harley Dury in 7th. Rory Hamilton all the way down in 8th position now as he goes wide once again at turn 1. He's onto the grass. No, he's having a shocker. This is not good for Rory Hamilton with 4.5 minutes left. As we've got side by side now for 2nd place. We've got James Vout in 2nd, and he's now got a massive gap between him and Omar Ullah, and he's got a massive fighting pack of very, very angry balls behind him that he's got to try and keep at bay. This is amazing for the A final of these very young drivers.
Jack Thompson with a penalty as well in P4, and so is P3 driver, Ronnie Deacon, has also got a penalty. So that means the drivers behind James has got a penalty. It's now up to him to try and push alone to see if he can catch up to the leader, Omar. This will be an insane drive from James. It already is. From pretty much the back of the A Final, he's managed to work his way up into second place, and now he's already gapping Jack Thompson behind him, and now he's going to be making a charge up to Omar Ola in the lead. Could he somehow, from pretty much the back of the grid, win this A Final here at Clay Pigeon? This will probably be one of his best ever drives if he manages that.
Yeah, that would be absolutely amazing. Because you see Ronnie Deacon have to take to the grass and cut across next to the chicane there. So whether he might get cutting circuit, he's also got another penalty there for Ronnie Deacon now. So that's not going well. But there you can see that James Volsey just trying to make himself as small as possible in front of Jack Thompson, trying to keep that position. Jack is not having any of it. He's looking left, right and centre. We've also got William Moore trying to make a move, and on the back of all of that is Zachary Smith as well. These drivers are all, you couldn't even put a piece of paper in between them. They're so close. Coming up to the corner now, we've got Zachary Smith on the inside. William Moore, is he going to make the move? I think he is. He's got up into 4th position. As you can see now, Jack Thompson is just trying to find a way past James Vout, but he's making that cart as wide as he possibly can do. It's only a metre wide, but he's making it seem like it's about 5.
Yes, but James Vout, weirdly enough, he's not going defensive. I think he's still trying to push. He's pointing forward Jack. Jack's got a penalty, so his best bet is to follow James Vout through and to see if they can catch Omar. And right now, they're both a 10th of a lap quicker. They've got 1.5 seconds to catch up. There's only 2 minutes to go, so they're going to need a really good lap to catch Omar, or Omar's going to have to make a mistake. But you can tell they're working together. They've both got their heads down. Jack, obviously, he can't win this race. He's got the penalty, so his best bet is to try and push with James as far as he can. They've got a massive gap behind now because of the straps going on behind them. So with Zachary Smith at the front of it, he's doing a lot of defending. That's Jacob Underhill. Again, after having been pushed off at the start, he's managed to work his way back up. Let's see if he can somehow get what could end up being a podium due to the penalty. So yeah, let's see how he ends up doing, and let's see how it looks across the line. A 44.1 for Omar, but a 43.7 for James Vout. The gap's only 1.2 seconds now. A minute and a half to go, maybe 2 or 3 laps of this, and we might have James Vout. Omar cannot make a mistake. This has to be a really good lap if he wants to win this race, because James Vout and Jack Thompson are working effortlessly together. They've been racing together throughout the whole day. They know how each other drives. They know their strengths and weaknesses, and they're going to be pushing each other along to try and catch Omar up.
You can see there that James Vout is not going defensive. He trusts Jack Thompson not to make a silly move. They know, they've communicated, we're going to work together, we're going to try and close this gap up to Omar. Omar can do nothing but drive his absolute best and look behind him to see that bright helmet get ever closer. He takes another couple of tenths out, and now just a second behind with less than a minute to go. It may be too little too late, but nothing can be written off. Anything can still happen. It is motorsport after all. They're working together. They've got a big enough gap now back to Zachary Smith. So James Vout, Jack Thompson getting their heads down, and that gap between themselves and Omar is getting ever closer. Next lap round will be the final lap of the race. I think it might be a little bit too much to close, but let's see how this final lap goes.
Yeah, James will constantly try and put pressure on. You never know. So he might make a mistake. So he wants to be as close as possible to capitalise in case Omar has an issue on the last lap of the race. Let's look at the times. Another 44.1. The past 3 laps for him has been 44.1s. James Vout with a 43.8, so the gap's 8 tenths. But as it stands, it's going to be too much, and I think Jack Thompson realises that, so he's going to try down the inside of James Vout, and he's going to be able to get P2. I think that's going to give Omar the win, really, as they're now going to go defensive. James is going to attack around the outside of Jack. He doesn't actually need to. You've already got P2, James. This is a penalty position for Jack Thompson, but he's still going to go defensive as Jack into the horseshoe to try and minimise the damage as much as he can, and all this is allowing Omar, who probably had the gap out in front, but this is going to seal the deal for him. What a drive. I think he started in 5th place with all the carnage. He managed to work his way through. What a drive from him, and he's going to cross the line to win the Cadet A Super Lightweight Final here at Clay Pigeon. A side-by-side between Jack Thompson and James Vout over the line. Jack Thompson will take P2 on track by 0.06 of a second, but James Vout will overtake that to despite finishing 3rd on track, he will end up P2, and Zachary Smith in P4, as long as he's not got a penalty, which I don't think he does,
think so.
will end up on the podium with Jacob Underhill in P5 after being taken out at the start. To get back up into what will be a net P4 is massively impressive from him as well.
What's seriously impressive though is both Jack Thompson and James Vout started on the final row of the grid and they worked their way up together to get second and third. Obviously Jack Thompson with that penalty, he doesn't finish second, but he's second on the road, so brilliant driving by all three. But yeah, Omar Uller, you cannot take anything away from him at all. Real shame there for Rory Hamilton. As we can see there, we've got the final positions. Omar Uller takes the win ahead of Jack Thompson and James Vout, but obviously that will reverse with Jack's penalty. James Vout will be second. Zachary Smith, Jacob Underhill, Alex Ibanescu, Harley Dury, William Moore, Ronnie Deacon and Jaden Williams. But yeah, Rory Hamilton ended up, I think he exited, I think he retired. So, right, that was crazy, but we've got the juniors coming up next. Alright, so juniors, final race of the day. So, let's go through the grids. Pole position, Logan McAllister and Harvey Newton, Benjamin Hamilton, Ethan Pritchard, Jack Branham and Sam Morse.
Going up to row 4, we've got Ellis McKenzie and William Markwick in P8. Row 5, Jamie Riches and Jules Larkin rounding out your top 10. Into row 6, we've got Matteo Ehrenfeuchter and Jamie Warner in P12.
On row number 7, we've got Jacob Brown and Ethan Critchley, Austin Lawrence Filden and Samuel Spencer, Henry Eaton and Edgar Aveso.
And looking into row 10, Leo Belimenko and Tom Justice will round out your top 20. Row 11 and more, Zayana and Josh Melling. Row 12, Nikolai Eidsgaard and Hassan Iqbal.
And at the very back of the grid, we've got Dan Griffin and Thomas Welsford, obviously our two promotees from the B Final. So, final race of the day. It's been absolutely crazy so far. We've got Teddy Cox in the chat saying, come on, Garam Jack. So,
a bit of congrats for Omar as well. Yes. Well deserved. Well done, Omar, by Kwame and Virginie saying yes, Omar as well. Yeah, congrats to Omar. What a drive from him and a great way to end off our cadet racing. And we had a really good pre-final for this, didn't we?
We did, we really did. And I was just about to say, Logan McAllister, obviously, he had one heck of a drive around that outside move that he had. Harvey Newton couldn't do much about it. Ethan Pritchard was very close there as well. So I'd imagine they're going to want, they're going to be out for blood in this one.
100%. I think Benjamin Hamilton has come into the pits to swap his car actually as well. He's starting P3. He had the pace. We saw him have the fastest lap of that pre-A final on the last lap. So we know he can challenge as well. But yeah, I still look back to that Logan McAllister move. I think that was the move of the day. Perhaps even the move of the weekend to take the lead on the outside of the hairpin. It's not an easy move to make, and it's one you rarely see done. So let's see if he doesn't need to do an overtake now if he's starting from pole. So let's see if he can keep that pole position and make it 2 wins from 2.
We've also got Greg Smith-Scunthorpe in the chat saying Benji for the win. Obviously, I'm guessing he's alluding to Benjamin Hamilton. The number 3 car, who will be starting up the grid somewhere. I think he's in
P3.
P3, thank you.
Yeah, I think he's in the pits just swapping cars.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We've also got ZP Racing saying, come on, Tom. Got Yvonne Williams saying, yes, Ryan. So we've got big support for a lot of the drivers. Also got Lewis TR15 saying, come on, Dan, absolutely send it. So, Dan, that's going to be, let's have a look.
Dan Griffin. We've seen a lot of support for Dan Griffin throughout this entire day. So let's see how he does in this A final. Done very well. All these drivers have done extremely well to make it into this A final alone. With 3 finals, it is very hard to make it, and these are the best of our juniors. So let's see how they get on as we're about to get underway. I think. Oh no! As we have number 93, who must have had a bit of a moment at the hairpin. So I don't think we're going to be going around this time around. We're going to let number 93. Who is that? Number 93, William Markwick, come back through and see him get back on the grid so we can have a proper start here.
We've got Ethan Guest in the chat, obviously was racing yesterday, saying Logan and Benji cooking in this final. So he's expecting some good things. Obviously, he put up some good things himself yesterday, and he's expected to see exactly the same from this junior final. So, as we can see, I think we'll go around again.
Yeah, we're going to go around.
Yes. So you can see there, Will Chu just standing in the middle there, keeping a watchful eye over everything as they are waiting to go racing for the final race of the day. It's a bit of a shame to call it as an end because it's been a fantastic weekend of racing, but if anyone deserves to at least give it a shot to close out a weekend like this, it's the Junior A Final, because they're going to be spicy.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing race, and they're going to be going around again, so they're making us wait in anticipation. They're not in a rush. We want to see this action, but they're going to go around once more. I wonder if there is another car in the pit. I'm going to look out the comms box. I don't see... Oh, I do see a driver in a helmet, so is it possible... There's that driver in that white helmet over there. I don't know if they are a cadet or a junior, but
they look like a cadet. They're
I can't see them fully. So, well, oh no, actually, yeah. Are we going to be going? Yeah, we're going to be going. All right, this is it.
Here we go.
This is it.
They want to make us wait.
Logan McAllister from pole alongside Harvey Newton, and here we go for this lightweight A final. Logan McAllister has a really good start down the inside. Benjamin Hamilton's managed to get into second place. Oh, but round the outside. That was Ethan Pritchard. What a move to keep into P2. But for now, Logan McAllister's had a really good start. As we see Harvey Newton, who's been dropped down, he points forward at Benjamin Hamilton. He has trusted his pace to keep going, so he's not going to fight him for now. They're going to try and fight together to get back up to these top two of Logan McAllister and Ethan Pritchard. A really nice getaway for our juniors, which hasn't happened all day, but this is probably one of the cleanest starts we've had so far, which is exactly what we want to see. We've got a mechanical flag for Sam Morse, who's in P5. That is going to be absolutely unfortunate for him. As we see Harvey Newton actually down the inside of Benjamin Hamilton, who might have made a mistake out of the last corner. That's going to be Harvey Newton up into P3. Oh no, Benjamin's actually defended it, sorry. And what a start we've had in our A final.
All of this has given Logan McAllister and Ethan Pritchard quite a sizable gap of basically a second between themselves and the big flock of carts behind them. So this could be quite interesting. Up the inside there goes Ethan Pritchard. He's not hanging about. He wants to get past Logan McAllister. No, he doesn't actually. He gestures going, no, after you, which is interesting considering he was side by side. So a bit of mental games there going on between Logan and Ethan. But yeah, you can see Logan there tapping his helmet going, come on, let's work together. Let's build a gap and we can fight for this later on. You can see there Benjamin Hamilton looking ahead. He's obviously got that massive trail of cars behind him, but he looks cool and collected there. He just wants to try and use the cars behind him to power himself towards Logan McAllister and Ethan Pritchard, try and make up for the racing that they had earlier on and try and have another stab at the racing. But up the inside goes Ethan Pritchard. I believe he's still behind.
He tried it round the outside, but I think he thought better of it. I think what's actually happening right now is I think Ethan Pritchard does want to follow Logan McAllister through, but he's actually getting out of the corners a bit quicker than he expects, and so it gets a bit of an overlap. But actually, he's not wanting to make the move. He doesn't want to go around the outside. He wants to push Logan McAllister along so they can make it a top two scrap. But yeah, he's just getting better exits than he's expecting. He's going quicker than he thinks he's actually meaning to, which is a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, it might just be obviously mechanical. It goes up the inside once again on the brake, and yeah, there we go. He takes the lead away from Logan McAllister. So Logan, obviously, he made that momentous move earlier on, but he gets overtaken by Ethan Pritchard. And now, can Benjamin Hamilton have that another stab at Logan McAllister, make up for the overtake that he had earlier on today? Obviously, bringing Harvey Newton with him in third and fourth position. So it's still all to play for. You can see there that Ethan Pritchard's already built up a couple of tenths gap, and you can see also Benjamin Hamilton and Harvey Newton are starting to build a gap away from Jack Bonham. But while all this is happening, Ethan Pritchard, while making that move, has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 41.270. So he's got some serious pace in that number 8 kart at the moment. Logan McAllister he's still there. So maybe Logan hasn't given up on it just yet.
No, I don't think Logan will give up on it just yet. And as you say that, they go, he's gone round the outside again. Has he made it? Yeah, see, oh no, he hasn't. I thought he'd made it again. That was going to be an even more insane move. Round the outside of the right-hand king doesn't really happen too often. Even Pritchard's managed to keep it for now, and we know he's got paces, Ethan Pritchard, but Logan McAllister is keeping with him. That slipstream, we've said it all this weekend, that slipstream can bring you that extra couple of attempts that if you think you're lacking originally, it'll draw you right back into. It's going to be really important for Ethan to try and break that toe. It's similarly for Benjamin Hamilton to try and break that toe from Harvey Newton. As right now, I don't think they've got the pace to keep with these top two, but they've not got the pace to close in, so these two would really have to scrap at the moment. And it's good that Benjamin and Harvey aren't fighting each other, as if they keep like this, yes, they won't catch him up for maybe the next 4 or 5 minutes, but as Ethan and Logan start to fight towards the end of the race, that is when they'll catch up. As we see, Logan McAllister sets the fastest lap of the race as a 40.9 that quickly gets beaten by Ellis McKenzie back in P7. So if we see these top 4 starting to scrap, we know the pack behind also has the pace of the leaders in this race.
Yeah, 100%. I did also notice that Benjamin Hamilton on the start-finish straight had a look back at Harvey Newton to see where he was, and Harvey tapped his helmet and pointed forward, saying, I'm not going to overtake you, let's work together, let's keep with them. So for the time being, yeah, they're not going to overtake, as you can see there. Logan McAllister is he's bumping along at Ethan Pritchard going, come on, but they're still quite close behind. Benjamin Hamilton and Harvey Newton are not fighting yet behind them.
When did Logan make the move? He's in the lead. I think we missed that. Logan is back in the lead.
He is in the lead, yes. I didn't actually see that, to be honest. I was too busy looking at Benjamin Hamilton and Harvey Newton. So if anybody in the chat saw what happened, please let us know. But yeah, as you can see, obviously Logan is he's keeping it quite stable at the moment. But Benjamin Hamilton, I believe, is starting to pull away a little bit from Harvey. So maybe, just maybe, let's have a look at the gap. Yeah, 0.8 of a second. Benjamin Hamilton has closed a little bit on Ethan Pritchard and Logan McAllister. So maybe it'll be a 3-horse race, not a 4. Because, yeah, look at that gap now between Hamilton and Newton. That is starting to grow a little bit. So maybe Harvey Newton just doesn't quite have the legs. As side by side down the start-finish straight goes Ethan Pritchard and Logan McAllister. He thinks wiser of it. He backs back into the slipstream of the number 2 machine and goes back round once again to the chicane. You can see there, yeah, I think Hamilton's closing, and he's pulling away from Harvey Newton. So I think this could be a 3-horse race that we're building towards.
I think Hamilton is closing in, but I think as soon as these two start to scrap, Benjamin will get in that scrap. But I think towards the end you will have Harvey back in. I think it's inevitable that these two will have another scrap for victory. It's going to leave Benjamin to catch up, and whilst they're all 3 scrapping about, that might bring Harvey into play, and maybe even the 3 cars behind them. But we're going to see how they look crossing the line now. Oh, as Ethan's gone for the move, he's managed to make the lead. They've swapped around again. I will say, although they are scrapping, they're not losing that much time. I mean, Ethan set a 41.1 last lap, a 41.2, and Benjamin also set a 41.2. So yes, he's catching, but very, very little. There's still 4.5 minutes to go. Although they're scrapping, they're not defending from each other in each corner. So yes, the positions are swapping around, but it's only through one corner that you see a move being made. So they're not actually losing a lot of time. So it's a very, very clever way to scrap at the early stages / midway through this race, and it's not allowing Benjamin to close in as much as he'd like, and he's in a bit of no man's land. He's not got Harvey pushing him along, but he's also just not quick enough to close right back into Ethan and Logan, who are pushing each other along. Another 41 dead and a 41.1 from Logan, and only a 41.2 from Benjamin Hamilton, so that means he's still losing a 10th a lap, and all that is the absence of toe. He's not close enough to get the toe from Logan. He's not getting any push from Harvey, as there's a yellow flag into the hairpin that might allow, with Ethan closing down, it's going to allow them to close up. Was that tactical? Has he wanted to close up? Because now Benjamin Hamilton's right behind them and Harvey's right behind Benjamin, so this could be their opportunity. And look at that, Ethan Pritchard, what a clever move from him. He slowed it right down, got on the power early, and he's managed to pull away a good 2-3 car lengths from Logan, and that might be all he needs to secure this win.
And what that's done also is brought Harvey Newton straight back into it. They're pushing together now. You can see Benjamin Hamilton going, come on, now you're back, let's move. They want to try and catch Logan McAllister, and really what they want to do is try and have the 3 of them close up to Ethan Pritchard towards the closing stages of this race. It's not impossible now that the 2 of them are together, but you can see Logan McAllister, he's just already close up to the back there of Ethan Pritchard. So yeah, Logan is very, very quick at the moment, but now that there's 2 of them trying to close in with Benjamin Hamilton and Harvey Newton, it means that that gap that was a second is not looking as formidable anymore. Got Greg Smith-Scunthorpe in the chat saying, come on Logan, get that move back on. So he wants Logan to try and catch up on Ethan Pritchard, as I'm sure Benjamin Hamilton and Harvey Newton don't want him to close up just yet. They want him to wait back, wait for them, and then go for it. But we'll see. We've still got 2.5 minutes left of this race, so anything could happen.
Yeah, 100%, and I do think Logan is starting to close in. He took just half a 10th out last lap, but it looks like he's taking a bit more. I'd say that gap is about 2-3 car lengths. He's just I reckon he's just right on the back to where you're going to start to get a tow. Meanwhile, Benjamin Hamilton is still getting pushed along by Harvey Newton, but Harvey's just dropping back a bit, like half a tenth every lap, and he's not getting that all-important bump to Benjamin that'll help them push each other along. So although Benjamin's pointing back, Harvey's kind of putting his hand up saying, I don't have the pace just to push you along. As Ethan Pritchard, what a response, fastest lap of the race of 40.9, puts another 10th on Logan McAllister. That's exactly what he had to do coming into these last 2 minutes. If he's just able to push a 10th a lap, he's going to put himself out of attacking range, and he won't even need to defend on track, so his pace alone is providing a stout defence to Logan McAllister in second place.
100%, it's already up to a half a second gap between himself and Logan McAllister, so it's getting to the point now where Logan is almost in no man's land, where he might be up to the as we see somebody spun now. Yeah, that's not good. But yeah, he might be then susceptible to a pass by either Benjamin Hamilton or Harvey Newton. And it's looking like Harvey Newton, with just a minute left to go, is looking a little bit more feisty with Ben Hamilton right in front of him. He might be kind of thinking, right, a minute left. How are we actually going to close up to them, or shall I start trying to fight you? And I think it may be the latter.
Yeah, I think he's going to look for it. And he had a little look down the inside there. I think he's going to leave it for the last lap. And I think, barring any mistakes, Ethan Pritchard, he's got a half a second gap. I think he's just about far ahead enough. As Logan McAllister gets a cone warning, he can hit one cone. If he hits another, he's going to lose the place out to Benjamin Hamilton. As we go on to the last lap, again, Ethan Pritchard pulling out a few hundredths of a second, but it's just enough. On this last lap, he's got probably about 3 or 4 kart lengths, but that's enough. Logan McAllister cannot make a move from there, and if he does, he's probably going to be sending Ethan off the circuit. Benjamin Hamilton, again, he's also not close enough to Logan, and Harvey, he's probably the only one who might be able to make a move on this last lap. Is Benjamin going to go defensive into the horseshoe? No, he's not, and actually I think Harvey had a bit of a bad run out of the hairpin. So although these top 4 have been close to each other this entire race, they've not been close enough to make a move, and as we're going on to the last start-finish straight, we're going to see Ethan Pritchard have our A Final win for the juniors in Clay Pigeon. Logan McAllister will round it off in second place. Benjamin Hamilton just holds off from Harvey Newton in to take P3, Harvey Newton in P4, and Jules Larkin rounding up your top 5.
That was fantastically driven by Ethan Pritchard. That yellow flag procedure especially, I think, is what won it for him, because he backed it up just enough and he went and surprised Logan. He caught him off guard and just managed to build up enough of a gap, and then with obviously the pace that he had, fastest lap of a 40.943, which was only half a tenth quicker than Logan's best as well, but he was just so consistent with that pace, and he is fully deserved that win. That was a more of a strategic game, I think, with those drivers,
100%.
rather than a side-by-side that we've seen with some of the other races, but still no less enjoyable. Right, let's have a look at the final positions for the final race of the day. Ethan Pritchard comes home to take that win, less than a second in front of Logan McAllister. Benjamin Hamilton brings home third, Harvey Newton in fourth, Jules Larkin in fifth, Jack Bronham, Ellis McKenzie, Jacob Brown, Jamie Riches and Matteo Ehrenfeuchter in the 10th place. Nikolai Edisgaard in 11th, Samuel Spencer, Henry Eaton and William Mark Wick round out the top 14, with Leah Bilimenko, Ethan Critchley, Austin Lawrence Fielden, Tom Justice, Josh Melling and Jamie Warner rounding out the top 20. Dan Griffin, Edgar Avenzo, Amor Zayana, Thomas Welsford, Ashan Iqbal and Sam Morse round at the back of the grid. Great racing from all of them, and well, I need to catch my breath now.
Yeah, me too.
After this weekend, it's been insane.
Yeah, the racing all across the weekend has been absolutely astounding. Lead battles pretty much in every race we had. Even in the qualifying sessions yesterday, we had a lot of racing and a lot of scrapping going on. So a massive well done to all our cadets and juniors, lightweight and super lightweight alike. And a big thank you to all the viewers who tuned in to both our streams over the weekend. A big thank you to all the Club 100 mechanics, staff, spotters and marshals to have made this possible. And a big thank you to everybody at Alpha Live, including my lead commentator Kieran here, for such a great weekend of racing.
Yes, absolutely. I'd like to also say a quick thanks to the people behind Alpha Live. Obviously, this couldn't go racing without them. And so in today's broadcast, we've had Luke Woodford on production, Herbie as runner, Robin, Max, and Jake as our camera operators here at Dog Fight with JV on the track there. So big thanks to JV as well, obviously, for putting this together. This wouldn't have happened without JV. Big thanks to the marshals as well. We can't go racing without them. But yeah, been a really, really special weekend. It's been thoroughly enjoyable for us, and we just hope that you've enjoyed it, watching it as much as we've enjoyed talking about it and bringing you the action from here in Dorset. Yeah,
thank you to everybody, and I don't think we can end it off on any of the happier of a note than seeing that dog with JV. Happy faces all round, even from the pets at the circuit. So yeah, for the final time, thank you all.
Indeed, thank you all very much for watching. The next broadcast we will be from Bayford Meadows on the 10th of August, which will be the seniors, but the next cadet and juniors will be Elloa Park on the 6th and 7th of September. So, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you then.